All right, we are live on Standing for Truth. The question is, what are we live for tonight? Well, we are here for our 2-in-1 debate event between Amy Newman and James W versus Dr. Dino. I've also got my co-host or the debate dojo bouncer, Sam, Redefine Living here. Sam, how you doing tonight, brother?
Doing great. Glad to be here. Thanks for having me on again. Been doing my best to keep them above the belt. And yeah, I'm pumped.
Absolutely. You're earning that paycheck, Sam, with these weekly 4 to 5 hour open mics. So tonight's topic specifically is evidence for evolution. Is there good scientific evidence for evolution? We are going to be sticking with the same format that we have been doing for the last month or so. Basically, we're going to have the first hour roughly where James W, Amy Newman, and Kent will be engaging the topic in debate. Then I will post the StreamYard join link in the live chat. And so skeptics and non-skeptics are welcome to join for some questions and preferably impromptu debate. Bring Kent your best evidence. We'll have some fun. Then at the 2-hour mark, we'll let Dr. Dino get out of here for the night. Sam and I, as well as Matt, should be joining us. We'll stick around for the next 2 hours for some impromptu debate and questions and answers. So with that, everybody can answer at the same time. How is everybody doing tonight?
Great.
Doing fantastic.
Great. All right, that's a short and sweet intro and greeting. So let's just get right into it so we can really utilize the time that we have for tonight. Amy Newman and James W., we are going to first hand it to you, and you have 10 minutes to make an opening statement. And so whenever you're ready, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Donny, Sam, and Kent for being here. Of course, my co-host, James W. I am Amy Newman, and you can find both of our content at youtube.com/Amy Newman. I am myself a professor, a counter-apologist, and a comedian. Though for tonight, I come as a layperson, not within the field of biology, but as someone who accepts the theory of evolution is a fact. In the same way that the germ theory of disease is a fact, or that the theory of gravity is a fact. Because scientific theories are not educated guesses. That's actually a hypothesis. A theory is a framework of facts that explain a given phenomena, and the theories we want in science are testable. And that is to say, we can actually experiment with them, probe them, to see if they stand up to scrutiny, but also verifiable. We post our methodologies so that our peers have the exact way to get results that should match up to our own. This is something that the religious or other non-science minded people prescribe to. Though I want to be careful and paint with as small as brush as possible here. There is no contradiction between being religious and accepting the scientific facts about reality. One of those being evolution. This is the explanation for the diversity of species. Evolution states that genes mutate either randomly or by other factors, say the sun, then a selection pressure comes into play. Examples could be the environment or sex. Oh my. This is why the shark model of sharp teeth or the peacock's bright feathers exist. This is also why your mother told you to look both ways down the street, because natural selection happens when organisms are passing on genes or failing to do so in their natural habitat. And artificial selection happens when we choose what genes are going on to the next generation, oftentimes bypassing the lengthy time that nature does so. This is why our bananas look so drastically different from their original shape and form, with us mixing genes until we found the right combinations that we as humans like to eat. So if the theory of evolution by means of natural selection is a fact, why are we even talking about this subject? Well, to be frank, religious fundamentalists view this topic as a proxy war for or against God. It's not, however, the answer for the diversity of life comes for religion. It goes, counter to science. Then yes, we can claim they're scientifically wrong. I'm sorry, how should I say this? If everything that you believe goes counter to science, there we go. Then yes, we can claim that they are scientifically wrong because they have forced themselves to be so. We know that all life on Earth shares common ancestry. The variety of creationists that view the world as 6,000 years old often say things like, do you really believe like you're related to a mosquito or a strawberry or even an amoeba? As if any of these organisms aren't living creatures, most of whom are multicellular, meaning we share tons of DNA, though even simple cell organisms share a wide variety. And we see this play out in the geological column or the different strata of rock, which line up exactly with simple organisms towards the bottom and increasing levels of complexity as we go upwards. Scientists, labs, and museums now have millions of fossils who I assume were not put there by Satan, nor do they show any signs of a literal flood or a big bucket swirl of everything in one layer. Of course, the solution is don't mix religion and science. Heck, some creationists will say, oh, we don't want our religion taught in schools. We just want your religion not taught in our schools, namely the religion of evolution. Our Lord and Savior Darwin, may the finches bless you, and time be on your side, since we worship time, or, so the opposition says in this proxy war, because numbers older than single-celled lifespan, very hard. But this is not religion versus science debate, nor is it a science versus science debate. This is just science versus the people who don't accept science. You'll often see them point at some scientifically accurate graph, namely made for children, and then they scream loudly, is this what you want taught in schools? Yes. Furthermore, it will be taught in schools, unlike insert version of mythology in science class. Speaking of mythology, the double talk doesn't end there. The one thing creationists tell us is they hate fairy tales. That's right. Not a man having a conversation with a talking snake, not a man coming back from 72 hours after composition, but the fact that we are carbon-based life forms of which share ancestry with every life form on Earth. Though, add in some water, some sunlight, forming a circumstellar habitable zone, it's of no surprise that life began 4.5 billion years ago, here. Another point they like to bring up is a kind. Will always be their kind. Kind is a biblical word. That doesn't exist in science, but we could change this statement to a species always gives birth to their own species. Then the answer becomes true. This is not only true, but what evolution dictates. A species will always be the top-level hierarchical categories that came before. That is to say, a human will always be a simian, mammalian, multicellular living organism, each one sharing different levels of genetic data depending on where in the origin of life the branch off happened. But there is never going to be a time when we as humans stop being simian, mammalian, multicellular, or alive. I sometimes think creationists suffer from what I call Pokemon view of evolution. That is to say, they're waiting for a single species to give birth to something dramatically different. But that's not how evolution works. There is never a time a mother gives birth to another species. Instead, populations over time with a selection pressure apply to genes. Maybe having web feet is suddenly more useful if water levels rise, or how about having snow white fur in the north or green skin in the dense jungle? These traits may be arbitrary. Sometimes they give a species an advantage to pass on their genes, making new generations. Coming to the end. However, even if we took two different species of fruit fly, put them on different sides of the earth, and artificially, via selection process, made them look, even seem like entirely different organisms, they will still be living multicellular arthropods, insects, even if we add new branches to our list, like the two we have made in this example. They still may speciate or no longer be able to mate with each other like the two groups because of drifting genetic data, like lions and tigers or horses and donkeys, a sign that they are moving from each other. A lion and tiger are still cats, though they're also mammals. The same with horses and donkeys, who are moving apart, so much so that they can't have children. They're born sterile. In conclusion, the theory of evolution by means of natural selection is a fact that is currently the backbone of modern biology. Genetics, geology, and a wide variety of other fields use evolution not only to make postdictions, like looking into the past, but predictions, like looking into the future and making new medicine. Though if creationists or anyone who disagrees with the current model and wants us to believe theirs, they need to go out into their field, do research, and submit it for peer review. Thank you. And that went over 10 minutes by myself. I'm so sorry, Donnie. I'm sending. I actually, if you would believe me, that's the shorter version.
How dare you go 14 seconds over? We're ending the debate now, disqualified.
There you go.
So with that, though, James W., since you are part of Team Evolution tonight, did you want to take a minute to say anything, and then we'll just make sure Kent gets 11 minutes rather than 10?
Yeah, I could take just a minute or two, and then he could take what time he needs.
Okay, let's take a minute or two, but let's try not to go over the 12 minutes altogether. So James W.,
Right.
Let's start now. Go ahead.
Well, in preparing for this debate, so I've had a few different rounds with Kent, and it occurred to me that Kent's already conceded the debate. He's already conceded everything we need him to admit to for evolution to be true. And that's because he accepts microevolution is what he calls it. He calls it variation, microevolution. That's actually all evolution is ever saying. All we're saying is there's reproduction with variation, and then nature acts on those variations, and some of them make it, some of them don't, some of them live long enough to reproduce, others don't. And that's it. All you need is that and time, and you will have evolution. It's a force of nature. It's it's the analogy I'd like to make is it's like you start off with one Lego, and you could build some amazing things out of Legos that are almost mind-boggling how they do it. Now, how do they do that? One Lego at a time. You can start with one, and then slowly add more, and you can build some amazing things. And that's what nature has done for us on planet Earth. It's built some amazing creatures that we see all around us today. Thank you. I'll end there, and we can save the rest for the open discussion.
Okay, James W., thank you. That is a total of 12 minutes for the evolution side tonight, Amy Newman and James W. James, before we hand it back to you after Kent's response, I'm not sure if it was just me, but your mic, your sound was kind of staticky. So there might be something you could do to fix that in the meantime, just to kind of let you know. But with that, Kent Hovind, let's hand it over to you now. And you have 12 minutes for a response or an opening summary. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you. Yeah, James, let your microphone evolve. It'll get better. The static will go away. Okay. Species. Amy said quite a few things. The topic of the debate tonight is there good scientific evidence for evolution? Well, we need to define exactly what we're talking about. What does the word science mean? Science is what we can observe, study, and demonstrate and test. We have observed dogs produce dogs. We have not observed a dog come from anything non-dog. We've observed cows produce cows. We've not observed anything other than that in human history. So if they wish to believe, and evolution is a religion, and it should not be supported in a science class, got nothing to do with science. And she mentioned something about the definition of species. So let's see. Here's National Pornographic. A species is often defined as a group of organisms that can reproduce naturally with one another and create fertile offspring. We need to understand here, folks, the animals and plants do not care at all how we classify them. They don't think about it at all. When we turn our animals loose out into the barnyard, the goats look for other goats to mate with, not the turtle or the pigs. They don't even think about it. They look for another goat. Okay, it's simple. The cows look for another cow. They know what kind they are. Okay, let's see. Definition of species, Merriam-Webster dictionary. Species, a kind or sort. Amy said, let me get the quote right here if I had time. Write it down. Too many notes on too small a paper here. Oh, kind is not a scientific term. Well, neither is species, believe it or not. There are 26 different definitions of species. And the animals, again, they don't care. They know what kind to look for in a mate. So kind or sort. Here we go. Merriam-Webster dictionary. Synonyms of the word species. Kind. What do you mean it's not a scientific term? Yes, it is. Okay. Species. A biological species is a group of organisms that can reproduce with one another in nature and produce fertile offspring. Species are characterized by the fact that they are reproductively isolated from other groups. Okay. What's a species? To this day, scientists struggle with that question. The debate over species definition is far from over, Scientific American. The embarrassment of definitions. It may come as a surprise to see scientists struggling to agree on something so basic as how to decide that a group of organisms form a species. Well, let's see. There is no general agreement among biologists on what species are, says Jonathan Marshall, biologist at Southern Utah University. At last count, there were 26 published concepts in circulation. So what exactly is a species? Let's see. Carolus Linnaeus. Trying to draw lines between species often prove frustrating. Two species of mice might interbreed where their ranges overlap, raising the question of what name to give the hybrids. Within a species, there was confusion as well. The willow ptarmigan of Ireland has such a slightly different plumage than the willow ptarmigan of Scotland, which differs from the one in Finland. Naturalists could not agree about whether they belonged to different ptarmigan species or were just varieties. Single species. Charles Darwin, for one, was amused by these struggles. It's really laughable to see what different ideas are prominent in various naturalist minds when they speak of species. He wrote in 1856, it all comes, I believe, from trying to define the indefinable. Meanwhile, other varieties become extinct. He said, I look up the term species as one arbitrarily given for the sake of convenience. I look at the term as a set of individual closely resembling each other, Darwin declared. Is there a clear definition? The understanding of how a species evolved led to a new concept of what is meant by a species. Ernst Mayr, a German ornithologist, boldly declared species were not convenient labels, but real entities, like mountains or people. In 1942, he defined species as a gene pool, calling it a set of populations that reproduce with one another. Okay. Defining a species. Species is often defined as a group of individuals that actually or potentially interbreed in nature. In this sense, a species is the biggest gene pool possible under natural conditions. For example, these happy-faced spiders look different, but they can't interbreed, they are considered the same species. Let's see. The definition of species might seem cut and dried, but it's not. In nature, there are a lot of places where it's difficult to apply this definition. Bacteria reproduce asexually. Bacterium shown on the right is reproduced asexually or by binary fission. Definition of species as a group of interbreeding individuals cannot be easily applied to organisms that reproduce only or mainly asexually. Good point. How many species of crows are there? Well, there's several varieties and hybrids, but they're still a crow. Should they be considered the same species? I don't care. The crows don't care. They look for another crow to mate with. They know. All the biologists may not know, but the crows know. Species, a set of animals or plants in which the members have similar characteristics to each other and can breed with each other. Okay? Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Species. The nature of species is controversial in biology and philosophy. Biologists agree on the definition of the term species, and philosophers disagree over the ontological status of species. So what's a species? What is a biological species? At first glance, it seems like an easy question. Homo sapien is a species. So is Canis familiaris, the dog. Many species can be easily distinguished. When we turn to the scientific literature, the nature of species becomes less clear. Biologists offer over 20 definitions of the term species. Well, Encyclopedia Britannica, species. Related organisms that share common characteristics and are capable of interbreeding. This biological species concept is widely used in biology and related fields. There are more than 20 other different definitions of species. The conversation. What is a species? The most important concept in all biology is a complete mystery. Who'd have thunk it? A koala bear isn't actually a bear, it's a marsupial. Whales aren't fish, they're mammals. Okay. Again, they don't care how we classify them. The basic idea is very simple. Certain groups of organisms have a special connection to each other. So what even is a species? The truth is, we don't really have any idea. I agree. Now, Amy said a lot of things I would like to respond to in my 5 minutes I got left. So my position is there is no evidence from anywhere in world history of any animal producing a different kind of offspring. And I'll use the word kind deliberately. The Bible uses that word about 20 times, okay? I think it's obvious what a kind is. I think kids know what a kind is. Dog and a wolf are the same kind. Dog and a banana are not. So the word species is not well defined, but one of the synonyms for species is kind. So they don't have any idea what a species is. So is there good scientific evidence for evolution? Well, it depends what you mean by evolution. That's a slippery term. The word evolution is very slippery. Let's see. The process by which different kinds of living organisms, they use the word kinds, are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of life. The gradual development of something especially simple to more complex. Best definition of evolution. Gradual change that takes place over many generations during which species of animals, plants, or insects slowly change some of their characteristics. The evolution of plants or animals. Okay. What is a modern definition of evolution? We define evolution as it's understood in modern biology, as it applies to ecology. Evolution is defined as a change in the inherited traits of a population of organisms through successive generations. Well, question, is there a limit to how far they can change? Have dog breeders been trying to get smaller dogs for a long time? Do you think they'll ever get a dog as small as a flea? There aren't living creatures as small as a flea, like a flea. I predict there will be a lot of varieties of dogs from Chihuahua to Great Dane. But there's a limit. You will never get a dog bigger than an elephant or bigger than Texas. There's a limit somewhere in there. So atheists don't understand it, let alone believe in it. But there is a limit to the variation. There are now 339 recognized breeds of dogs. Probably had a common ancestor called a dog. But you guys want to take that and say that's proof dogs are related to pine trees. Don't you? That's what you believe. There are 450 recognized breeds of cows, and they might have had a common ancestor called a cow. And now have a world record milk producing cow produced 281 pounds of milk in one day. Utterly insane. Is there a limit? 281 pounds, 36 gallons of milk in one day? Yeah. I bet there's a limit, though. I bet you will never get a cow to produce 2,000 pounds of milk a day. But the whales do it, don't they? Yeah. See, you don't understand. There are variations within the same kind, like the Bible said there would be, but they're the same kind. And there's a limit. Definition of evolution: a descent with modification from pre-existing species, cumulative inherited change of a population through time. Okay. If evolution, a process of continuous branching and diversification from common trunks. Okay, but is there a limit? This is what they leave out. Sure, there's variations, but there's a limit. Definition of evolution: gradual process in which something changes into a different and usually more complex or better form. Now that is baloney. Nobody's ever seen added information. You get varieties, but you lose information. Has the Chihuahua gained anything that the original dog didn't have? Yeah, stupidity, right? There's always a loss of information. There's no gain. They didn't get wings or learn to get gills to swim underwater. You guys don't get it. I know you don't get it. You don't want to get it. That's okay. Evolution: the way in which living things change and develop over millions of years. Oh, in other words, we can't see it. You have to hide it in the past. Well, if it's not observable, testable, demonstrable, it's not part of science. Science is limited to what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Look up the definition of science, okay? So I'll do it for you here. Science, definition of science. Science. Science is knowledge gained from using observations and experiments to describe the world around us. Scientific method, the ways to solve a problem. Make an observation. Has anybody ever observed a dog produce a non-dog or come from a non-dog? I'll answer for you. No, it's never been observed. So it's not science. Even if it's true, it's not science, okay? And it's not true, by the way. You said, Amy, you accept evolution as a fact like gravity. You've got to be certifiably insane to believe something like that. We can observe gravity. Watch this. Here. Nobody knows what gravity is. We know what it does. We can define the limits of it and how fast it attracts things. 32 feet per second, 9.8 meters per second on this planet. But nobody knows what it is. So evolution is not a fact like gravity. Evolution is a religious belief. You can believe it if you'd like, but stop calling it science. I would like to see your scientific evidence for this religion that you hold. Where's the evidence for evolution? Show me. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, thank you for your roughly 12-minute opening. We've got our discussion now. We've concluded the opening arguments, about 12 minutes each, and we have a ton of fantastic points to engage for the next roughly 40 to 45 minutes before we open up the mic. So since Kent just ended with his opening statement and response, let's allow James W. and Amy Newman to pick the first point or topic that we can engage.
And I have been talking a lot, James. You want to go first? I have points, but...
Well, one thing I just wanted to point out right off the bat is Kent's talking about the definition of science and what we can observe and test. Well, you know, we do make some observations. We observe reproduction with variation. We observe animals producing offspring that are extremely similar, but have certain amounts of mutations. And we observe in the fossil record animals in the past being vastly different from today. Animals no human has ever seen before. And then we make the logical inference, the logical extrapolation that if this change has been taking place today, then it's probably been taking place in the past. And if it can create new species today, it could have done that in the past. It's all very logical and makes perfect sense, unless you have a religious dogma that says something different that you are bound by faith to defend against all reason and evidence.
Oh, Kent, one quick second.
Yeah, let's go one topic at a time. James just covered a good one there. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils, bazillions of them, but they're not a record. None of them talk. None of them have a date stamped on them. You're putting your interpretation on that fossil. If you find a fossil clam, as I said many times, or a fossil anything, you cannot prove it had any children. You sure couldn't prove it had children that were different. No animal today produces children that are other than what anybody would call the same kind. And you're claiming a bone in the dirt could do it. You said We observe mutations, and we observe in the fossil record. You don't observe any such thing. You're confused. There is no fossil record, and you can't observe those animals changing in anything else at all. And by putting them in different layers, the geologic column, that doesn't exist either. All the layers formed in one year flood. If you think the top layer is younger, please answer my question. Where did it come from? There's no such thing as a geologic column. The geologic column was taught in 1830, one of the biggest jokes in history. It doesn't exist. They claim the top layer is younger. Where's it coming from? Where was the Holocene dirt sitting around for 2.5 billion years waiting to land on planet Earth? It doesn't exist. You guys fell for it. You got taught that since Charles Lyell started teaching in 1830. There is no geologic column. There is no fossil record. Go ahead.
You've heard it here first, folks. Kent has discovered that there is no geological column, and he's going to be publishing his papers in geology anytime now. The field.
Geologists can all go home. They're out of a job.
Exactly. But I want to also point out that we do have a fossil record. We have millions of fossils. They use fossils to look not only back in time, but we are also able to make predictions into the future, like more complex, lying on top. And so it would be like going into a crime and being like, what's that dead guy gonna tell you? I'm sorry, is he dead? I bet he's not gonna tell you a lot. Yeah, I know. This is where we now have to draw blood. This is now where we have to look at multiple lines of evidence that build the picture, because we can't actually go to where the person was dead or in time periods older than our life. And so I sometimes think creationists are like, it's not science unless it's my age. Unless it's like, 20 to 100 years, it's not really science. But no, we look billions of years into the past. That's no point.
All right.
Were you there?
Same topic. Where is this geologic column located? How can the top layer be younger? Where did it come from? Amy, you teach anthropology. Do you believe the top layer is younger than the bottom layer of your geologic column?
That, looking at it as younger, as in you will find older organisms at the bottom. And so say you have a multitude of shells and it's just a whole shell level, then they get smushed and smushed and smushed. You are going to find that exactly dated to how old it is. And then each time that you go up in strata, you're going to find organisms that never violate that.
You're going to find every organism in the so-called geologic column is dead.
Exactly. So is the guy in CSI.
Okay. All the fossils are dead. You do not know they had any children. You don't know they had children that were different. And no animal today can do what you're giving the power to this fossil to do. You're claiming this fossil could produce offspring that were different when no animal today can. Show it to me today. There's a lot of animals having babies, a whole bunch of them. Show me the evidence. That's the purpose of this debate. Where is the evidence for this evolution religion you have?
And all those babies have mutations, right? None of them are exact copies of their parents. That's all evolution says. It's the same thing the animals in the dirt were doing. It's the same exact thing today. Okay,
James, can you name a mutation that was beneficial and added information? There are plenty of mutations out there. Plenty of them. Show me one that added information.
I know there's mutations where certain people have denser bones, where certain people's bodies produce less cholesterol. They're less susceptible to heart disease, heart attack, stroke, things like that. The beneficial mutations, they become part of the organism. So, all our features at one point came about because of a beneficial mutation.
Well, you can make that claim, but that's not science. You're claiming you believe that you're showing clearly you have a religious belief that beneficial mutations can add information. Your chart, your family tree you guys go by, shows that a bacteria are a single-celled creature at the bottom, turning into all the animals alive today. Do you believe these charts are accurate, that we started off like a single-celled creature and you're related to a bird and a banana and everything else? And how did this amoeba get a beneficial mutation to grow arms and eyes and brain and legs and hair, you're dreaming. You just are dreaming. You got brainwashed going through school, both of you did, and you fell for it. Shame on you. Wise up. There's
Sure,
no evidence.
that tends to be the wheelhouse of Christianity and Islamic Judaism. But all of those charts right up there, they're all amazing. They were all done, generally speaking, by academics trying to convey complicated concepts, often to children. But we could go through each and every one of them, and you'll find that they are not only accurate graphs, but the only people that ever put stuff on there that counter the graphs are creationists and people not in the field.
I mean, a lot of them are, like she said, they're for children. So they're in some ways an oversimplification so that, 10, 11-year-olds can understand the basic concept. So they're basic, but that doesn't mean they're not true.
But they're good graphs. Look at that.
Yeah.
This is from a college textbook showing that the origin of life, a single-celled creature, became, let's see, an octopus, a fern, a shark. Go back up here. It goes to everything. Do you believe this college is teaching the right thing, that every living thing on Earth came from a common ancestor that was single-celled?
Of course. And they're still going to do so. That's why it's science and not religion.
No, that's why it's religion and not science. There's no evidence of this. There's no evidence of any bacteria. Hey, they've done studies on bacteria where you get a new generation every 8 hours. And they watch it. They try to make it mutate. They nuke it and microwave it and x-ray it, do all kinds of mean things to the bacteria to cause mutations. Have they ever grown a leg or a wing or an eyeball, or have they ever get a beneficial mutation on this bacteria? And I'll answer it for you. The answer is no. If it's yes, I want to see the evidence. That's the purpose of this debate. Where's the evidence for this evolution you dream of?
And that is awesome. You make a claim. You say there can't be beneficial mutations. I want to know what your field research was, where you're publishing that there can't be beneficial, the Kent Hovind claim of this. Where does that come from?
I did not say there can't be. I said there is no evidence that there ever have been. Science, what we can observe. Amy, where's the evidence for it happening? I don't have to prove it can or can't happen. You guys claim it happened, and it happened so often, it changed an amoeba to a whale.
So first of all, amoebas happen in all facets of life, both multicellular organisms, in animals, in bacteria, and in fungi. It would be no. So comparing it to coming from a whale actually makes a lot of sense. But is there maybe a creationist model coming forward that's going to maybe, do you have a way for a diversity of species? I think everything that we're to,
absolutely, I do.
Means.
I believe God created all the basic kinds of animals and gave them the gene code that's able to diversify to live in different climates. Some of the dogs are able to produce thicker fur, and they can handle the North Alaska cold weather. Some have thinner fur and long legs, and they can handle the hot weather, like the dingoes. They can handle the desert. Wolves and coyotes, or wolves and dogs with long, thick fur couldn't do that. They'd overheat. So I believe God gave the original creatures the ability to produce a variety within the same kind, and it's already in the gene code. Dogs always make baby dogs. Some have thicker fur, some have thin fur. They're still dog. I believe God designed the gene code to have some diversity to allow for variations for different climates and different diets. But they're still obviously the same kind. A 4-year-old will tell you a dog and a wolf are the same kind of animal, and a dog and a banana are not. So yes, there's my theory. But
it was God who went tiger.
I'm not demanding my theory be taught. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was God who went tiger, lion. He's like, I mean, there's cats, but like, couldn't we like kind of keep on going and make things a little bit more interesting? And he's like, you know what? I'm going to make lions and tigers.
Because they need them to be the same kind for their flood model to work. So they have to have one cat getting off the ark, and then within 100 years, it rapidly diversifies into all the cats we see today, and then just stop for some reason. Doesn't happen anymore. But in 100 years, they diversified into tigers, lions, cheetahs, jaguars, domestic cats, cougars, mountain lion. All that happened within 100 years, and then just stopped.
But it makes sense on that graph, doesn't it?
Well, first of all, James, I never said it happened in 100 years. I think the variations within the kind are still happening. I think people are deliberately trying to make variations of dogs to get bigger dogs, smaller dogs, dumber dogs, like my wife's pug. I think that they've succeeded. It's really dumb and wouldn't survive 5 minutes in the woods. Farmers have succeeded in producing a cow to give 281 pounds of milk a day. But the poor thing can barely walk. It wouldn't survive 2 minutes in the woods on its own. So what we're seeing there is artificial selection. They're artificially selecting, but they're limited. Do you think they'll ever get a cow that's got 14 legs or 100 legs like a centipede? Can they add information to the cow? The cow already gave milk. They just selected one to give more milk, more milk, more. They probably reached a limit. Do you think they'll ever get a cow to give 10 billion tons of milk a day? Is there a limit at all? Yes,
you could never get the environment to select for that, Kent. So things don't just evolve just because. There needs to be an environmental pressure, a selective pressure that pushes the organism to adopt a new trait. They're not going to adopt 14 pairs of legs because they don't need 14 pairs of legs. You would never see it. It would make the animal almost certainly die.
So, for example, oh no, go. You were about to say something.
Well, there are lots of animals that have more than 4 legs. And do we ever see any animal adding information? The amoeba and the bacteria don't have any. They have a pseudopod, some of them. But you guys claim that this chart is accurate. The college textbooks teach it. Here we have everything going back to a common ancestor. My objection is this isn't science. This textbook, biology textbook, in my shelf right here. All the forms of life on Earth today descended from a common ancestor. That's propaganda. That's not science.
Can we talk about that? Oh,
it says, yeah, I'll leave it up. It came from a primitive unicellular organism. So the whale came from an amoeba. That's what this is saying. And the human came from an amoeba or a single-cell creature. Then it says, no traces of those events remain. So they put these charts in here like it's part of science with everything going to a single-cell creature. And that's what they're claiming. Yes, please explain why this should be in a science book.
Could I ask you, Kent, do you believe in mammals?
Do I believe in magic?
Mammals.
Mammals. I believe mammals, as in have hair, give milk, bear live young. Is that what you mean? I can't understand.
Sounds like oh no, that sounds like a fantastic definition of a mammal.
Wait, I'm telling you, I cannot understand what you are. Talk more clearly. Enunciate. Mammal. Okay. Man has decided to classify animals into groups. We have decided to classify our screws in one pile, our nails in another pile, our nuts and bolts and wrenches and screwdrivers. The tools don't care how we classify them, okay? The animals don't care how we classify them. Man has arbitrarily, since Carolus Linnaeus and others have been involved in this for years, decided to classify animals into the category of mammal, fish, amphibian. The animals do not care. I do believe man has made a classification called mammals. Yes, I do believe that.
Well, I mean, it's not just arbitrary in that you just gave traits. They give milk, they have hair, they tend to be warm-blooded. This is what separates us out from, say, lizards. Okay.
Question. Are men mammals?
Yeah. Well, yes.
No, they don't give milk. I can't give milk. I tried.
I assume
the females of our species give milk.
Yes, I should say.
I understand.
Because
males don't give milk, Kent. You can keep trying, but you're not going to get any milk out of there, I promise.
You can milk anything with nipples.
So the definition, as I said at the beginning, the arbitrary category of mammals is something man has created in order for us to classify things. The animals don't care how we classify them. A whale is a mammal, but it swims in the water. Gives milk. There seems to be, maybe not exceptions, but overlapping. Should it be in the fish category? Well, because it gives milk, we can't put it in the fish category. It breathes air. Well, there are some fish that come up and breathe air too. And they don't give milk. Wow. It's just the whole purpose.
They're not mammals.
Right.
They're fish.
The idea of classifying things is a man-made division that the animals don't care about. And that doesn't prove mammals and fish and insects have a common ancestor. This book says all forms of life on Earth today descended from a common ancestor. Do you believe you have a common ancestor with a banana?
Of course. I always think that's a weird thing because it's like holding up a uterus and being like, do you have common ancestry? Because it's the banana plant, not just the banana. But yes, we have we share a lot with plants, with other multicellular life. Yes, drastic amount. But just to go back on that, you were saying how we can't classify whales as mammals, but they hold all of the classifications of giving milk and nursing the young. They have hair on their body. They have backbones that go different from fish. And so a fish goes left and right, and our backbones go up and down. This is another example of why whales and dolphins are mammals. They share more closer relation with us than other animal species.
They also have that vestigial pelvis that they don't need to use to walk anymore.
Well, if you believe that, you're woefully undereducated. That whales do not have a pelvis at all. They have special bones in that region that allow special muscles that allow them to reproduce. Males are huge. Their penis is 15 feet long. They got a mate underwater in the dark with no arms and can't talk and say, "Scoot over, honey." That is not a whale pelvis. You do not know what you're talking about. We've got one of the bones in our museum here. It has nothing to do with walking on land.
They're residual leg bones.
Even does not either. Even if it was true, that's losing something. It lost its legs. Well, where's the examples of somebody gaining something? This textbook says all forms of life came from a common ancestor, which was a primitive unicellular organism. Well, where's the bones in an amoeba? Any bones?
I don't believe they have bones.
You're right. Bingo. You're right on something tonight. Okay.
It's like asking where's the bones in a single-celled organism. That's
Bingo.
The
They don't
wrong
have
type
any.
of question.
So, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's a complex thing that formed billions of years later.
Oh, is that observable? Where's the evidence for that? You're making that claim, but
Well,
there's no evidence.
We see
for
in
that.
the fossil record, we see a point where we have on one side no bones, on the other side we have animals with bones. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the bone mutation, that adaptation, must have came around that time when we start to see it.
This is because you have been taught to believe in that stupid geologic column. If the layers are different ages, where are the top layers coming from? You've both avoided that question twice tonight. How can the top layer be younger? Where was
the science? You don't understand sedimentation, like how layers get laid down?
But also erosion, different
Completely.
weather patterns. It
Well,
is
now,
the
hold it.
environment and organisms, dead life.
Okay, guys, maybe we'll go one at a time. Erosion, weather patterns, sedimentation, James, I think you said. So let's hand it to Kent. Feel free to address those for now, and then we'll go from there.
If sedimentation happens, where did the sediment come from? Outer space? Or is it reshuffled of stuff that's already here? Every speck of dirt on the planet is the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 10 billion. It's the same age. It gets reshuffled. Shuffling a deck of cards does not change the age of the cards. This does not suddenly become the youngest card in the deck because it's on top. Sedimentation, I understand it very well. I live in a gravel pit. I taught earth science 15 years. The layers of the earth all formed in Noah's flood. The layers formed sideways, not vertically. Moving water with the tide going up and down in Noah's flood would make the water rush in and out of the tide and form layers sideways. Watch Experiments in Stratification, the video from Colorado U.S. Navy laboratory there, where they showed pouring sediments into moving water will form 10 or 15 layers at a time, and the layers form horizontally. They're not forming vertically, which means a bone on top could actually be older than a bone at the bottom. You are completely mistaken for believing in this crazy geologic column. The layers cannot be different ages. Where are they coming from? And as I've showed many times, and I've never got an answer to it, all over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting all these layers that you claim are different ages. We have thousands of trees on our property here. I can tell you right now, a dead tree only stands around for a couple of years, maybe 2 or 3 years. But petrified trees in the standing position, running through seams of coal, sometimes through 2 seams of coal, like up in middle Alabama here, these layers all formed in 1 year. So you've been taught something and you believed it, and I'm sorry your education neglected you, but the layers, this one going through a seam of coal and a second seam of coal, same tree. Up in Joggins, Nova Scotia, go up there, there are thousands of petrified trees that are standing up, running through all the layers. So quit talking about a geologic column and quit talking about a fossil record. There's no such thing. If the bones are in different layers, it might be because of body density. I'd bet in a flood, clams would be buried at the bottom because they already live at the bottom. They're the first ones buried. I bet birds are at the top because they're the last ones to drown in a flood. Has nothing to do with evolution. It has to do with body density or mobility or intelligence or habitat. Clams are living at the bottom. Birds don't live down at the bottom of the ocean. So, of course, they're the last ones buried. But you guys have been taught to interpret these layers as meaning something, and it's not. I'm sorry. There's no geologic column. It doesn't exist.
So,
okay, Amy, back to you.
Can I ask, because we're getting it from the data, not to mention, so when you look at a strata, it's not, I don't know where you get this, like these horizontal, it's layered like a vertical cake. I would love to see new papers or whatever you would like to publish on that. But the only times that you ever see like the polished strata where you have like a tree coming out is where you have something like the Grand Canyon, where you have an opening which has been eroded. And so you will have a slice at the edges, and then all you have to do is go into the miles and miles and miles and miles and miles of just complete vertical strata organized within its geological column. And so I would love to see evidence. Oh, the other one last thing is just, you were just talking about how like it going crazy and all that, but like the 6,000 to 10,000 year Earth thing is always just crazy to me because it's off by a factor of 99%. Like if someone were to tell you you put $6,000 in your bank account or you put $4.5 billion, oh, they're both big numbers, basically the same thing. But no, all of the scientific evidence points to that. Not only that, but all of the elements on this Earth are billions of years old. We come from a supernova that had to take billions of years to be here. And so, yeah, that.
Okay, as far as publishing papers, your argument there's argument from majority opinion or argument from authority. I covered that last night when I did my Whack an Atheist with Richard Gashmu Dawkins. The argument from authority. Oh, Richard said it's got to be true because some scientists said it's got to be true. Now, back in the 1820s, they taught the layers were all the same age and they all came from Noah's flood. All the published papers said, hey, these layers are all 6,000 years old and they're made in the flood. That was majority opinion. Then along came this guy and made up the geologic column in 1830 and said, oh, no, the layers are different ages. So he went against the popular opinion that they were all 6,000 years old. And now all of a sudden that becomes truth. Well, maybe that was wrong and we should go back to what was taught for centuries. It was taught for centuries the layers of the earth are from the flood of Noah. And I can show you, as I did, and I'll show you again, polystrata fossils, petrified trees, standing up, running through the layers. How long do dead trees stand up in your neighborhood, Amy?
I mean, I guess it depends if someone's cutting it down or a natural event. But I also just want to play a reverse Uno card because I think you're playing an argument from authority. I think in essence, you're saying I don't accept evolution because my Bible said that it's wrong. Is where this all comes from. So where's your authority? Where are you getting your sources on geological columns? Like, why do you think that it's all just a single mishmash like a global flood?
Well, first, you made a statement that needs to be corrected. You said, I don't accept evolution. No, I don't believe, and neither do you. You can't accept something that you believe in evolution. You don't accept it. Stop using that word, accept evolution. You believe in it. We don't see it happening. All kinds of animals today are still having babies. Our cows have babies. They always turn out to be cows. Our goats have them. They're always goats. Our cats have them all over the farm here. We always get cats. There are no known exceptions to what you believe in by having these crazy family trees. I believe the only way you can get a petrified tree standing up like this with the bark still on it, we got some in our museum, come on down. Petrified logs still have the bark. They had to petrify rapidly before the bark would even, they had to be buried almost instantly. And Noah's flood would do that. A tree gets buried, the tide pumping up and down, rushing in and out, might make thousands of feet of sediments in 1 year. There's a phenomenon called tidal pumping. And if the earth were covered in water, like the Bible says it was, the tide would not get interrupted by banging into continents like it does now. So the tide could become harmonic. They've done lots of studies on this and said if the Earth were smooth, not flat, if the Earth were smooth, the water would be 8,800 feet deep. You can Google that. How deep would the water be if it were evenly distributed? A mile and a half, 8,810 feet, I think. And the tide would not be interrupted. So it would become a 200-foot tidal change, what they call a harmonic tide. If the water's coming up 200 feet, where's it coming from? It's being sucked in from all the sides. And from one side, it's being sucked in at the same speed the Earth is turning the other way. At the equator, that's 1,037.6 miles an hour, depending on your altitude. So if the water is going sideways at 1,000 miles an hour, it's going to form layers like this in minutes. We can shake this thing up and form a whole bunch of layers in a few minutes. It doesn't take millions of years. It takes minutes to make layers. And all the fossils that are found in there are because they were buried quickly. Show me a place where fossils are forming today. We find fossils. There's not like they're scarce, and we got thousands in our museum. Finding fossils is not hard. Making them today. Where are fossils happening today? How many buffalo did they kill out west in the last 200 years? Go find me a fossilized buffalo from the big buffalo hunts they had. They didn't. They weren't buried. Have to be buried.
A lot longer.
Well,
What now?
yeah, exactly. James, I've been blabbing. I want to say stuff, but I've been talking a lot.
I mean, it takes a lot longer, Kent, but you're the guy who says you've got fossilized pickles and acorns in your science center, but then you're saying there's no fossils forming today. So which is it? Either it happens all the time, you've got examples of it, or it can't happen because it takes longer.
Well, the fossil pickle we have was found in a jar, in a canning jar. The lid had rusted off and it dried out and turned it to stone. So show me where they're happening by the billions like they find in the fossil beds. There are some giant fossil beds with probably trillions of fossils in them. Where is this happening today? The Noah's flood is the best explanation. Now, I'm not demanding that be taught in science class. You guys are demanding that your religion be taught in our science class. You believe it happened slowly over billions of years. I'm sorry, that's not science.
Well,
you believe in amoeba. What?
Oh, we just demand that science be taught in science class. But I just want to go back also to one thing about the belief system.
I didn't hear that.
We believe that we teach science, so because evolution is the backbone of modern biology. It is science.
I know you believe evolution is part of science. It's not.
Sure. And that's what I also want to talk about. So I believe, but I also have a justified true belief that evolution is true. You only believe that a flood happened. You, as far as I can tell, unless maybe you'll give me one, maybe I'll find out today, you don't have a justified true belief for why a flood happened. And so I could actually say you don't know. I actually would say that I have more knowledge on this. I know evolution is true. You don't know that the creation model is right.
No, Amy, you claim evolution is true. We better define what we mean by evolution. I put my screen back up, would you, brother? I divided up into 6 categories, only one of which is actually science. Cosmic evolution would be the origin of time, space, matter. Where did matter come from? There's a whole lot of matter in this world, a whole lot of it. You think it all came from a dot smaller than a proton? I'll give you $1,000 if you can squeeze a cup of water, 1 cup, into a dot smaller than an atom, or even smaller than a BB. It can't be compressed. But you want to put the whole Pacific Ocean into that dot. Number one example of evolution is insane. Nobody would believe that. Nobody should believe that. Then you have to have this hydrogen from the Big Bang produce all the other elements. Maybe the Big Bang you believe in produced hydrogen, helium, a little bit of lithium. How do you get silver, gold, and platinum out of hydrogen gas?
I can tell you.
You can't fuse past iron. It's a belief. It's a religion. You can't see. We never see stars form. We see them blow up all the time. We don't see them form. Nobody's ever seen life come from non-living material. They can't even make it happen in the laboratory. And if they could, that would only prove it took a creator to do it. Number 5, changing from one kind of animal to another. It doesn't happen. Number 5, what we misnamed microevolution, variations within the kind, that happens. But it's still the same kind of animal. Now, somebody might decide to classify it as a different species. The animal doesn't care. Is a Chihuahua and a Great Dane different species? Can they interbreed? Try that.
There's also another name for that. It's called evolution. But I'm just glad to see that on the list.
Well, you're determined to give your religion some credibility, I know.
Listen, I just like it when you talk bad about religion. I think you should be like, hey,
Oh, no.
ladies and gentlemen, we shouldn't have religion. We should not be putting that religion is a good thing. You have your religion, I have mine, but we shouldn't be teaching people religion.
Well, I'm pointing out evolution is a religion. And if we're going to teach that one, then yeah, let's teach all the religions. Or let's leave all the religions out of school. Let's teach science. You can teach a whole lot of science. You can teach the kids the anatomy of the body, the deltoid muscle, the biceps, triceps, femoris, rectus, abdominis, latissimus dorsi, frontalis muscles, masseter muscles, the jawbones, the different types of teeth we have. You can teach a whole lot of biology and never talk about evolution at all. A medical doctor does not care at all about evolution when he's doing surgery. He better know his anatomy, which has nothing to do with evolution. Nothing.
Sure, when you are in the operating room, you don't need to possibly understand how the eye evolved. However, if you want to know how the eye evolved, then you need to go into evolution.
The eye did not evolve. A doctor better understand the retina, the optic nerve, and the muscles that control the eye. He better understand his eye anatomy if he's going to do surgery on an eye, especially. But the eye is so complex. The back of your eyeball, the retina, is 1 square inch, contains 137 million light-sensitive cells on 1 square inch. And the textbooks teach it all came from an amoeba. Amoebas don't have eyes at all, Amy. New information being added. Lining up animals with different types of eyes is not an example of how it happened. That's a wish list. That's what you believe, but it's not observed. Animals today are having babies all the time. They got the same kind of eyes. Show me anybody changing to a different kind of eye.
Well, eyes are amazing, but there are other ways to also interact in the world without just you have sense of smell. You sometimes even have bats who may use echolocation to get the same sight.
So did the eye evolve from the sense of smell? Is that what you're saying?
No, I would say the eye evolved. We know this. It's not just a belief. I would say the reason that you're saying it's not knowledge is because of your belief system. You have a presupposition, which is young earth creationism, specifically of the Christianity variety, is true. We start with that, and then you work backwards, and you say, now, what can we try to do? And that's a hard job, since there is a lot of good evidence.
And you start with the presupposition, evolution is true. Now, how do we prove it? You've already got that in your head. You're not going to think outside that box. Evolution is true. We know we came from an amoeba. Now, let's look for evidence. I'm sorry.
I don't know why you don't like amoebas. They do something wrong to you?
I can't understand what you are saying.
I said I don't know why you don't like amoebas. An amoeba do something wrong in your history?
So how did the amoeba develop an eyeball and bones and liver and kidney? And amoebas don't have any of that.
Great question. Because we can look at multiple different organisms. Just a light-sensitive cell, just being able to tell, are we in a shadow? Are we not in a shadow? And that is it. Is more beneficial than not being able to collect any data. And once you are able to get that ball rolling, you're able to form a cup, you're able to form a lens, you're able to add in elements slowly and gradually. And we see animals who have a wide variety of different eyes. We ask ourselves, well, why doesn't everything have the best eye? Well, not everything needs to have the best eye. Just like we don't have to run like a cheetah. Our exact makeup is made, naturally selected, so that we can fit in our environment, survive in our environment.
Okay, you just told a story. You didn't show any evidence. I agree there are animals with a light-sensitive cell that they can be attracted to light, and that's as far as it goes. Can they form an image? Can they transmit it to the brain? Can you prove that came into an eyeball? No, you made up a story that it did, but that's not science. Science, well, we can observe. We observe these animals that have light-sensitive spots. When they make babies, they still only have light-sensitive spots. They don't grow an eyeball. So you're making up stories and claiming it is science. I object to that. Take that religion, teach it in a private school. Anybody who wants to learn it, but just teach science in science class and exclude the dumb religion of evolution, please. It's not science.
Sure. I feel like you're projecting. You're saying, listen, all we have is my story. Literally, it says so in my book. And that's all I have to go on. And if I can't really go with mainstream. I don't even like that word, with the science, because then it would all break down.
Okay, Amy, you keep bringing up, I believe it because it's in my book. I didn't bring that up. I've been dealing with science. We can observe cows produce cows. We
But
can
it's
observe.
why you're here tonight.
You're the one keep bringing up the book. Okay, what you don't like this book, do you? I think I can see several reasons why.
I think it's good to understand the historical context that our ancestors believed in. I don't want to blame them. And I would think it would be silly to severely dislike a being I didn't think exists. But if we were going to then take it literally and being like, well, he drowned babies, but he has 4-dimensional chess, we're just too stupid to see that the drowning babies will actually all work out in the end. And yes, I think evolution, is a proxy war for this battle between Islam, Christianity, sometimes Judaism, that very specifically does not want the diversity of life to be evolution.
I'm going to have to go back and listen. I can't understand the verbiage here. I don't know if it's enunciation or what, but it doesn't matter if the Bible is true or not. My point is, there is no evidence of any animal ever producing babies that anybody would call a different kind or have an improved mutation. It would take trillions of beneficial mutations, quadrillions of them, to turn an amoeba to a whale. How did it get bones? How did it get eyes? Did the amoeba have a light-sensitive spot? It's only one cell. How did it get arms? How did it get ears? How did it get a brain? You guys believe this, and you teach it like it is part of science. I'm sorry, it's not. It's a religious belief that you have. You believe, capital B, in evolution. Great. I don't care what you believe in. But stop calling it science and stop making it mandatory to teach all the kids that in school. It's a waste of classroom time, if nothing else. There's no doctor on the planet that needs to know any of that to do surgery. Wasted his time learning that stuff. He should have learned his anatomy. It's a waste of time.
But it's science.
I'm sorry.
Biology course. Well,
can you talk toward the microphone? I cannot understand what you're saying.
Can you guys hear me? Am I coming in kind of low?
I hear you.
I will try.
Yeah, you sound better when you speak clearly into the mic.
I'll try to enunciate even better.
There you go.
That's better. Yeah.
We don't want him to miss one word.
Not one second.
Make sure he gets every word.
A beneficial mutation would be flight. So we see that flight has evolved independently in ants and in bees. However, it is only done so through a single genus. It's done so through a single family. Even in the multitude of flying, it's always been traceable back to a single beneficial mutation.
So are you claiming geese, you're talking about like a goose, they fly south for the winter. Geese evolved the ability to fly with a single mutation, and we can trace that back? Is that what you said?
Well, first of all, we're going back now to dinosaurs, but yes, we can prove that all avians are dinosaurs.
Have you ever heard of Archaeopteryx?
I'm familiar with Archaeopteryx. Do you believe geese came from an Archaeopteryx?
I don't know if that's the exact line they evolved from, but it's quite possible.
Would it be possible that geese came from other geese? That's what we see. We got geese here at our lake. I bet when they have babies, it'll be a goose.
In the
I bet you $10.
time span that we're looking at, sure, yeah. The one generation to the next, the differences are so small, you'll never notice it. That's why you have to go not just hundreds, you have to go thousands of generations to be able to see these changes accumulate. Like us to Lucy is 128,000 generations. That's more than enough time for that kind of change to take place. And I know you don't think we've got the time, but trust me, Ken, we've got the time. We've got more time than we need. It easily could have happened.
Okay, James, first of all, we cannot go back 4,000 generations or 10,000 generations. You cannot go back at all. Okay? What we've observed in all of recorded human history is geese produce baby geese. You get a variety of geese. There are 167 different varieties of ducks. I'm more familiar with them than the other geese. 167 varieties of ducks. Probably had a common ancestor called a duck. But you want to believe the duck is related to an acorn. I'm sorry, that's not science. That's, I think, stupid. You can believe it if you want, but stop calling it science. We observe ducks produce ducks. We observe that. We observe oak trees produce oak trees. That is science. To believe, to imagine that they go back to a common ancestor like they do in these family trees is not science. This shows the human and the bird and the, let's see, the dinosaurs and the ladybugs and the pine trees and the worms having a common ancestor. This is
the
not
aardvarks in too. Them too. The aardvarks, the bats, the ferns, everything.
The aardvark and the bat. What now?
You could just keep adding animals to it. They're all related. They all come from the same common ancestor.
I know that's what you were taught, and that's the purpose of this debate tonight. Show me the evidence. To claim it happened long ago and far away, it is not evidence. Show it to me. Where's the evidence of any animal producing something that anybody would want?
You want us to show you something that can't be shown today.
Well, then it's not science. It's a religion.
Let me jump in, everybody. James, let me jump in. It's been a great discussion, fast-paced. I appreciate the free-flowing nature of it. Lots of great points discussed, and we can continue discussing those points. But I do have several people of the evolution persuasion backstage ready to join for the open mic portion. And so, okay, let's jump into that. Now, a few super chats did come in, and so let's honor those super chats and just do a real quick power round on them. So we'll start with Bubblegum Gun, $2 super chat for Amy. Amy, does DNA only exist in the evolution model?
What's up, Bubblegum? Does DNA only exist in the evolution model? It is the only model that we know of right now. DNA formed probably a little bit after an RNA model. I know there are slightly competing variations, but yeah, it's a self-replicating molecule that gave rise to life. It may have happened multiple times in competing convergence. However, we all come from, as far as we can tell, one common ancestry going all the way back.
Okay, thank you. Next one, the science of science. $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I wonder why evolution believers can't acknowledge. Oh,
Donnie,
sure.
do I get to respond to that last question?
Sure, we can, but we'll have to do a real quick power round. So Kent, feel free to respond, and then we'll move on to the next.
DNA exists. DNA is more complex than anything any man has ever built. It's more complex than the entire World Wide Web. The DNA is incredibly complex. It exists. Evolution model has nothing to do with it. Neither does the creation model. I think it's obvious it's so complex it had to have a designer, and I believe it had a designer. I believe I know him personally. But it's nothing to do with evolution. DNA exists outside of any model. It just exists. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. Quick final word, Amy.
Well, I just wanted to point out there that complexity is not often the hallmark of design. And so saying something is super complex does not point in any way towards a creator. In fact, not always, but often in design, we are often looking for simplicity.
Okay, let's move to the next question. Thank you. Next one seems like it's more of a comment, so we'll allow the evolution side to give a short response. I wonder why evolution believers can't acknowledge a common designer of all things is a very logical conclusion. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, have we ever seen a common designer? Do we have evidence that any exists? There have been thousands of postulated possible designers over the years, and none of them have ever panned out. And when we look at life, and we talked earlier before about the nested hierarchies and the way that life appears to be related, if there was a God designing things, he could have made it so that each animal was clearly and distinctly its own kind, not related to anything else. He wouldn't have to do it the way that we see it, where everything fits into these groups and nested hierarchies and everything appears to be related. He could just done it so that would be obviously not the case. Evolution could not do that. Evolution could only do it by modifying what's already there. So it's funny that if there is a designer, he chose to do it the only way that evolution could do it. So if that's the case, why do we need a God? If he did it the exact same way, it would have happened without a God. Evolution by natural selection. Thank you.
And
Okay, James W. Thank Amy. Were you going to say something?
just like an extra 30 seconds is just, I have no problem even going in that direction if that's where the data would lead. But it actually seems to look like there is no designer. If we look out into the physical world, the laws of physics are not being broken. Stephen Hawking was once quoted as saying, if the universe looks designed for anyone, it's black holes. And so there are actually a multitude of ways that we can imagine life would be more fertile. 65 million years ago, we had more carbon, and that's why we were, just to answer one of the previous things, we were getting larger organisms. Now, we don't want that to have a runaway effect. The reason why everyone talks about carbon emissions now is because we formed with these levels, and so we want these levels. But yeah, all that in a pack of popcorn.
Okay, thank you, Amy and James. Kent, over to you if you had any thoughts.
I've often wondered why they can't acknowledge a common designer too. I think the evidence is so overwhelming for a designer. Okay, I think if you look at all the different products coming off the Ford assembly line, the Ford trucks, the Ford cars, I think they all have 4 wheels. Wow, that's a cool design. It looks good. Rubber on them. I think you could find thousands and thousands of similarities because they all come from the same manufacturer called Ford. Okay, I think it's logical that God would use the DNA from different animals that are similar. If God made every animal completely distinct, we could only eat each other. But the way it is made now, the brown cow can eat the green grass and give the white milk, and I can drink it and get the blonde hair. It's a DNA thing. It's amazing. I don't have a problem saying, God, you're smart. Thank you, God. You're amazing. I can't wait to see him one day. I'd like you two to be there.
Can I ask just a quick question?
You just did.
That's true. Technically, okay. A second quick
Second question, I'm sure is fine.
Yes, which is, okay, let's say you and I were working together to build a way to get into a car, okay? Are we going to build a mechanism that is complex or simple?
Well, if you took it in some of the cars like the Ferrari and stuff, that the doors, the gull wing doors, there's a lot of complicated ways to get into cars. Some you can just click a button and slide the door, open the door. So I think designers over the years have settled on 5 or 6 basic ways to do it to get into the car. We took the doors off our Jeep, you just sit in, go jump in.
But if you had to pick, if you were designing a way for you to get into a car, would you want a complex or simple way to get into the car?
I think if I was trying to impress people with how smart I was, I'd make a really cool, complicated way. And I think God wants to impress us with how smart he is. And he made an incredible gene code, unbelievable gene code, and a simple way to pass it on, okay, to make babies, but a very simple way. Well, and fun, but it's complicated. The DNA code is really, really complex. If you wish to believe it happened by chance, okay, that's not observable. We don't see codes like this happen by chance. You can believe it if you want, but I'm sorry.
All right, guys, let's move on to the next, just so we can get through these and also allow those backstage who I'm sure are just itching to get into the debate dojo. So, okay, next one comes in from Matthew Sneed, $5 super chat. Why does evolution not have the first step of the Big Bang? It's a big flaw, Matthew says. They don't know what caused it. So Matthew's coming at you, Team Evolution. Feel free to respond.
So that's a good question. The first step would be they are not the same subject. I know Kent will be like, but it's on my 6 list. Well, it's technically physics over here and biology over here. It was billions of years in between. And so it was actually, if we want to look at it, it was physics that became chemistry and chemistry that became biology. And so we can only go as far back as the Planck time. We may be able sometime to get even more attuned tools or see further back or things like that, if that even means anything. But we don't know, because it could be, we don't know either way. It could be eternal or not eternal, which would mean it would be contingent. And we don't know what it would be. It could be that the universe existed the moment that something else Was it your God? Your God? Was it some multiverse? Or was it actually nothing? And that I can't even imagine that concept, because it's nothing. But it's just that it has always existed. There can't even be a nothing. There can't even be a before, and thus asking what becomes irreverent.
You see, in terms of like science, religion, on the other hand, is an all-encompassing thing. It tells you your past, your future, your science, your biology. It tells you everything you have to believe, on pain of, God killing you, doing mean things to you after you're dead. But science doesn't work that way. So we have evolution, which explains a phenomenon. It doesn't have to go into the Big Bang. That's another field of science. You're not using the right tool. And there are physicists working on figuring out exactly how the Big Bang worked, how it happened. We haven't got there yet. We have a lot to learn, but there are scientists working on it right now, and I can feel pretty confident saying the answer will probably come from science rather than theology.
Okay, Kent, over to you. Oh, Kent, let me just unmute you. Kent, you're good to go.
I'm sure you do feel confident that that'll happen that way, but it's simply not true. Let's see. The first step, it's like me saying, well, let's assume elephants can fly, and now let's build our story from there. Stop. They can't fly. You guys don't have a foundation for your religion of evolution. Where did time come from? Where did matter come from? Where did space come from? They say the Big Bang was a dot smaller than a period on a page, and it exploded. Well, that's not science. That's a belief. Cosmic. Here it is. The Big Bang. We all came from a dot smaller than a period. The universe grew from smaller than a single atom to bigger than a galaxy in a fraction of a second. They can make a statement like this all day long. This is stupid. This is not science. This is fairy tale stuff. What's the size of the universe? Roughly the size of a human being. Oh, they got a bigger one at Forbes, okay? Universe started from a tiny, dense fireball that exploded. This is what is taught. This is not science. I object to that. And you guys do not have a coherent theory until you get an answer. So if you say, like James said, scientists are working on it, okay, until they solve it, get the evolution out of the textbooks, because you're missing a foundation. You have nothing but a religious belief that everything started from a dot of nothing. That's not observable. It's not testable. It's not demonstrable. Let's see you make a dot of nothing explode and make another universe. It's just pure religious belief. Cosmic evolution only happens in the imagination. The Big Bang is the foundation of your religion, and you don't have a foundation at all. What exploded? Where did the energy come from? Do you think all the energy of all the stars, they're burning a lot of energy, all that energy was in that dot? Not just all the matter, all the energy was in that dot. You really believe that? I feel sorry for you.
I just want to point out that when he speaks about it being a religion, it is because that this comes from his religious view. And so evolution is taught in biology class because it's science, just like gravity or germs. These are both theories, frameworks of facts, but they are facts themselves because they are foundational that we use. Explains things like COVID and mutations and things like that. I also want to point out that we know what time, space, where space comes from, because it's inherently tied with time. It is why it is nonsensical to think of a time without space or a space without time, because if everything is on top of each other, you can't have an A and a B. You can't have ABC. You can have whatever you want because everything is just A. But once you now have space,
you can't have it D.
That's right. Only on good days. But once it starts expanding outward, you are able to now have, with space, you are now able to have a time. And so every time that you are in a location within space, you also have a marker within time. Every time that you are doing something, you have a marker in space. And so it is this mechanism which allows us to operate after the Big Bang. And it is, well known within physics.
Okay, Kent, did you want a quick response, and then we'll move to the next?
Yeah. That's a whole lot of words to not give an answer. Where did matter come from? Where did energy come from? Where did space come from? I can answer it. In the beginning, there's time. God created the heaven, there's space, and the earth, there's matter. God made time, space, matter. Each one of those is a trinity, and they have to come into existence in that order. In the beginning, God created the heaven.
But Kent, can I pause you? So this is what I mean.
I'm not demanding this be taught in the schools. I'm saying that's a scientific answer in my logical and my thinking. God created in the beginning, there's time. But the God who created time, space, matter is outside of them. The guy who made my computer is not in here changing the numbers on the screen.
But what I'm trying to convince you of, Kent, is that's your religious view. We teach evolution in biology because it's science. We teach in the pew.
Amy, yes. I admit that is my religious belief. You should admit the Big Bang is your religious belief. Why? You won't admit it, will you?
No.
No, I knew it. Oh, go ahead. Next question.
You can prove it wrong.
You guys are.
You wouldn't believe it.
Prove the Big Bang wrong.
Excellent showdown. So go ahead, Ken.
I'll prove the Big Bang wrong. You believe all the matter in the universe was in a dot smaller than a proton.
Yeah.
Show me. Squeeze a cup of water into a dot smaller than a proton.
Because Kent, it was pure energy, and energy takes up no space. You can have infinite energy in zero space. It has no mass, and energy and mass are the same thing. That's what Einstein taught us.
So where did this energy come from?
It was probably eternal. We don't know for certain. And we admit that. We don't know for sure.
Well,
we're just not asserting that we do know.
Then you have a religion. Thank you for admitting it.
But can I ask, this will be the final one. Can you imagine all the water on Earth? That's a whole lot, right? Like, oh my, that's a lot of gallons.
A lot of water on Earth, I agree.
Do you think that if we were to put the Earth next to a black hole, that all of that water would end up going into that little dot?
Well, I think the existence of black holes would be difficult to prove scientifically. It's theoretical because you can't see it. If you have a black hole, you again have all this energy and matter. Where's it coming from? You're avoiding the question. Who created matter and energy?
We don't think it was created.
What did she say?
We don't think it was created.
So where'd it come from?
As far as we can tell, all that was in the beginning, like you were saying, hydrogen, helium, a tiny bit of lithium. By the way, the reason we get all those other elements to answer a question from before is because hydrogen, that very specific element, is how you bear stars. And stars go all the way out until they start creating iron, and that war wins with gravity. But if they're big enough, that explosion, that supernova, in that supernova, all the other higher elements are formed.
So that explosion, what exploded? Where did the matter and energy come from for this explosion? And what did it explode into? Was space already there?
I think we're talking about two different things, because the stars absolutely exploded in space.
So where did the matter for these stars come from? They're pretty big, a whole lot more matter than we got.
Tier ones. So the tier 1 universe, it was dark, and then it was pulled in from gravity, very specifically made the first stars turn on. And in essence, the universe began, actually getting light billions of years later. And then it took actually those stars dying, coalescing, and becoming big enough to explode again that we now have our elements. And it doesn't have to be the facts of reality versus religion or even Christianity. It really can. We can have, your religious views over here and just accept science over here. That's my final sell, Kent.
Amy, I accept science. I love science. Evolution is not part of it.
Okay.
I disagree.
Excellent and very memorable back and forth. That's what this is all about. So the next question, though, comes in from one of your biggest fans, Kent, Doc Dino. And so, Doc, rather than me putting up your question, since you're here for the open mic, why don't we allow you to present it? over the stream. You're just on mute, so make sure, Doc,
Oh,
to
sure.
unmute yourself.
Would you
Good
mind
to have
bringing
you.
it up on screen?
You know what? I'm guilty. I think in all the live chat madness, I've lost it. So thanks for the support, but I literally don't see it anymore. I'm so sorry, Doc. But feel free to reiterate it and present the argument.
Sure. So basically, sorry, Kent, but polystratophossils are not evidence for a global flood. They tend to fall into two categories. They're either one, a filled-in volcanic dike, or two, they are, well, not a tree, and they don't go through nearly as much rock as you say they do.
Well, I think you're wrong on all
basically-
counts. You're wrong on all counts there. These are certainly tree. We have bark on them. Okay. This is not a volcanic intrusion like magma being intruded to, and it tapers. Some are upside down. There are certainly, you can study them. They are trees. The people have been studied and analyzed. They have rings in them. This is a log, and they do go through multiple layers. It would only take a few layers to prove the point. But Yellowstone National Park's got one. There's me standing by one back in '98. They're petrified trees. They are not a volcanic intrusion like you're talking about. This one, you can see the grain of the wood, petrified, standing up. So I'm sorry, you're mistaken. I know this hurts your religion of evolution because these go through all the layers. It is much more logical to believe all the layers had to form in 1 year around those standing trees. We see that happening at Mount St. Helens. It blew thousands of trees into Spirit Lake. Many began floating in the upright position. That's logical. The root end is typically heavier. It floats in the upright position, sinks to the bottom, slowly gets covered by layers. There are thousands of trees right now at the bottom of Spirit Lake being covered by multiple layers. This Noah's flood is a logical explanation for all the petrified trees that we found. They're found all over the world. Petrified tree, Cookeville, Tennessee. Go up there and talk to the folks at Kettle Coal Mine. They'll say, oh yeah, we find them all the time. Petrified trees running through several seams of coal. Go to the people, call John McKay, or call, who's the other guy who lives up there? Sent me all the pictures. Here we go. ianjuby.org. He lives there. He'll go show you, take you up there and show you pictures. Take you out and let you touch them. These are petrified trees standing up, running through the layers. I'm sorry, your geologic column is baloney. Stop believing such a dumb thing. Grow up, get a real theory.
So first, don't tell me to grow up, Kent. Second,
you want to stay a kid, okay.
More plants than trees have bark, first off. Second, I said some of these, or some or most of these, are volcanic dikes. I didn't say all of them. Some of them are petrified plant. They are, but not all of them are. And we can tell the difference.
Prove the point. Here's a petrified tree standing up, running through all the layers. You're not explaining it. How did this happen? Why do you claim these layers are different ages when one tree is connecting all of them?
So you want an explanation for them?
I've been asking for one for a long time. Right. Let's hear it.
Sure. It's pretty simple. So most of these trees, quote unquote, when they are preserved plant material, are from the Carboniferous period. And as far as we know, back then, there weren't very many bacteria that could digest the material that most plants use to create their cell walls. That's why we have so much coal from that time. So you could have one of these things standing upright even after it died for a few decades or even a few hundred years. Not only that, some of them, we can see that they kept growing through successive flood layers because, well, for various reasons, but we can tell that happens.
So there weren't many bacteria, but we all came from a bacteria way before that. Is that, did I get it right?
That's irrelevant.
You guys are so desperate to keep your religion of evolution because it excludes a designer, creator, and accountability. That's the real reason. The obvious truth is...
Kent, that was just irrelevant. Also, okay. I can give you God creating the earth and creating life. That doesn't change what these things are.
Hey, Dino, we're going to let Kent respond without the interruption.
Okay, I stand by my point. These are petrified trees by the thousands. They are wood. They were wood. They're petrified now. They are standing up. They're running through the layers that you guys claim are different ages, including multiple seams of coal. According to the evolution religion, a Carboniferous era, a forest has to grow, get buried, turn to coal. Then you got to get more sediments on top, and then a whole new forest has to grow to make the next layer of coal. And yet we find petrified trees. I'll show you one here. This one is running through 2 seams of coal, separated by 15 or 20 feet of rock layers. Well, how do you get a coal seam and another coal seam 15 feet apart? Noah's flood would do that. Deposit a bunch of wood, more layers form over the next few months. Another layer of wood comes by, all gets compressed, turns to coal. They can make coal in the laboratory in 20 minutes. That's not a mystery, how to make coal. It's just too expensive to do. So contact the bible.ca-tracks, talk to Don Patton about the coal seams. There are trees. I got a friend who works up there in the coal mine in North Alabama. He'll tell you, yeah, we got trees all the time running right out through the seams of coal, He's the one who sent me the log we got in our museum. I know you're desperate to try to keep your religion of this geologic column alive, and these petrified trees are pretty clear evidence it's not true, but you won't accept it. You don't accept science. I'm showing you the facts. There's the coal mine. Call Dr. Don McDonald, Troy State University. He works and lives there by this coal mine. He'll say, yeah, you're right. Petrified tree. There's his phone number. Or Stanford Hendon, who was one of the supervisors there, I believe. They live there. They work there. They see them all the time. You are mistaken. The layers are not different ages. All the layers formed in one flood before the tree could rot. Next question.
All right, so
Actually,
we're gonna move on
to address this.
Dino, thanks. Hold on, Dino. We're gonna move on to Keith now. You guys have been here before and had your time, but Keith's new. So Keith, welcome.
Hey guys, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
We've actually talked before briefly, but one thing I noticed with Kent, he always talks about evolution being a religion and it's being funded by taxpayer dollars and all this, that, and the other. And, one of the things I asked previously was concerning evolution and crime. And you guys were a little hit or miss on that. But I'm going to go ahead and just point out one thing you brought up, Kent. You claimed there was a nearly 1,000% increase in violent crime since teaching of evolution in one of your slides. If you look at the actual stats, that is not true. It easily fails a statistical hypothesis test.
Okay, let me answer. I try with all of my slides. I have 70,000 of them now. I try to put the reference right where I got the information from. You're talking about and how evolution ties in with crime has nothing to do with whether evolution is true or not. I just pointed out, according to one of the papers I cited, that there's been an increase in crime since we started teaching evolution in schools. Has there been an increase at all? You're just arguing about how much. Is that the point, Keith?
Yeah, you said it was nearly 1,000%, but
okay. So
statistics
you're trying to, this is called a red herring. You're trying to divert attention away from the topic. Has crime increased in the world in the last 150 years?
I'm talking about the United States. The United States, let me pull up the number here. Congressional Research Service, recent violent crime trends, United States. Report R45236. There is no 1,000% increase, Kent.
You missed my question. Did crime increase at all?
Okay, from 1960 to the early 80s, there was an increase in crime. Early 90s. Okay.
Whether it's 1,000% or not, if that's not, I just was quoting a reference that I showed on screen. I'll go back and correct it. Thank you so much. Did crime increase?
Good. And one thing I want to point out too is you claim to be have taught. Sorry, I got a dog in the
Keith,
background.
hold on. That was a question for you, bud.
What was the question? I'm sorry. Say it again.
Did crime increase since the early 60s when evolution began to be mandatory in the schools?
That's another red herring too, because you can't just say, "Oh, it was because of evolution, crime increased."
I didn't say that.
Factors that are included.
Like I asked you a question. You are avoiding the question, Your Honor. I asked this witness to answer the question: did crime increase at any amount?
Yes, it went up, but then it went back down
you, sir.
in the early 90s.
Okay. Whether it's 1,000 or not doesn't matter. And whether it's connected to evolution or not doesn't matter. I think it is. I think we've seen a lot of things go crazy. Let me ask any of you evolutionists a question. Is it wrong for you to go next door and kill and eat your neighbor's baby?
Yes.
The lion does it every day. Goes next door, kills the zebra baby, and eats it.
Also,
So that's called the naturalistic
Hey, Mark,
fallacy.
hold
It's
on.
basically-
No, Mark.
Well,
Is-
he
and
said it
if
was a
it's
question
me-
for evolutionists.
Oh, hey, Mark, hold on.
Yeah.
It'll be your turn. You've been
Is
here
there-
plenty. You've had plenty of time.
Oh, you don't want me to answer?
But
Okay.
right
Listen,
now,
hey, Mark,
it's between Keith and Kent. But you
Well,
Sam,
actually, I think Kent directed
Mark-
that to
Hey,
everybody.
if any of these
Mark,
guys want to have
we
an
can just
individual,
move you backstage if you can't behave. So right now, just like you wouldn't want to be interrupted, right? You're a sticker.
Oh, I'm
for
sorry.
that.
I thought
All
he
right.
directed it
So it's
towards
not the
everybody
Mark
because he
Reed
said
show.
any.
Again, Mark.
shut
it's
his,
not
shut
Mark
his
Reed
mic
show.
off. You have control,
Okay.
Sam. Shut the mic off.
I
Okay.
can't do it yet, but next
Okay,
time,
Donnie.
I guess I'll have to babysit.
Okay.
People
I will
like
debate.
Mark.
I will
In the
debate
meantime-
Mark Reed. I'll debate him again anytime. I'll debate any of these
Okay.
people anytime. Anytime. Okay.
Okay.
Schedule
So
it for
until-
tomorrow. Hey,
Until Donnie
Donnie-
gets back, Mark, I'm going to ask you to just do what you would ask and don't overtalk. So this is between
Yeah,
you.
I apologize, Sam.
Okay,
What happened
okay.
was
Let me
that
finish
Kent
my
said,
point.
That's fair enough, Mark.
well, can I
Thank
just
you.
explain why I said that? It's because
Mark, you
Kent
can
said
stop.
any of the evolutionists.
Mark.
Zip it.
All
Donnie,
right.
where's Donnie?
We're done.
Donnie.
This will
Donnie,
be
shut
between
him
Kent-
off, please. Okay, that's the only language he speaks is an off switch. Okay, I will debate him
Ridiculous.
anytime, but no interruptions. Okay, and I've asked the question for a long time now. How do you tell right from wrong if evolution is true? It's okay for the lion to go next door and eat the zebra baby, but it's not okay for you to go next door and eat your neighbor's baby. Why? Because we're human.
Here,
How
Kent,
did it become wrong?
this is what my thoughts are. Humans, whether there is a God or isn't a God, we're only here for a finite amount of time. And we have a right to live in peace. And people that break that should be held accountable. I think humans can tell the difference between right and wrong. We don't need a supernatural being telling us what is right or what is wrong. That's my
If we have
thought.
a right, okay, Keith, if we have a right to live in peace, would children from this neighborhood have a right to go to their public school, carry their Bible, and teach the rest of the students in their class? They believe the Bible's true, and they think the layers were formed by the flood. They're not harming anybody. They're just being peaceful, saying, I think evolution is stupid. Should a student in class be able to say, teacher, we don't see cows produce anything but cows. Why are you telling us cows came from a rock?
Well, you
Would that
bring
be
in
peaceful? Or should they be allowed to do that?
one religion, you have to bring in all of them.
Well, we got the evolution religion
It's
exclusively
not a
in there.
religion.
It is too. Show me any animal produce a different kind of offspring. You believe it happened. You believe it happened long ago and far away. The whole purpose of this debate was to show me the evidence. I haven't seen any yet. Well, it happened long ago in the Carboniferous area. That's not evidence. Show me the evidence. There is none. We're out of
Silliness.
time. Tell you what, Donnie, schedule any of these for a separate debate. I'll do one every day. Okay.
And in a
Now, they're
moment,
not-
can I just have I want to ask a follow-up to one of the questions, but whenever.
Sure. No, well, Amy, you and James were here in the debate with Kent. I'm just trying to keep the flow going and try to keep it equally balanced. And Mark, you're a regular, and so that's the only reason why we're going to allow Keith to have this moment. But yeah, Amy, go ahead. You and James, sure.
So I just want to ask, if you check out Steven Pinker's book, Better Angels of Our Nature, he will show that contrary to what many people believe, a vast number of metrics are heading in the right direction, including things like violent crimes. And so if that is the case, and we're still teaching evolution in school, does that mean there's now a correlation between teaching evolution and violence going down?
Okay, Amy, I think the whole topic of whether crime has increased, I didn't bring it up. Somebody else brought it up that I quoted a wrong statistic, 1,000% or whatever. Okay, I'll change this. I give the reference. I believe evolution has been very detrimental to society. It's certainly not part of science. If nothing else, it's a waste of time. No doctor on the planet needs to know anything about evolution when he's doing surgery. It's not helpful for anything. It doesn't help you find oil. You can believe in the flood and find oil by drilling holes in the ground. It's not helpful for anything. It's the evolution theory, even if it's true, is useless, completely useless. Shouldn't spend 2 seconds on it in school.
Okay, let me jump in for the final 10 minutes that we have with Kent. Let's make sure we're sticking to the topic, evidence for evolution. And so we've gone through Keith. We've had a chance to speak with Doc and Kent. And so whoever on the panel next would like to discuss something specifically evolution or evidence for evolution related, feel free to speak up and we'll allow you to engage for a bit.
Hey, Keith here again. I'm
Really-
heading out. Y'all have a good one.
Keith, if you don't mind, sticking around a minute when Kent leaves, I would like to engage that topic with you.
Possibly. I got to go to bed here shortly, though. But thanks, guys.
Okay.
I don't think he's taking your challenge, Sam.
I guess
Okay,
not.
so let's go to Mark then. Mark, let's allow you to pick a point or a topic, and
Yeah,
we'll allow
sure.
you and Kent to go back and forth on it a little bit.
Okay, so the claim that Ken made that sort of I picked up on was that he said that evolution isn't used in by doctors or scientists or anything, whereas virologists do exactly that. They pay attention to the theory of evolution to determine how a virus will mutate and therefore change in the future. We also do this some retroviral elements that have been endogenized into the lineages. Some of them activate again. So we've got to know about evolution to know how they'll mutate and therefore how they'll cause disease within us. So we do need the theory of evolution from doctors. This is one topic. It's doctors use the theory.
Before you go on to something else, okay. So you're claiming we need to teach evolution because of viruses mutating.
Yes,
Is that what
that's
you're
one of the reasons. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Are the viruses gaining any information, or are they losing something every time they mutate?
Yes. Any new sequence of DNA is new information.
I'd like to see the proof of that. Where is any animal or single-cell creature or virus, which is not an animal at all, where is it gaining information? It might be mutated, like if you don't have arms, you can't put handcuffs on somebody. Oh, okay. I think you'll find, if you look at the evidence, the viruses are losing information, and now the body can't attack them and destroy them somehow. Which brings up a whole different topic of how viruses ought to be handled anyway. But the fact is, if you think viruses changing to a virus that now the body can no longer, the defense mechanism doesn't work, the virus changing to a virus is going to turn a virus into a whale. That's what you guys teach.
This is a different topic. You've gone on to another topic.
No. You're claiming mutations of viruses are evidence for evolution, and we should teach this because that's part of science and it's helpful.
You didn't let me answer. So some of these retroviral elements have actually been co-opted, so they have mutated and they have beneficial actions. You can point to people that have been sort of infected with the AIDS virus, and that virus co-opted, that retrovirus co-opted. So it then provides a resistance to other viruses because that's what viruses do. But ordinarily, that would be a harmful virus, but it's not. It's mutated, which is new information.
So you are claiming the virus has new information.
Sure. Any new sequence is new information. Like, so when you get down to the DNA, if you get a substitution or a point mutation that substitutes, for instance, you're switching around one genetic sequence with another. So that is new information. It's like saying, I'm going to make up a new word, but because it's the same letters, it's all the same information. That's not how it works. If you make up a new word, it's a new word.
Okay, you you just gave evidence that you are wrong. Changing words around or changing changing DNA around in an existing code is not adding new information. It's scrambling existing information. That's all it's doing. Where's the new information? Where's the virus growing a leg or an eyeball or an ear?
So you think because the 4 base pairs of the DNA sequence are the same, it's not. Do you expect another base pair to come into the sequence somewhere? How exactly would that work, Kent?
Well, I've been asking, for the whole purpose of the debate tonight, where is the evidence for evolution? You're making up a
No,
story.
no, no.
You're
Could you
claiming
address that
it can
question?
happen. A virus changing the CATG, the 4 parts to the DNA code, which are incredibly complex. Our binary code's only 2. This is 4, which is how many thousand times more complex than our DNA code, than our computer code. But scrambling the information is not creating anything new. I'm sorry, you believe it does.
So would you agree that would you agree that if you have like binary and you change around that binary in such a way to make a different program that's never been seen before, would you say that's new information?
I guess I'd have to see the information, see the data on that, what exactly they're talking about. Scrambling
really?
it up.
So if if I wrote something like a new program with binary, would you consider that new information? Like nobody's ever made that program before. Would you consider that new information?
Do you think you could scramble up the code from Microsoft Word, randomly scramble it, and make a new program that works?
That's not answering my question. Could you answer the correct question, please?
No, I'm giving you an example of why it's not going to work. You believe it happened, but you're not giving scientific evidence.
No, you're dodging the question. If I took binary and made a program that nobody had ever seen before using just the base of binary, is that new information? It's a very simple question.
Oh, yes, and that is a semi-intelligent mind behind it doing it.
Yeah, well, then it's new information when it's a different sequence in DNA as well.
Mark,
then it's exactly the same thing.
You said, listen to me, you said, if I take this code and make a new program, that's a person doing it. Is this
the mechanism's not important.
Is this the code doing it to itself?
No, it uses natural selection and mutation, which mutation isn't sort of an intelligent thing. We understand sort of some of the causes of mutation, and as far as we know, it's not like sort of a god coming down and with a magic wand.
The example you gave was with you doing it. I believe God can take the code, the CATG code, and create trillions of different things. I don't believe the code can do it by itself. I don't believe scrambling Microsoft Word. You're claiming, you're giving an example of a human being creating new information and claiming that natural selection did it. Don't you see it?
No, but you're sort of missing the point of the analogy. I'm just trying to address that if I mix up a new sequence of binary and that's new information, then a new sequence of the base pairs is new information. And so we agree on that. Whether I did it or natural selection did it, because we have evolution that is performed by humans. It's called artificial selection. It's when you select dogs and breed them and things. Nobody's saying that that's what's happening here. What we're saying, and you said random, it's not random. You've been told this many times. Natural selection is selected. It's not random.
Natural selection is not random. My time is up. I had to start real early this morning, but Donnie, you can finish this. As schedule each one of these a separate debate. I'll do one every day. 2-hour max is about all I can handle. I got to work for a living, okay? We got a lot going on around here. But no, I would like to see the evidence. I'll do some more research on the viruses. Did they add information? I don't think anybody's ever seen that, but that's a good point. I don't have an answer right now. I'll see what I can come up with. But even then, you think that is an example that would ultimately justify these family trees that we teach the kids in school and say, because viruses can mutate to another virus, therefore humans and birds are related. This is where you guys are stark raving stupid to believe such a thing.
If I may,
that's
Kent,
a bit of an ad hominem, Kent. I mean, can we not just throw around?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be more polite.
Really,
you're uneducated.
Yeah, I mean,
all right. If I may, Pastor Hovind, if you're going to do that, please make sure you learn what the learn some informatics, because you keep using DNA as information, I think. And if you're going to use the informatics analogy, it's data. The information would be the gene expression.
Well, the DNA code carries the information that's passed on in a very complex form.
No, in informatics, it carries the data.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in, guys. Kent has been very generous with his time. He's given us 2 hours. We have another one of these next week. Kent, I'll stay in touch with you and Joseph. And so everybody who's joined the panel, feel free to join again next week for the first 2 hours. So Kent, we will allow you to get some sleep. Appreciate the debate and open mic. Amy Newman and James W, thanks to you as well. So Kent, we'll allow you to get out of here. And everybody else, feel free to stick around for some discussion. Sam and I are going to cap this at the 4-hour mark. The StreamYard link is posted in the live chat for anybody who wants to join and discuss the topic of evidence for evolution. Okay, I see people.
You didn't let me say goodbye to Kent. I wanted to say goodbye to Kent. I was going to be really funny.
I know. I probably should have said goodbye as well, but
I
don't think Kent wanted to talk to me anymore.
Also, Kent, you're looking a little ill, so take care of yourself.
Well, he's not here.
He's not even here, so
He's gone.
you can say.
Well, in
Mark,
fairness,
I
I have a
like
cold
you.
as well. I have a cold as well, so we're on a level playing field there. I've got like.
Me
I
too,
must
Mark.
agree, though. We shouldn't
that's
talk
another thing
about
we
people's
haven't-
appearances. That's kind of not what we should do. Just focus on the argument, not the person. Even if they're a bad person or you think they're a bad person, focus on the argument.
Okay. Yeah, just tell Kent that. That'd be great. Cheers.
and it was a fun debate, and I know just any day now he's going to join, the biological evolution side. So happy to be there.
We're trying to
How
get
it
on
happens.
Whack and Atheist, Donnie. What can you do? We can't get back. What are we not? What are we doing wrong, Donnie?
I got your back. I'll make sure you guys get whacked sometime
Okay.
in the next
Appreciate
month or
it.
two.
Donnie, are you the boss? You the one that's choosing who's getting whacked up in here, big boss Donnie? Is that how it goes?
And normally
I'm the godfather of the.
He is the Don.
whacking of
He
the
is the
atheist,
Don.
apparently. So, okay.
So
well, yes, Sam.
Yeah,
go
so
ahead. Kick us
I
off,
have a
brother. What do you want to
question.
talk about?
Yeah, so I have a question regarding what was brought up earlier. I want to know how evolution can produce a consistent ethical framework that leads to something beyond just nihilism.
It doesn't.
The reason why I would ask this question is because if from a non-biblical worldview, which would be the worldview you guys are representing, where evolution wins the day, we are just products of nature. And when we look out into the natural world, we see that predators and prey are both required to balance out an ecosystem. And so when a predator devours its prey, we don't call that wrong. We don't call it murder. When they reproduce in a certain way, they don't ask for permission. But now all of a sudden we want to pretend that, we want to borrow from the biblical worldview and make universal statements about what ought or ought not happen. And so the question that I have for the panel, this is the question that I asked Mark a couple months ago, and he blocked me over. I'm still waiting for an answer. And so I'll be waiting for an answer from the rest of you guys. The question is, what is the final reference point for any moral declaration at all? What would that
He
be?
name checked you, Mark, so go first. and
Yeah,
then-
yeah.
Can I go here since I haven't really
Or
had much to
either
say
one of you,
in the stream?
but I want after.
Yeah, sure. Sure, no.
That the answer to that would be stances.
Hold on, Leo,
Person's
hold on.
stances.
Leo, we're going to try to behave in this stream, and we've got plenty of time. We've got 2 more hours. I did call out Mark because he did block me for asking him this question.
So you don't want me to answer? All right.
Well, no, I absolutely
not.
would love for you to answer, Leo, but I think it's fair that Mark, since he's had months to come up with an answer, surely he's got one. So I'm looking for the final reference point. I'm not looking for what an organism needs to survive or anything like that, because that would be true of this cow over my shoulder that's looking really tasty.
Sure.
But what I'm looking for is
I can
final
answer if you
reference
want,
point.
but
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So if you want me to answer, sure. And I don't think I blocked you over that. I think I blocked you for being very aggressive and rude to me, actually, sort of calling me names and stuff is what I blocked you for. So don't sort of make it out like you just, excuse me, you don't just make it out like you just asked a question and that was the case. That was not the case. Yeah. I know what I blocked you for, and I think it was very warranted.
Yeah, put a link to the timestamp for that accusation.
Yeah, I don't have to do that. I get to decide what happens on my channel. I don't think that I've
been overly aggressive or treated
really.
Anyone
You've just
unfair,
interrupted me. You've just interrupted me, Sam.
So you accused me, but you're dodging. So go ahead, Mark. What is that final reference point?
This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about now. So I don't know if there's a final reference point, but what I'm going to say is the way that evolution ties in, and you're making what I tried to point out earlier with a naturalistic fallacy. It's saying,
So
because it exists in
reference
nature.
point?
Excuse me, Sam, are you going to let me talk, or are you just going
Well,
to
that was
talk
the
right over the
question.
top
You
of
just
me?
said you don't have an answer. So now we can maybe move on
Can
to
I
Leo.
please talk? Can I please talk?
Sure. Go ahead.
So the naturalistic fallacy is thinking because something exists in nature, it's got to be a good thing. The problem is that when you have social animals in evolutionary theory, they don't have to eat one another and things like that. We see a lot of cooperation, which is what makes them strong. Humans are very frail. We're very weak in the animal kingdom. We have to cooperate. We're a social species. This gives rise to two emotions. Number one is empathy. Number two is reciprocity.
Hold on, slow down, Mark.
We can.
Hold on. So you're just you're making.
You just interrupted me again.
Right, but you're making a lot of assertions. So what I'd like to do is I'd actually like to slow down. Hold on. I'd like to slow down, and I'd like for you to start defending them. Now, you said that that humans are really weak in the animal kingdom, but I'm pretty sure we're the ones who put together zoos. So I'm not really sure how that follows. I think there's a lot of animals that have been hunted to extinction. I'm challenging your vacuous statement.
Yeah, sure.
That's happening. Hold on. You made some statements.
You don't want me to... Okay.
Well, no, I do. Dude, behave, Mark. Calm down. Okay. Look, this is how this works. Let's have a dialogue. Okay. So you made some statements, and that's what I would like an answer for. So the first question that I asked, I'm looking for the final reference point. You said there isn't one. And then you went on to make a bunch of other statements that you it seems like you don't want to defend. So without that final reference point, everything that follows is just a red herring. When anyone says that something is right or wrong, there needs to be a context for that statement, right? You've got to be referring to something when you say it's right or wrong. And either it's just going to be your imagination, or perhaps the imagination of someone else, or there's going to be some broader context. And that's what I'm looking for. Now, when you appeal again to the natural world and you say, well, there's these animals out there that get along. Yeah, so what? There's ones that don't. Like, again, I've got this cow over here that's going to be a hamburger if it's not already. The picture's a few years old. But nobody cares. It's not a problem. So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you put down a lot of points there. I'm not even sure what you mean by a final reference point, but I would like to address that. I don't think it really needs I think you're sort of saying something ultimate. You're basically saying there has to be a God, and I reject that.
Let me explain that real quick.
So I'd like to address all your points because you sort of gish-galloped along
with it or not?
there. So when you said imagination, it's really not imagine. Excuse me, I'm in the middle of speaking. I don't understand.
Clarification, did you not?
No.
So you don't want to engage then? Does anyone want to engage if Mark doesn't want to engage?
Wow, okay, you're just going to talk over the top of me. Is that what you're going to do?
Mark, listen, I'm challenging you. You said you don't understand my question.
Here's the thing. I let you speak, and I don't interrupt you, and I let you speak and have your time and put out all of these points, but you gish-gallop and put down 3 or 4 points. I want to address them, but you don't let me address them. You just interrupt me.
Mark, what am I looking for?
It's really bad.
Okay, does anyone else want to try this? Mark doesn't want to engage. We're not going to do timed responses so you can hide yourself.
This is so dishonest. This is so dishonest. No, you're dishonest, Sam. This is why I blocked you. You are dishonest.
Leo, if you think you can, what I'm looking for, Leo, is I'm looking for a context. Mark said he didn't know what I'm looking for. I tried to explain it to him, but I don't think he really cares. I think he just wants to.
Do you mind if I just give what I think?
So Amy, look, what I'm looking for is Mark, calm down, bud. You can think about it for a few more months.
I'm calm. You're the one
Amy, look, when you drive down the road and you're pulled over by a police officer and they say that you've broken some law, you're going to ask, what is the context of that assertion? And they're going to provide you with either like a speed limit on the side or on the side of the road. They're going to provide you with some sort of law that you've broken with a number. There's going to be more than just a baseless, a vacuous assertion that you've done something wrong. They're going to provide you with context. They're also going to have an enforcement mechanism, right? Not just anybody can't pull someone over and say they've done something wrong. But you guys made some moral statements. You pulled us over. You said, hey, there's these things that are wrong. And I'm looking for a broader context. What are you referring to exactly when you say that anything is right or wrong? That's what I'm looking for.
I can answer that question. That's easy. Okay.
Hey, Sam.
Hold on 1 second. I just want to point out.
Go ahead, Amy. You were next. And then Leo, I'd love to hear from you. And then evolution requires faith. I think you would go next. So I hope my question is clear. Yeah.
Absolutely. I do want to say that Mark, Leo, Doc, and Beamsy are amazing, and I love that. We're just throwing that out there. Anyway, so speaking of which, how do we get to morality? If you have family and people that you love, how is that just not some arbitrary thing? And I would say the difference.
What I'm asking.
Exactly. And so I would say the difference is that a cow may not be there yet, but don't discount the cow for having maybe feelings and emotions that would eventually lead there one day. I think when we look at social interactions, we got two choices. You have zero sum, someone loses and someone wins, and you have cooperative. And oftentimes it's the cantaloupe, it is the antelope, the wild cantaloupes, the wild antelope versus the mountain lion. And, that is a zero-sum interaction. But oftentimes when we're a social species, especially when we share a lot of DNA or even the same species of ourselves, we begin to work more cooperatively. And from this cooperation breeds a whole bunch of metrics.
Amy,
yes.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm looking for that context. Like when you say that something is either right or wrong, you've got to be referring to something. And if you're not, then it is entirely arbitrary. You're just saying, hold on. You're just saying, look, I have an opinion, and that's it. And so if you can't provide me with some broader context, and I'm specifically looking for that final reference point, you can't say, well, it's this thing over here. And I say, well, wait a minute, let's challenge that. And you say, well, no, it's this other thing over there. Well, I have an opinion about what things need. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Unless you want to say that the individual is the final reference point, meaning like you have an opinion, and so does the person who wants to hurt you. They have an opinion. Like, is the opinion the final reference point, or is it more?
Very specifically, that word arbitrary. We should look at that because it means coming from a mind. And from my opinion, it's almost useless.
Be independent.
I would.
The word you use, David,
you can't use.
Arbitrary means like done for no reason. Yeah, arbitrary means done for no reason. Contrived would be like developed or abstracted by an agent.
And I would say that
you're right, Leo,
have no real delineation here, because from us, it is these minds, these agents that are interacting to give morality. And from our position, the theists have two ways that they are deriving the morality.
Well, but hold on.
What about?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Hold on. No, hold on. Listen.
Wow,
listen.
Sam.
I'll speak for myself.
Listen, Linda, listen.
But here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I could be an atheist asking you this question, right?
Sure.
Like my position has no bearing on you articulating your ethical framework. And so I'm still not receiving an answer from anyone. And so that, when someone says that,
you won't let anyone talk,
that hurt my feelings and I have an opinion on it, like that's great. But if it's not like instantiated with some broader context, then all you're doing is saying you have an opinion. But that's not what I'm looking for.
Sam, can I narrow it down for you?
Can I just finish this one point? No, I'd like to just finish this point.
That's right.
So my point is, Sam.
To Leo,
Leo. I haven't, but I never got to finish my point.
No, I think I should finish, to be honest with you.
Very specific.
My final reference point is.
But what I'm trying to say is, so all morality. So all morality is based on these arbitrary notions. And so when you're trying to point out the atheists, and we could only have this with this, I'm saying to you that we have one or two categories from the people who are trying to say that it's just your opinion. We have their opinion, but they say it's from God, and then the eternal opinion in the sky.
But that's not what we're talking about right now. But I can explain to you, though.
Sure.
I will be, hold on. I'll be happy to explain to you why I'm not even making an argument that if objective morality exists, God exists. I'm saying if any morality exists, any morality, because if we're not talking about something that's subjective or morality, if we're just talking about, hey, I have an opinion, it should be intersubjective. Hey, this guy Friedrich Nietzsche, he had an opinion that morality is non-existent. Like, if we're just discussing opinions on what morality should look like, then we're just, that's not morality. Now we're equivocating on people's opinions and this thing that we're calling morality.
Can I?
So Leo, I'm looking for
I know
Leo.
I'm
looking
wanted to respond.
Yeah, evolution. Just 1 second. So we're going to move on to Leo. Amy, I challenge you to think about that. It is true that if objective
Sure, I don't know
exists,
what I am
God
thinking
exists, but
about
any
though
morality.
for yet, because I was trying to explain my moral system, how that it comes from.
I'm
these
not
moral
looking for that.
metrics.
So.
You're not looking for a moral system?
Okay, look.
What are you looking for then?
Just finish the sentence, right? The
Sure.
final reference point is
intersubjectivity.
The final reference point would be biology. All of these to me come back to a biological,
so Mark's
and then
answer,
ultimately situational. Because
yeah, situational. So we're going to move on to Leo. So Mark, what Mark did is Mark said the final reference point is the individual's opinion on a.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Hold on, Mark.
That's not what I said.
Mark, I'm challenging what you said, right?
That's how this works. You are misquoting me.
Mark,
you're misquoting me.
Let me explain, Mark. And see, this is why you like to go to timed responses, because because you don't like being pressed. And then when I press you, you accuse me of being a meanie, but that's not actually the case. See,
no, that's not what I said.
And I'm challenging it, but when I go to explain,
you're lying right now. That's not. Did I say that, Sam?
Mark,
did I say that?
Bud. Let me explain.
Did I say that, Sam? Did I say that?
Mark.
Sam, did I say that? People's
Dude, this
opinion.
is what you do, Mark. This is ridiculous. We're going to move on.
You can't answer that question.
Mark, I said yes. Okay, look. When you say
I said people's opinion, you are a liar.
Mark, when you say intersubjectivity,
I thought bearing false witness was a sin. Obviously, you have no problem with it whatsoever.
And that's another moral statement. And so when I ask you for the final reference point, and you say intersubjectivity, you're saying that my name is Mark, and I have an opinion on what a framework should be. But see, when we look out into reality in the world of philosophical, ethical frameworks, Mark, there's a lot of opinions. And like I just said, Friedrich Nietzsche, he would have said nihilism. So you have an opinion on intersubjectivity.
It's not just
Nietzsche has an opinion on nihilism. The Christian has opinions. The Hindu has an opinion. The Buddhist has an opinion. There's this world full of opinions, and all you did was give yours. That's all you did.
So
I'm looking for something more. So we're going to move on.
I'm going to respond to that. No, let me respond to that. Are you just going to move on, say all of that against me, and then just move on? Is that what you're going to do? Come on, let me respond.
Go ahead and
so intersubjectivity is not just about what I think. It's not just my opinion. Intersubjectivity is taking into account everybody's opinion around you. Now, we are guided by the two things that I was trying to outline, empathy and reciprocity. They are things that have developed through evolution to allow us to work as a social species.
What's your argument
now,
for that,
we all... well,
you're just making
statements. You don't think empathy exists? You don't think reciprocity exists? I have studies done on animals showing.
Mark? You're just making statements.
Well, I can't even get out anything. I can't even get out anything. So there's been studies done on monkeys and other animals showing sense of empathy and how it came about, like how we use empathy to work with other animals in our social groups. Now, we're guided by these two things, and reciprocity as well. I can show you studies for that as well. That's not a problem. So these two things guide us in what we want out of life. So if we all agree on what our goals should be in a society, if we all agree that, hey, we want a flourishing society, we want to have a good life, there are objective things we can make to get to that goal. That's all that's needed.
That's an
Now, if
equivocation
you-
fallacy. Hold on. I need to
For
stop
what?
you, Mark.
Equivocation
Listen,
for what?
listen, Mark. Listen. You
One
do this
equivocation
thing.
for what?
You do this thing where you're equivocating now. You're saying, hey, look, if enough people
Okay.
have an opinion, right?
Yes.
If we all have this opinion on how people
Mhm.
should behave, which is exactly what I said, that's an opinion. You are presenting your opinion that we should all just get along, but you're not going to apply that to this cow, right? And
Not
so when
my
I said
opinion.
when I said you're just arguing from your opinion, that's all you're doing. You're saying I have an opinion on how people should behave, and if we can all just agree with Mark's opinion, forget anyone who disagrees. If we can all agree with Mark's opinion, then we can equivocate objective with subjective. But that's not the case, Mark. My question is, why ought I agree with you? Why ought I?
Do you think a flourishing society is important? Do you think individual well-being is important?
So did the Nazis. Are
No,
you a
no,
Nazi?
no. I'm asking you, Sam. I'm asking you.
I can be an atheist, Mark.
No,
that's
well,
why
I'm asking you.
Mark, that's why they pushed for slavery, bud.
I'm
That's
asking
exactly
you.
why they pushed for
Sam.
slavery.
The Bible?
So are you
Well, I'm
saying,
asking you.
hold on, Mark. So when I asked for the final reference point, what you did is you provided a methodology that the Nazis used to benefit their society, and what the antebellum slave users used to benefit their society. So
You're
good
getting
job,
a little
Mark.
shrill there,
You didn't
darling.
provide that final reference point, so maybe we can
do
move on to
you-
Leo. But I'm
Do
looking
you
for
believe
something,
in?
Mark.
Well, you
I'm
haven't
looking
answered
for
my
something.
question.
I
You
can
haven't
be an
answered my
atheist,
question.
Mark.
Well,
I can be an
sure.
atheist.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay,
but you
then
haven't
become
answered
one.
my
Let me answer your
question.
question then. You're fine. I don't want to dodge. Okay. So
Okay.
I believe, Mark, that societies should come together because we are all created in the image of God.
That's not
And
answering my
hold
question,
on.
Sam.
Yeah, well, I am answering your question.
Okay.
I believe that societies should try to get along because societies are created of individuals who are created in the image of God. And God from outside the system said that we should love one another, including our enemies. God provided a moral law that he's written in our heart, and he's recorded it in the Bible, in the Old Testament. And Jesus gave us an example of how we ought to live. So when I say that society should get along, Mark, that is my context. That is my final reference point. Now, I'm asking you for the context. Now, I can be a note on a refrigerator. I can be an atheist asking you. I don't know why you're asking me, bud. I want you to.
So we both agree that a society should flourish, and that
no, we don't.
that the individuals are important.
Only at the most shallow.
Well, it doesn't matter the reason. It doesn't matter the reason.
Then you're
We
dodging,
just agree
bud.
on that.
Then
Now
you're
the
dodging.
whole thing is, well, I asked a question whether you
Mark,
think
you're
it's
dodging,
important
bud.
that societies flourish and individuals should be
And what was my
taken
answer?
care of, well-being. It
What
was
was the
yes.
context of my
It was
answer?
yes for a certain reason, but I'm not interested in the dissemination
have
of
a
your
reason?
reason. It's just yes.
Right, but that's what I'm
So
looking for. You're in the shallow end, bud.
because we agree, we can then say, hey, letting people kill each other is objectively bad if your goal is for a society
By
to
what
flourish.
standard,
Would you
Mark?
agree with that?
By what standard? Mark,
Well,
yeah,
sure.
you're-
Sam, then let me explain. If you want the society to flourish, letting people murder each other is objectively bad for that.
No, it's not
Correct?
objectively bad according to who? Then Friedrich Nietzsche?
I'm actually a little
What?
confused by that, because if these things are bad only in virtue of the stance, like aim that you have, that's
Yes.
not going to be objective. That's going to be subjective,
Well,
because
yeah,
it's going
Mark,
to be
but
dependent
it's-
on the stance, not independent of the
dodging.
stance.
Thank you,
Well,
Leo.
yeah,
So,
but
Mark,
if
again, let me
that's going
be
to be
clear with your straw man representation of exactly what I said. Okay. I am not
how do I
challenging.
strawman you?
Let me explain. Can I explain? I want to be very clear to all of the unbelievers on the stage. I am not challenging you guys and saying that you can't be good people. I would actually be misrepresenting my worldview if I said that. Okay. because you are also created in the image of God, and God has written his moral law in your heart, but you suppress that. You don't want to be accountable to God. So that's
but very
difference.
specifically, I just want to put the claim out there that I do not believe that morality comes from a God. And so we have my opinion and your opinion. How
What does
do
it
we
mean
figure
for
out
morality to come from anything?
Yeah,
I don't. That's just confusing to me.
So listen, so thank you, Amy. That's fine. But Mark, when you reiterated the reason why I'm saying that something ought to be the case, your representation was extremely shallow. You didn't deal with what I said
just
at
don't
all.
care.
It doesn't follow that because we agree on what ought to be Mark. My
didn't
position is that
misrepresent your position, Mark, Sam. I just don't care about it. That's all.
Mark, that's cute. But Mark, listen, my argument is that your worldview, your non-biblical worldview, cannot account for the morality that you're invoking. You're borrowing it from mine. You haven't provided me with an ethical framework that can instantiate a universal moral declaration. You've provided me with your opinion.
Sure I have.
So if you borrow from my worldview, then yeah, you can tell one organism what they ought and ought not do. But on your worldview, you're just one organism with an opinion trying to tell what another organism how they ought or ought not survive. And nobody cares.
Yeah.
Nobody
I
cares.
hate to break it to you, Sam, but empathy and reciprocity predates Christianity. It probably predates humans as well, to be honest with you.
It's not really morality.
That's an abstract.
Well, no, it's not morality. No, it's not. But it can be used as a guide in morality. It can be.
It can be. It can be. If somebody chooses that for their stances.
Correct. Yes.
There's a reason why I've been like chomping at the bit to get in here.
Cooperative society is all agree that the human society is important and people are important. That's it. That's all we've got to do.
Mark,
and so if I agree with Amy that people are important and that society is important, then we can have a moral system based upon that. That's all that we need. There's nothing else we need.
We're going to move on to Leo, and I appreciate your thoughts, Mark, but you have not even began to deal with my argument whatsoever. But I do want to tell you that
people usually say that when they have bad arguments. Yeah,
I wish you would unblock me. Okay, it's totally unjustified. but what you have invoked, Mark, has literally justified every atrocious thing that's ever happened, because people in power have opinions on what is best for their society and but they disagree on what that looks like when it's carried out. The Germans had an opinion, the antebellum slave owners had an opinion, and everyone has an opinion on what
and they're all religious.
Okay, guys, I'm going to jump in. I just finished.
And Sam, I will unblock you, but you've got to promise not to get so mean, nasty, and vicious. Seriously.
Okay, now the conversation is probably going to shift before I ever got the chance to say anything.
No, sorry, go Leo. I'm sorry.
I do want to make it clear, because I do have a lot of people in the chat saying that they do at some point want us to move back to evidence for evolution, but we want to give Leo the opportunity to answer as well. So let's allow Sam and Leo to go back and forth a little bit on it. Darth might have a little bit to say, but I'm not turning this open mic into presuppositional debate night.
Well,
as fun as that is.
Just for the audience, though, the reason why this is relevant, because there are atheist philosophers that would say that when you are invoking something like evolution, that is part of a worldview, but a worldview needs to explain all of reality, because they're laying claims to reality. And part of that would be, well, you can disagree. I'll give you my Hegel, The Mind in the Cosmos. He wrote all about it. So, when you want to invoke certain moral declarations from an evolutionary worldview, you better be able to account for an ethical framework that can instantiate a single universal moral declaration, or else you can't explain reality without God. So that's my argument. So go ahead, Leo.
I do have to say that Hegel is a really bad example, because he's a continental philosopher, and continental philosophy sucks. I'm also being slightly facetious with that comment too. So
that's just an opinion, but that's fine.
Yeah, well, it's an opinion that's shared by like almost all philosophers. Anyway, what's the question?
Can you refute his?
I can't even understand what Hegel wrote, because he makes no sense. But anyway, what was your question about moral foundation, something like that?
Yeah. So just, I won't even reiterate. So what I'm looking for is the final reference point. I'm looking for that ultimate context when anyone says something is right or wrong. I want to know how that thing came to be on your framework. The final reference point is
my stances.
That's our
Stances.
so what you're saying is the final reference point is the opinion of the individual, because
No,
you are
not my opinions. My
you have an
stances.
opinion.
Opinions can be stances, but not all stances are opinions.
Leo,
So I
you an
can make
individual?
moral considerations based off of my aims, and aims aren't opinions. I can make moral considerations based off of my desires, and desires are not opinions. But both
Not what I'm
desires,
challenging.
both desires and aims are stances.
That's not what I'm challenging.
That's effectively what the foundation for my ability to make moral statements is.
No,
If my
that's not what I
stance-
looked. That's not what I asked for.
Then I need you to reiterate your question in a slightly easier way to understand.
So when anyone makes any moral statement, right? There's going to be a broader context. Just like when the person gets pulled over for violating a law, it is fair to ask, what law did I violate? And so they're going to be appealing to some ultimate context. And that's what I'm looking for, the final reference point. Now, when you answer that your stances are, what you're saying is you have an opinion that an ethical framework.
I already explained how not all stances are opinions. I don't know why you keep going to opinions. Aims are not opinions. Desires are not opinions.
Okay, I'd like to finish my thought, right? So you're saying that
it's going to be pointless if you're already misunderstanding what I said, isn't it?
How can you say that when you haven't even heard me object? Shouldn't you at least hear
you're
my
objecting.
objection?
You're objecting right now, and when you did so, you misrepresented what my position was. I make these decisions based off my stances.
No, I didn't.
Some of those might be my opinions, but not all of them. So
Leo,
opinions isn't entirely relevant here.
Leo,
I'm speaking broadly.
Is it your opinion that your stances should be considered?
Well, that would be a second order opinion, and so it wouldn't matter, but yes.
Okay, so it is your opinion that morality should be based on your stances.
Well, no, that's not my opinion. That's a fact. Morality is based on people's stances.
What is the context of this fact? Is it written in a coconut somewhere?
No, it's what's studied by moral psychologists. This is a thing we know. People make moral decisions. All rational and normative decisions, which includes moral ones, are made based off of people's stances about things.
Right.
Their beliefs, their desires, their aims.
Okay. Let me reiterate what I tried to explain to Amy. I'm not challenging whether or not you can make right decisions. Okay. That would make sense on my worldview. That would be a neutral appeal, because on my worldview, you are created in the image of God. God wrote his moral law on your heart. So it would be inconsistent for me to say that you don't know what is right or wrong. But the problem is there are certain things that you don't want to be accountable to God, so you suppress that truth. So when you say that
I don't think God is even real, so I don't understand that objection.
Well, that's fine. Of course you don't. You're an atheist, right? But when you say that you have stances, I would agree. But you're just saying that you have an opinion that those should be considered.
I've explained twice that opinions aren't relevant here because not all stances are opinions.
But you're not defending that objection. You've made an objection. I've challenged it, and you're saying,
I actually did defend it twice. I explained how beliefs and aims are stances, but not opinions. So I gave literal examples of stances that aren't opinions.
Leo, let me.
So what do you mean I didn't defend the claim?
Let me ask you one more time, bud. Is it your opinion that your stances should be considered?
That my personal stance should be considered? I don't really have an opinion on that. That anyone's stances should be considered when we're having moral discussions. Well, that's just an inevitability because the moral decisions and determinations that person makes are made based off of their stances.
Leo, you're dodging.
How?
Leo, is it your opinion that all stances should be considered?
It depends on how we're considering them. I don't understand what is it that you're asking me.
Okay. In reality, Leo, are there people that disagree with you?
Yes, they have different stances than I do on things. Abortion would be a wonderful example. I'm pro-choice. Many people aren't. That's because we have different stances.
So you have an opinion that people should consider your ethical framework, but in reality, this thing that
well, no, they can if they want, but I don't have any
Leo.
opinions about whether other people
Leo.
should consider my stances.
Okay, can I finish my thought? So Leo, your worldview is laying claim to this thing that we're calling reality. And you're saying that you have an opinion that people like Friedrich Nietzsche are wrong. You're saying you have an opinion that the Christian is wrong.
What do I think he's wrong about?
Buddhist is wrong. Hold on. You're saying
What
that
do
you
I
have an
think these
opinion
people are
that
wrong about?
all these other worldviews are wrong.
When
and
have I
you're saying that
claimed
you
this?
have-
Has anybody heard me claim any of this?
do you
I don't
have a
recall
world-
saying any of
No, you haven't, Leo.
No.
Leo, do you have a worldview?
Listen, can we get back on
Naturalism,
topic?
yes, but naturalism broadly has nothing to
So-
do with the broader
so
or
on-
with the more the moral
Okay.
discussion we're having.
So on naturalism, when you are matter in motion, is it
I don't know
how
what
do
that
how do
means.
these ethical frameworks just derive? Did they just is there some sort of chemical recipe for these things?
I have no idea. They come from stances. That's what most moral philosophers will say. That's
You
what
don't-
most
you don't
moral
know then?
psychologists will say.
So-
I don't
so-
know.
so
I
you
don't. I don't study that. Am I supposed to know everything ever?
Well, I'm just asking if your framework can explain reality, and I'm asking if your
Absolutely.
I'm asking
In a
it-
moment or two, I just want to ask a question.
Yeah, but when I ask you to unpack this thing called morality, all you're doing is saying that you have this opinion that's not an opinion, but it's actually an opinion that people should
I've
care.
never said that. I've said that people have stances such as
Exactly
beliefs,
what you
desires,
said.
and aims, and it is going to be based on an evaluation of a person's stances and a determination about what best conduces those stances that's going to determine or rather prescribe the actions or behaviors in which they engage. And we behave this way even morally. This is known by philosophers, particularly moral philosophers, because there's a whole branch of ethics with this name, as normative behavior. And this is very, very important when we try to understand normative ethics. So
Is all of
normativity is
that
going to
true?
be a huge part of understanding morality and why people act the way that they do.
Is that true for the cow here?
Do cows behave normatively? Probably in some proto sense,
Do they wanna
yes,
be
but I
eaten,
don't
Leo?
know if we have psychologists that are studying the normative behavior of cows. That's not really something that's going to be interesting to us. I don't know why it would be.
But see, Leo, the problem is I've already addressed what you've said now multiple times because
So what
these
have I expressed to
stances-
you? Tell me what my position is that I've
Let me-
expressed. Show me your
Can we get that
understanding.
last comment to get back
Let me
on
say
the
it.
real
Let
topic
me
of
say
the-
it one more
the
time,
video?
and then we can move on. You can even have the last word, okay? But what you're saying is that there are these things that people have called stances, right? But that's not
Yes.
even true because people do horrific things.
Wait, you don't
But
have
what
beliefs?
I said is
You don't have
that
desires?
these stances
What?
from your world. You need to stop interrupting me, okay? What I'm saying is these things that you're calling stances were written in your heart by the God that you're absconding from.
What's the
But when
evidence
I
for
ask
that?
when I ask you, well, it's easy. Here's the evidence. When I ask you to account for those things, your entire worldview and those other naturalists who would just absolutely disagree with you, like Nietzsche, they would say that these things are
Nobody
just
cares what Nietzsche
emergent
said. He's a
properties.
continentalist.
But Nietzsche wasn't even.
I don't know why you
atheist.
keep interrupting me. They're going
Like
to say that
Oppie would
these
be
things
somebody
are-
to cite, not Nietzsche.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Grandma
and
would
that's
be
just your opinion again, right? But these things that you're calling stances can be accounted for on my worldview. They can't be accounted
Sure.
for.
I don't
on
deny
yours.
that.
And
Yes,
that's
they
why
can.
your worldview, Leo, is
Stances are a
false.
result of intentional and normative
Leo.
behavior. What do you mean I
Leo.
can't account for them? I just
Leo.
told you where they come from.
Leo, that's why your worldview is false. Okay, it cannot account for morality.
Redefine.
Yeah, you can.
All
I've
you're
already
doing
explained
Leo,
how
it's not
humans
making
have
all you're doing
stances, and it
is
is the
giving-
result of these stances that prescribe moral behaviors. I've explained this, I think, pretty thoroughly. I bet Mark understands what I'm
Right.
saying. Amy, Doc Dino, Donnie, I bet they all understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. You have an opinion that people should care about your opinion on stances.
When have I said that? When have I said that people should care what I have to say? I haven't made that
is it
claim
more
once
than
in this
that?
discussion, Sam.
And there's some psychologists that agree with you, and we'll ignore the ones who disagree. That's all you've said. So
No,
you've
that's not
appealed
what
to
I've
your
said.
opinion. Mark appealed to his
Which opinion?
But Mark's opinion was different.
Which opinion did I appeal to?
Because Mark's opinion justified every atrocious thing that
If
happened.
I could just bump in, but
and
Sam,
Amy, what you said was really interesting, but I don't even know what you said, to be honest with you.
So how does senses not account for morality?
Can I just
Because
bring
that
up
was the
before-
claim. I want to see the argument for that claim. How do stances not account for morality?
Because everyone has an opinion.
But that's not an answer to my question. How do stances not
They
account for
don't.
morality?
They don't.
How? How do they not? Why is it that
Because
they don't?
You're equivocating what ought to be the case with
No, I'm
someone's
not.
opinion.
I
on
haven't
what
mentioned
ought to be
anything
the case.
about oughts.
And then you're Leo, you have, like, you and Mark, you guys are so bad at interrupting.
Because you keep saying things that I never said. Why would I
Well,
let
guys,
you continue? You're
Then
misrepresenting
what's the
me.
final reference point?
I'm gonna
I
read
told
the,
you,
I'm gonna read the
stances.
super chat, and then
Amy, there's a super chat
wanna
for you if
ask
you want to
him-
answer
But its
it.
opinions were
question.
Hold on.
defined.
So Leo,
I'm sorry, go
Leo,
ahead.
listen.
It's
Leo,
Well, let's
Leo.
just allow Amy to answer the super chat.
Okay.
So it just says, framing, how did the first organism have the mental capacity to how to reproduce and how it was given the ability to reproduce? And that
The first
depends on
organism was a
how
cell and it
you
split.
suss it out. Yes, I would exactly what Leo was just saying. The first organisms had no mental capacity. They did not have brains or minds, or as far as we can tell, this type of conscious life that we would correspond to. And so it was really some type of either RNA model or competing for the first organisms. But then you eventually get the first animals, and the first animals, the first conscious life, you're probably going to see that form somewhere after, plants have already come around and had their sort of takeover. And so there's fungi and animals left. And so if you want to find out where the first few conscious organisms, we can actually find that in the strata using evolution.
Amy, appreciate the response. Sam, what do you think about that? Do you agree with Amy's answer? Are you an evolutionist now? What are your thoughts?
Yeah,
was
I'm
convincing,
convinced.
for real.
I'm convinced. Amy
Have
and
to have
Leo
you on
have
board.
opinions, and sounds good, bro.
Well, no, that's my question for you, Sam. You offer a weird line of questioning. What you seem to be saying is, I have an opinion, you have an opinion, but my opinion's right for some reason. So I don't get your morality. Why is your opinion that God writes morality on people's hearts? Why should we care about, to quote you, your opinion?
Because
Yeah,
God
well,
has an opinion.
That's a great question, but I've never. Can I answer? I've never given my opinion. I'm appealing to what has been.
Well, no, you said God is written on our hearts. That's an opinion.
Yeah, hold on, Leo. Can you seriously? Can you stop interrupting me? You got to let me get my thought out. You can.
I undertalked you, but I didn't overtalk you. I just overtalked you now, though. That's the difference between two of those.
We done, bud? Like, you and Mark need to show up with babysitters for reals. Okay.
Oh, I just think you can't show
Amy,
how what I said was wrong.
Amy,
The projection is incredible.
All right. Maybe it is.
Okay, let's answer.
Amy, let me answer your question. Okay. I'm not. Maybe it is. Amy, the answer to your question is, I'm not giving you my opinion. Okay. If I do that, forget about it. I am appealing to God. I'm appealing to my worldview. And I'm explaining how your worldview is the problem, because your worldview is a bunch of people telling me that what ought to be the case, because they have an opinion on what ought to be the case, and they'll try to call it something else like a stance, but no one cares. Like, literally no one cares. The
Stance inform oughts, but stance and oughts aren't the same thing.
Yeah,
but I
no
would
one
disagree
cares.
with you.
Nobody
I think
has
you are.
Leo can say, look, here's the question for you guys, okay? A is moral. A is not moral. Okay?
When you say moral, what do you mean?
How do you
When you say moral, what do you mean?
We're not going to do sophistry, Leo.
So I'll tell you what
No,
I mean.
hold
When I
up.
say that something is
Hold up,
moral
redefine.
or right, I just mean that it's what ought to be
Define
done or
morality.
what ought to be permitted, all things
what
considered.
ought
Yeah,
to be the
and what
case.
is that ought?
What
Leo?
ought to
What
be the
is
case?
this
Ought,
mysterious
you don't know what an
shall not
ought
be
is?
done?
The notion of
What is it,
this
Leo?
notion of an obligation, some prescriptive
what is it?
obligation, some prescriptive obligation. Sorry, you're going to shut
what
up and
is
let
it?
me answer the question. You keep reiterating while I'm answering it, or are we just going to play this game ad infinitum? So which
Answer.
is it, buddy? So can you let me answer? Because that would be great. It's some notion of a prescripted obligation assigned by one's stances that prescribes actions and behaviors that are designed to conduce the content of those stances. This is the notion of normativity that you have consistently failed to understand.
Yeah,
Okay,
and what
so
is it?
Who decides
thank
that
you.
though, Leo?
What is
Thank
this
you for the
off the
lecture.
left
I'm gonna
Decides
present
what?
you-
Hold up, Redefine. Please
Wait, no.
I'm gonna
E
present you-
asked a
hold
very
on,
good
Bubba.
question. What was that
I'm
question,
gonna
E? I'm sorry.
present you the
I can't hear it.
contradiction.
Everybody else is talking.
Actually, before anybody talks, Leo, I'm wondering, your audio's kind of coming in and out. It's good for seconds, and then it starts getting a little choppy. Is there anything you could do to fix it, or are you on your phone, or just to let
turn
you
off my automatically adjust mic volume and then just turn my volume down.
And that should work?
Yes. That's why I always turn it off when people turn it on, and then I just turn my volume down to like 70 or 80 or something like that. Yeah, so E, what was your question? Because you actually asked a really good question. I want to answer it. Can you ask that question again?
If there's no such thing as a God, who decides right from wrong exactly? And we
What
can't go by.
What do you mean by right from wrong? What do you mean by those words, right and wrong?
Who decides what's right and wrong? Now,
What do you mean by right and wrong?
Well, give me a chance to speak. I'm gonna give you an example here. Now, my example is in this country
I
over
didn't ask
here.
for an example. I asked for a definition.
Dude, Donnie, can you mute Leo?
Please, I'm
The guy
trying to.
behaves like a child. Like this.
No,
is
Leo's
ridiculous.
asking a good question. Leo's asking a very good question. What the fuck do you mean by the right and wrong?
Okay, well,
Okay,
no.
first off, don't watch the language here now. So if you're gonna start swearing, you can just get out of here. There's no need for any of that. There's probably kids watching, so watch your mouth. All right.
You're gone, bubblegum. I don't understand how we can go nearly 3 hours of back and forth passionate discussion, and bubblegum says a total of 8 words, and one of them has to be an F-bomb.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gone.
Yeah.
So,
Just from the
anyway,
atheist
go ahead.
side, this channel has rules. Like there are rules on it, and if you want to engage with it, you've got to follow some
those
certain
rules.
Yes.
They're easy rules to follow, right? Let's keep it rated G.
I don't think it's hard.
Yeah,
guys.
he's showing us how morality works live on stream. What a Chad.
Okay, let's allow Leo to finish his thoughts. Throw it back to Sam. And I'm going to say 2 minutes. We're going to go to this next super chat. Then we'll engage this a little bit. I got a list of super chats we should.
Hey Donnie, is it okay if I finish my statement there?
Okay.
I got a question there for Leo. So when it comes to if there's no God, who decides right from wrong? Because in a country over here, back in the day, they thought it was okay to sleep with little boys, and we know now that that's not okay to sleep with little boys, but people still do that. So is that okay? Because this group over here says that's okay. They think that's okay, and over here, and I'm sure you're going to say that's wrong. So who are you to say that that's wrong and that's right? Who decides exactly?
I don't know what you mean by right and wrong, so I'm going to struggle to answer your question.
Because you're going by because you know what I mean.
No, you use those words, so I want to know what you mean by them. What do you
see,
mean by the words you used?
E, the problem is when people like Leo
I didn't know
get
Sam
cornered,
was going to answer
they
for
pivot-
E.
they
That's
pivot
kind of
to
weird.
sophistry.
Doesn't everybody
So
think
now
that's
all of a
weird? Isn't that
sudden-
just
Hold
bizarre?
on. Now all of a sudden, Leo doesn't know what's right and wrong, but he's
No,
been
I know
arguing
what they
about an
mean
ethical
for
framework,
me.
right?
That's
You
what
see,
this whole
I don't know what
conversation's been about.
means. That's what I just said. I don't know what
What's right and wrong
he
even?
means by those
Right.
words. Do you not understand the difference there?
Leo has an ethical framework, but doesn't know what right and wrong means.
Oh, I know what they mean. What I want to know is how
he has
E
stances.
is using them. Do you not understand that
stances.
people use words in different senses, Sam? Is that a
Right.
thing you don't understand?
So-
Am I not
So-
allowed? Am I
Right
not
and wrong-
allowed to question
Right and wrong
how
only
somebody
right
else
and wrong
might
only
be
has
using
one meaning,
terms?
Leo. Leo, right
So
and
what
wrong
is
only
that
has one
meaning?
meaning. Leo,
What's
right
that
and wrong
meaning?
has one meaning. Right and wrong
What
has
does
one
that
meaning,
mean?
Leo. There's
What
one meaning
is
for right
that
and wrong.
meaning? What is
There's
that
one-
meaning?
There's only one. There's either something that's good or something that's bad. There's only one
What do you
meaning
mean
for
by
it.
good
You
and bad?
can't confuse the two. There's either something that's wrong or something that's not wrong, Leo, and you know that. That's what you've been talking about this whole time.
So
So
what do you
if
mean
there's
by
no
right
such
and
thing
wrong?
as if there's no such thing as God, Leo, what is right and wrong? Is it okay for
What do
this
you
group
mean
over
by
here?
those words?
Is it okay for this group over here to have sex with little boys, or is it not okay? Which one is it? Yes.
What do you mean by what do you mean by the concepts of okay and not okay?
Okay, Leo.
See, you can change it to good and bad, okay, and okay, but you're talking about the same concept. And what I'm trying to get at is what you have in your head when you use those words. What kind of concept you have, so then juxtapose it with my concept of that to ensure that I answer your question in a way that is honest and meaningful. But if you're just going to be obtuse here and refuse to tell me what you mean by your own words, we're never going to get anywhere.
on, Leo.
So what do you mean by right and wrong?
Hold on.
I think if I can sort of try and sort of try to get at what Leo's saying is that I think that he's saying that you're sort of talking about it like they're a moral facts kind of thing. there's moral facts independent and somehow set kind of stuff.
No.
And that, okay,
That's
sure.
not.
I'm wrong
I'm
then.
just saying I do not
Sorry, Lee, I
understand
don't mean to
at all.
yeah.
No. I mean, I'm not. I don't want to be rude, but that
And this is
isn't
the
what
problem.
I'm trying to
If
get
I
at.
can
What
interject-
concept
Leo, I asked you.
has
Leo, I
of
asked
right
you.
and
Is it
wrong.
okay? Is it okay? I
What
asked
do
you
you
this
mean by
question.
okay?
Is it okay? Is it a right
What do you
thing for
mean
these
by
guys?
okay?
Is
No,
it a?
it's
I'm
evil.
trying to explain, Leo.
Why
Is it a
is it
right
so
thing?
difficult for you to
Leo,
answer
stop
that
talking.
question?
Leo, stop talking.
Leo,
Okay, just
Leo,
let
stop
evolutionism
talking.
finish
Keep your
his
mouth
thought. We'll go
quiet
back
and let
to
me
you.
speak. All right, brother.
So you can
Listen.
reiterate the same question, which you're about to do, but go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Leo. Keep talking.
This is ridiculous.
Well,
Yeah, it
can I
is that
just-
he won't answer
Go
a
ahead,
simple
go ahead,
question.
E.
So hold
Let me
on
just
here,
put
Mark.
your
I
thought
want
out.
you to do me a quick
Just-
favor. Ask me what I mean by right and wrong.
What do you mean by right and wrong?
So when I say that something is right or good or okay, I'm saying that it ought to be done or permitted or it ought to occur, all things considered. And when I say that something is wrong or immoral or bad or it's not okay, what I mean is that it ought not to be permitted or it ought not to occur, all things considered. So see, notice how I gave the concept that I have of those words when I hear them. But I don't know what concept you have.
So
And
you
that's
have an
just going to make
opinion,
it
right,
difficult to have this
Leo?
discussion.
Leo,
What
so
do you mean
have an
by opinion? Are you saying
You
that
have an
opinions
opinion.
are concepts? Because I would
So-
agree with that, but not all concepts are
Donny,
opinions.
Donnie, if you got to muzzle this guy. Like he won't
No, it's just
stop.
you
He's not
questions
letting
and then I
anyone
answer, and then
talk.
before I finish the
This
answer,
guy's-
you
okay, guys,
interrupt me in the
actually-
middle of my sentence.
This guy's actually making
Okay,
Mark
I
look like an
think-
angel right
Can
now.
I just go on to
Come
a point?
on, man.
Right?
Which
Okay,
is-
guys,
I mean,
2
Mark,
minutes.
Mark, you're looking good
Okay,
right
Just
now.
very
Okay,
clearly.
2 minutes is up. Wait, no, wait.
Okay.
Amy, you'll get your chance. 2 minutes is up. Actually, that was about 5 minutes. So we got some bonus minutes on that round. Next super chat, John Meeks. People give their thoughts. And okay, here we go. So hasn't Lenski's bacterial experiment, Amy, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you, James W. and Kent, speak on this issue during the open debate part? I believe so, right? Lenski's experiment.
I'm not sure if we specifically talked about it, but I know that it is an experiment that they have been using where they've been trying to take a single species and to see how much variation they can get out of it. It has been fascinating, and it is part of evolution. And so if they mean falsifies it as in it's true, then yes, just like, I mean, COVID-19 falsifies evolution. A speciation event is evolution. You just need selection
Well, it doesn't
pressure after that.
Falsify it. It fails to falsify it.
Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to either tweak it. Like I'm trying to, if you're trying to say that it is more evidence of evolution because they do speciate, but there's no point that a bacteria is going to stop being a bacteria forever. So when creationists say they're waiting for like one organism to just give birth to another organism, they are, I mean, it's a straw man. I call it the Pokemon evolution fallacy. Like they expect one organism to just start like glowing and then just boom, an egg comes out where it's like a completely different organism than its mother's. But no, it'll always
So
be.
I guess
So
if I could give some thoughts, and then feel free, anyone on the panel, jump in as well. This is a big topic, as many proponents of common descent would certainly look to Lenski's experiment as a pretty solid example of evolution and forward evolution. But from my understanding, Lenski's experiment, after tens of thousands of generations, what they observed were a few interesting adaptive cases or episodes, but it was primarily due to, for example, one of the adaptive episodes had DNA being knocked out of the bacterial species in order that they could replicate faster. And so in that specific environment or medium, the E. coli bacteria could indeed replicate faster, but it was due to the knocking out of pre-existing genes. And so essentially, yeah, the bacterial species, they're losing genes, and it's leading to adaptive episodes, but it's long-term degeneration because they're not going to get those genes back. And if you were to throw those bacterial species into another environment, they would essentially be dead on arrival because they don't have those pre-existing genes that were knocked out prior.
Just to clarify,
Go
you're
ahead.
not saying that there is a genetic entropy going on here?
I would argue that the Lenski results is a form of genetic entropy that I would call reductive evolution. If you type in reductive evolution in bacteria, you'll find that bacterial species are well known. It's understood that they lose a lot of genes to adapt. And so it's reductive adaptation, basically. So yes, I would say a form of genetic degeneration. Mark, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I think that's kind of misleading, because you're sort of making it sound like the only mutations that were sort of DNA being knocked out, and that's not true, especially with the citrate feeding ones that had a 2,900 and something base segment of DNA was duplicated. So that was actually a duplication mutation, not a emission. So that's not 100% true. And there were many differences. In fact, they separated them into 3 different clades. So basically speciation between 3 different groups. I'm not sure if it was speciation, but definitely 3 distinct groups. They had increased cell size in all 12 populations. One had an ecological specialization. Some had balanced polymorphism and simple ecosystems. Like, there was a lot of change over this time. But as Amy's saying, if you expect it just to grow legs, that isn't nearly enough time or sort of, anything for that to happen. Also, the problem with this question is that you're sort of saying, well, it's equal to 1 million years of human evolution. Well, the mutation rates aren't the same, and you can't really compare mutation rates in a multicellular creature with mutation rates in a unicellular creature. I don't think that's really a good idea.
Okay, let me respond to a few things there. So firstly, I think it was in 2021, and Dr. Kevin Anderson presented this in a debate with Jackson Wheat on this channel. Sam, you probably remember. There was a paper that came out on Lenski's experiment that these so-called beneficial mutations, they're actually being lost in the population rather than being fixed. And these bacteria in Lenski's experiment, they're becoming lazy. They've lost a pretty large portion of their functional genome size. And so even in light of the gene duplication, there's so many genes that are being lost and knocked out in this environment that what we have is a trade-off, but that trade-off's not sustainable because it's resulting in smaller genome sizes and weaker bacterial species. My understanding of the aerobic citrate digestion by bacteria involved the loss of control of the normal anaerobic citrate digestion. So even if you look to the genotype or the genotypic effects of that so-called beneficial mutation, it is a loss or the degradation of a pre-existing system, in this case, a regulatory system. So yes, we're seeing adaptive episodes, but it's all due to a reduction in genetic content. And so you're not going to get your fish to fisherman by throwing out genes. That's not how you climb Mount Improbable. You're not going to climb up the mountain by taking one step, but then 10 steps backwards, and then another step, and then another 10 steps backwards. That's not how you're going to climb the mountain. Go ahead.
Well, what it was good at illustrating is that variation could go on with the correct environment indefinitely. And that, if there are no factors that we need to tweak, however, if we wanted to artificially push things in some sort of direction, then you start to get into where we're dealing with dogs and other species that we have actually changed genetically. But I don't think that this experiment says it's just like, in my opinion, ERVs, Mark was talking, and like all the biologists that I have
never heard of them, Amy.
Speak of. And I will say, I think this gets spicy, just like I think this experiment gets spicy, because I think what the people of this experiment would tell you is this is a great example of evolution, just like ERVs are a great example of evolution. And so I think that this gets fought within the creationist circles and brought up because it is you gotta go where I guess the hammer and nails are taking us.
Well, Amy, I appreciate those points. Sam, I know you're going to say something, so I'll be quick. I would argue this is not forward evolution. This is not the kind of evolution that's going to take Amy, as you explained earlier, and I appreciate it. You got a single-celled like organism that evolves into a multi-celled organism, into a fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal, eventually man, right? Well, what we see in this experiment are the elimination of pre-existing systems. We see pre-existing metabolic pathways that were essentially hit with deleterious mutations, or a mutation that deletes part of the chromosome, leading to faster replication. That would be, and here's my analogy, and I'll wrap it up here. That would be like if I wanted temporarily better gas mileage in my car. Okay. And so I decided to remove weight off of the car, remove the seats, remove the mirrors, remove whatever I could so the car could go faster temporarily. Well, overall, that's degrading to the car. That's not telling me where the parts of the car came from. It's showing how I'm getting rid of those pre-existing parts. And so that's degenerative. And that's essentially what we're seeing in Lenski's experiment. Mark's smiling. So go ahead, Mark.
Well,
I just got to address this.
Oh, no, let
yeah, sure.
Mark.
Go, Amy.
Well, no,
okay,
just my final thing on... No, we're talking. Sure. You go. I've been blabbing.
Okay, look. You're describing evolution. Evolution doesn't mean that it won't have parts of it that don't basically get made redundant. Vestigial traits are those things that get changed into something else because they're not needed anymore doing the original function. In fact, we even lose parts of creatures that just aren't needed. Like what you've described is evolution, that taking the seats out of your car, and I mean, I hate to compare biological organisms to cars because they're just nothing like you're not breeding cars. It's a bad analogy, but just say you did take your seats out of your cars and stuff, that would make it more fit to survive the purpose that you have for your car. So that is not a degeneration of the creature. You're thinking of this as, well, its original form or its original morphology, that is the best thing for the environment, and it may not be. And that's when things lose traits. Like, for instance, if a mammal like takes to the ocean, it may lose its rear legs, and it's, you know, because they're not necessary anymore. So you've just described evolution, Donny.
That's
okay, let me respond real quick. Sam, we'll throw it to you after, but I don't want to leave that hanging. So, firstly, I don't believe that is the type of evolution that's going to take your single-celled like organisms into fish, amphibian, reptiles, mammals. Because for that kind of evolution to be true, there has to be a genetic event that demonstrates how you could construct highly complex genetic systems. But beneficial mutations, as I think, Mark, you're demonstrating here, are almost exclusively identified and categorized by their phenotype, right? Their physical characteristics. That's what we're seeing with these bacterial populations in Lenski's experiment. You know, they're able to replicate faster, or the citrate digestion. Okay, this is their phenotype. Mm-hmm. But when we actually look to the genetic systems or their genotypes to see what's really going on under the hood, what we actually see is it's reductive. It's the elimination of pre-existing systems. It is the throwing out or knocking out of pre-existing genes. And so, no, that's not going to take your fish to fisherman. I just want to say this because it's not telling us where these proteins came from. It's not telling us where these regulatory systems came from. With the car analogy, it's not telling us where the seats came from, where the engine came from, where the steering wheel came from. It's just telling us how those pre-existing systems were removed. No, you got to show us how these systems can come about through these kinds of mutations. Go ahead.
Oh, and I just wanted to say that I would be highly surprised if it was the only mutations were ever just from a loss of, as someone would put it before, it's actually a loss of data. It's not information, because information implies a mind. But it's not just a loss of data. It is both. You can have a loss and a gain, and sometimes mutations that have nothing happening at all. And so I just guess would poke
if I could, Amy.
Absolutely.
Well, I'd like to add another point to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Which is
actually, Godzilla Freak, if you could, brother, this will take 10 seconds. So I would say and then we'll throw it to you, Godzilla Freak. I would say it's not necessarily a matter of loss or gain of information. People can probably tell I try to do my best to not use the word information because things can get kind of complicated there. Are we talking about Shannon information? What do we exactly mean when we say loss or gain of information? I think it's more about a mechanism, having a mechanism that can explain the origin of these sophisticated systems found in the cell. But what we find is a lot of these mutations, they're functionally compromising. It's a pre-existing system eliminated for a short-term adaptive episode. Is that necessarily a loss of information? Is it a gain of information? That's a complicated question, but we do know that it's pre-existing genes that are being removed or eliminated. That we do know, and that is reductive. Go ahead.
It also sounds like you were just bringing an irreducible complexity, just at like the tail end, at least something hinting towards that. But
yeah, it did sound a bit.
Well, the point I'd like to make is that if it's the case that the life forms we see today are the results of hundreds of millions of years of evolutionary processes, and they began with less function and today have more function, let's just say that took a really long time, then we would expect there to be sort of an equilibrium between gaining function as a response to a stress and losing function as a response to a stress. So that when we experiment on different life forms, we should find that some life forms are more likely to undergo reductive evolution, others more likely to undergo additive evolution, right? Because there should be this kind of equilibrium where, okay, the total number of functions maybe stays the same, they get shuffled around. There should be this up and down. But instead, that's not what we observe. Rather, in the experiments that we see, it seems to be that the overwhelming quantity of evolutionary mechanisms, of methods to adapt to new environments in order to increase fitness, seem to go in that reductive direction. So why is it the case, not just for a particular experiment, but for the sum total of all these different organisms, that they're at a stage where reduction is the way to adapt to the environment, right? Is the optimal way.
Sure. And the claim is that it tends to be more reductive, which is what I think there needs to be evidence of. I think that there is lots of empirical evidence of not just deleterious mutations, but beneficial mutations and mutations that do not affect the organism in any way, shape, or form, negative or positive. And so genetic entropy would actually maybe gain some traction if that was the only thing that we see. However, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, no, I'd like to clarify the concept here. I'm not speaking necessarily even of all mutations. I'm specifically, in this case, referring to those mutations that are beneficial. Right? Are the beneficial mutations reductive by nature, additive by nature?
Donny, quick moderation
I'd like
point.
to add something.
Just quick moderation point with Donny. I'm gonna, because I'm actually gonna head out anyway. So I'll leave for Erica to come in. She's why is she not already in here? I don't know. Anyway, I also don't want Doc Dino to leave because he hasn't said anything and he should get to say some things. So I'm outie 5,000 folks. It's been fun. It's been good. Mark, stay real. Amy, stay real. Donnie, stay real. Sam, try your best to stay real. I can send you some books on meta ethics. I'm actually not joking. I'm actually being serious, and I'm not trying to be offensive. I really do think you should read up on it. I actually think you'd like the subject.
Yeah, one of us is
anyway.
doing homework.
Leo,
I
always
read
a
all the
pleasure.
time anyway.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, Donnie. Y'all take it easy. Enjoy yourselves.
And of all the people that actually have training or expertise in the field, Gutsick Gibbon is the one person.
Yeah.
The real Gutsick Gibbon or a
Well,
clone.
she's not the only one, but she does have the most experience.
Hello. It's
Hello.
good to be on. How is everybody? Well, I hope.
That could be an AI voice, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know. I've seen
These
some
days,
pretty
man.
sophisticated
Yeah.
AIs these days.
I'm known to be famous enough that my haters will go to great lengths to impersonate me everywhere I go. Here, hold on. I'll show myself, but I'm probably not going to do that a lot because I'm in my PJs.
No, we know. We know it's you. We know it's you. No worries.
I'll put the camera back on if I need to use any of my props, but until then.
You get yourself comfortable. So good to have Gutsick Gibbon, the celebrity here. on the evolution side and basically the creation side too. So welcome to the late night panel discussion. Currently we're on the nature of mutations, beneficial genetic entropy, you know, tossing a little of that in there. So feel free to join in, and I'm sure we'll slowly shift to hominins. Erica.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm working on a fairly large video right now on the transitional nature of all of the hominins. It's going to be quite large, but I realized I need to get a good perspective on I need to get my finger on the pulse, as it were, on where creationists are at on where that line is drawn. So that's what I'm here to try and inquire about today. But yeah, I can throw my hat in the ring on some of this stuff. I mean, the realm that I'm most comfortable in is macroscopic, but you know, I can give my opinion as long as I'm not going to be accused of impersonating a geneticist. I promise Dr. Dan's not on the line.
I did watch your panel discussion with reasons to believe.
Yeah,
and I thought that was good. And credit where credit is due. I think you did a fantastic job defending the sophisticated nature of Neanderthals, demonstrating their intelligence. I understand you would hold to a differing position than me and Sam, right? You'd say they're a different species. But nonetheless, I think you did a good job providing the evidence that is contrary to the RTB model. And
Yeah,
so I enjoyed that.
I've asked Fuzz about that quite a few times. A long while back, I had a discussion with him on modern day debate, and to my understanding, he doesn't quite have a model yet that he's using to kind of bolster that idea. So I don't know where that's going to go. I think that the line as it is right now is a little bit arbitrary, and that's what I told him. You know, I mean, Neanderthals were incredibly capable hominins. If you want to look at it from the perspective of conventional science, they really outdid Homo sapiens when it comes to tenure on the planet. If that's how you want to measure success, they did quite well for themselves. And yeah, I'm interested. You know, there's speaking. I mentioned in the side chat here with regard to genetic entropy. I am really curious to talk to Paul Price about it because there have been some very complete ancient genomes that have been published as of late. And as somebody who isn't a geneticist, I have looked at them. They span tens of thousands of years. Which in the younger time scale is still spanning a time frame, right? It's shrunk down, but it is still spanning a time frame. There is no degradation there. Wrangel Island mammoths, maybe, but that's because they're experiencing island dwarfism. But outside of the Wrangel Island mammoths, you're gonna get some interesting stuff out of these ancient genomes. So I'd love to talk to Paul about that.
How did they?
If I may,
determine
really
the-
quick,
the date
Erica,
of those
I
that you're
recently
saying
saw your
they're
video
10,000
on.
years old?
There's a little
You're
bit
both
of-
talking at once, like Doc or Sam. Go.
Okay, why don't we start with Doc, because he has been quiet for a while, and then Sam, we'll throw it right back to you, brother.
Thank you. Just on that topic, Erica, I saw your video on Paranthropus recently, and I kind of went on a little excited paleontologist rampage, sharing that everywhere I could. Great stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm curious as to how you guys are taking that news. I mean, we've got proteins from Paranthropus, and they nest firmly in the hominins. Like it's pretty interesting stuff. And the more of this stuff that's going to come out, the harder and harder it's going to be to draw that line. After all, genetics is what matters, right, Donnie? That's going to be a hard sell. But
no, it's all about the fossil record.
Yeah,
Fossils
well,
are
I sure
inherited
hope so.
permanent, not genes, traits. I'm just kidding.
That's my bread and butter, man. And you know, now that I've actually had some experience in the field, I know, I actually know how it's done. Which, you know, I knew how it was done through other people, but personal experience is a different animal entirely. So I'm pleased to have that feather in my cap.
Well,
Out of curiosity,
so firstly,
how many liters of water did you take a day?
How much water did I take a day?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, we probably brought out, I brought out personally a 2-liter, and I filled it up at least once while I was
it a
out. I mean,
hydro flask?
It's hot.
Yeah.
I actually had a hydro flask. My sister got me one, but it got really dented. I dropped it a couple times in the airport.
They do work very well.
Yeah, they're incredible.
Yeah.
The problem is the field site doesn't have any cool water anyways. The water's already warm, so there's nothing to keep hot or
Well, here's
cold.
the secret. Here's the secret. Lots of coconut water. Like Mark, I'm getting over a week-long cold, about 80% better, and lots of coconut water and normal water for me. So, but with that being said, Paul Price. He will be here, if I'm not mistaken, September 7th. We're doing a genetic entropy open mic. So, Erica, if you can join that, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, no, Paul and I go way back, actually. I've known Paul longer than I've known anybody in this panel.
It'll be a reunion of old pals.
Yeah, be careful advertising that. You're going to attract everybody from the debate evolution.
Oh, I know.
And you're going to get Joel. You're going to get the whole gang will be here for that.
The
Zach's
whole
actually
crew.
interested in speaking with Paul as well, I heard. So we'll see.
That'll be a night to remember. And Sam, to be fair, you were going to say something when Doc was going to say something. So let's now throw it to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So Erica, glad you're here. So you said that they found some ancient DNA and that it's, how old was it?
Well, it depends on the specimen.
Well, the ones that you were referring to, you said
Proboscidean? The Proboscidean DNA?
The one that you just referenced.
Paranthropus?
I'm not sure. Whichever one you referenced.
The Hominin?
Whichever one you referenced.
I think
that
he's talking about
they found some DNA and that was, I think you said tens of thousands of years old and it was in amazingly great shape.
Oh no, yeah. So for proboscideans, those are mammoths and their relatives, mammoths, mastodons, and things like that. They're all within a couple 100,000 years of one another, I believe. But I believe there are several of them that get as close as like tens of thousands, or even some found within the same section of permafrost.
How did they come up with those dates?
I believe with permafrost, they tend to use ash layers above and below.
So they were using certain dating methods of the soil instead of like a molecular clock, a genetic type clock.
You mean they're using like geologic methods, like geochronology?
Yeah. So I found, because I have an article about some woolly mammoths that they found, and when they tested the DNA, and this is a second, I'll try to find the source. They're saying they were surprised because it died in an ice age, which they alleged was, quite some time ago. But they're saying that the DNA that they examined, they determined that it was only just a few thousand years old.
Well, mammoths lived a few thousand years ago. The last of the mammoths went extinct on Wrangel Island when the Great Pyramids were being built. So that's not surprising to me at all.
The confusion is they had conflicting dating methods, because on one hand, the soil or the layers that they found this in, the ice layers, were supposed to be much older than the genetic analysis itself. And so that's why I was asking you, when you say that you found this DNA and it's hundreds of thousands years old, is that, or however old it was that because of a genetic analysis, or because that you were, dating the soils around it?
Well, I believe you can do, typically, especially as of late, you do it with both. So you corroborate the molecular clock with the fossil record. That's actually one of the coolest things about hominins, is that we see the divergences via the molecular clock matching up pristinely with what we find, the dates that we find in the fossil record. So I'm assuming we did both, but I don't study proboscideans, so I couldn't tell you. I don't know which ones they used. I know they used geochronology, but I'm not sure if they did a molecular clock on it or not. I mean, I certainly think it would be interesting, but what I found notable on it was that it was like 24 mammoth genomes, right? We're not talking one or two. We're talking about 24 mammoth genomes, right? Like, this isn't a little bit of DNA. This is gobs and gobs and gobs of DNA.
Were you saying earlier that
that's not what I'm calling into question?
Yeah,
I was saying earlier that the mammoth genome.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just questioning how you derive that date. I mean, you say, well, we found some DNA and then we dated the Earth and we think this is how old it is.
Yeah, radiometric dating works beautifully. I mean, I can argue radiometric dating with you if you want. I'm happy to do that. I will do that all day long, but that's not what I came here to do. I'll do it if you want. If you guys want to turn this into a conversation about radiometric dating, I've got sources out the wazoo. In fact,
a requirement, though, Erica, to discuss radiometric dating, you have to know what the heat problem is. You ever heard of that?
Oh no, enlighten me.
No idea.
Yeah, we can teach you about it. So
didn't you and McLean come up with a
the
solution, Donny? Didn't you say you were going to release the equation on it, Donny? The equation for this solution was going to
Don't worry, McQueen is working on it, Mark. He's been working on it.
Well,
we'll see.
Found it on a stream of Donny's, and he was going to present it, and then we didn't hear anything. Are you ready for that, Donny? Maybe you can present it tonight.
It's a secret for now, but one of these days we'll reveal the big equation. It's like if you ever see the ending of Interstellar, where you've got about 16 different blackboards, it's a big equation. So one of these days,
I bet it is a big equation. I bet that equation is absolutely huge. I think you should probably tell, the other young Earth creationist geologists and physicists who've been working on this for, decades first, though. Don't tell us first. Tell them first. So
I'll talk to McQueen about it, but I don't want us to go too far off track. So I was asking earlier. Well, firstly, we were just kind of finishing the final point on the Lenski experiment and the fact that what they observed overall, in light of a few interesting adaptive episodes, were reductive evolution, shrinking functional genome sizes. And Erica, you probably remember, you co-modded that debate with me years ago, Dr. Kevin Anderson and Jackson Rowe. And Dr. Kevin Anderson advanced a paper from, I believe, 2021. And it demonstrated that a lot of these beneficial mutations in the Lenski bacteria, they've been lost, and they did not drift to fixation.
Well,
and
in
so
which environment?
In that medium that they're growing.
When they evolved in, or the initial medium?
I believe the ones that the beneficial mutations evolved in, quote unquote.
Where they were the citrate plus. I'm not sure I believe that. I'd need to see that, because I thought I had heard that they'd done that when reintroduced to the initial medium, and it's basically just a bigger version of the antibiotics fitness thing. But that's just, guys, that's just changing the definition of fitness, right? Like, fitness is context specific. There's not a fitness.
Do you find it curious, though, that after all these generations of E. coli bacteria, overall, they've just lost a lot of genes, they've shrunk in functional genome size? Do you find that to be curious, or is that expected?
Well, my understanding is that their genome shrunk and also were measurably more efficient. That's the same thing that's happened to the human Homo sapiens brain over the past 300,000 years. Our brain case size used to be bigger. It used to be close to what the Neanderthal close to the Neanderthal average, like with the Jebel Irhoud stuff, right? Like, it used to be quite a bit larger, but it's gotten smaller, right? When you look at the endocasts of those things, the organization is not different. When you take our genomes back in time, you look at ancient DNA from humans, we're not getting stupider. We're not dumber than the people that lived in the past. What's actually going on is the brains are getting more efficient. And you can actually pin this down to specific genes for creating, like, I believe it's like radioglial cells and things like that. So that's not surprising to me at all. As long as they're actually getting more efficient, which that was my understanding of it. But it's been, a year since I've looked at the Lenski stuff.
How do you know that's correct?
It's my understanding, Sam. I also know that you were going to say something. Matt probably wants to get in on it. So pretty soon we'll probably organize the panel a little as we move into human evolution too. It's my understanding that in order to get these bacterial species to essentially replicate faster, we were talking about this earlier, a lot of DNA was knocked out, pre-existing systems eliminated. To your point on the hominins, whether it's Erectus, Naledi, Hobbit, the smaller brain size could be due to, and I know you have talked about this, reductive adaptation, as in these isolated populations. We know that brains are energetically costly. And so selection would actually favor a reduced brain size in order that the species doesn't require as much external resources.
Well, yes, it could, but we see both trends all across hominin evolution. Like, there's not just a single line of hominins with bigger brains. You see brain case size go up and down within Australopiths. You see it go up and down in genus Homo. And there are a great many extremely successful hominins that had brain case sizes all over the place. Case in point, Homo erectus sensu-lato. If you look at those guys, if you're looking at it from a conventional perspective and you're looking at it in a broad sense, they lived for 2 million years. And their brain case sizes all over the place, depending on the environments they live in. So, sometimes brains are big, sometimes brains are small, sometimes they're more efficient, sometimes they're less efficient. Some of this is luck of the draw, some of this is active selection. It's entirely dependent on which hominin population we're looking at and where they're at, as well as taking into account the intraspecific variation. So, for instance, in Dmanisi, are we looking at a single species there? These are questions that you have to ask. You
Well,
know,
in the Demonisi fossil group, you have morphology consistent with, correct me if I'm wrong, Neanderthals, Heidelbergensis, and Erectus, and some Homo sapiens. That's a lot of variation.
Well, you don't have any defining characteristics of Homo sapiens, like any apomorphism for Homo sapiens or Neanderthals. You've derived characteristics because Homo sapiens also has them. But like by and large, the Dmanisi specimens, I mean, you know me, right? Like I think splitting species up sometimes makes things easier to understand. I think they should be Homo georgicus. I think that they are tremendously morphologically different from any other type of Homo erectus, and indeed from Homo ergaster as well.
So you'd consider yourself more
size.
Consider yourself more of a lumper than a splitter overall?
It depends. I mean, like, for instance, I have to take each hominin in stride and look at its individual morphology to see if I think it's distinct, right? Like, I've been reading a lot about STW 573, the Littlefoot specimen, a hominin that I am shocked is not in contested bones, by the way. I did not realize that on my first read through, but the more I've been, looking back through, it's been a while since I've done an episode, I realized it's not in there. I don't understand why Africanus isn't in there, period. We don't have Australopithecus africanus, one of the best represented Australopith species, in contested bones at all. There's no Mrs. Ples, there's no Sturkfontein specimens, there's nothing. Well, Mrs. Ples is Sturkfontein, but there's nothing. I don't understand it, especially because Sediba's in there, and we have less of Sediba than we do of Africanus. But like, for instance, the author Clark, especially in 2019, he argues that STW 573 is distinct enough from Australopithecus africanus that it should be Australopithecus prometheus. I don't know that I buy that, right? Like, I don't know that Yul Rock buys it, and he's the big Australopithecus facial morphology guy, right? But like, you see what I mean? Like, it depends on the specimen. But at the same time, I think that there's plenty of support to argue that the Dmanisi specimens are indeed distinct from Homo erectus.
Well, maybe let's, and it's such a massive topic that I do feel like there's several different points on the table currently. Let's try and hone in.
A question, because I got a question for you, and I'd be pleased to hear this from every creationist in here. I got my notebook out, so I want to know. What is the most
Erica, before you do though, just because I do want to at least address one thing, and Matt, I understand would agree with me here. There's a lot of variation in the human kind, basically, you can say. And so I think evidence for that is in what you're talking about, where we find these fossils in the same location where you've got morphology and traits consistent with different groups. You said you put them all in the Homo georgicus taxon, basically.
For Dmanisi, yeah,
right,
for Dmanisi.
So I would say with humans, there is a lot of variation, whether it's Erectus, whether it's Heidelbergensis, whether it's Neanderthalensis. But to the brain size, you would interpret a smaller brain with Australopithecus up to Homo habilis, up to Homo erectus, and eventually Homo sapiens. But we do see a lot of overlap, at least with your Homo group, right? And so, yeah, we see some big brain with big sizes, some with smaller brain sizes. But again, a lot of the species with the smaller brain sizes, those are those that exist in isolated inbred populations, including the island populations, right? Like Floresiensis, Luzonensis.
It's only those two. Like, of your small brain hominins, only those two are seemingly in isolation. And they're not really in isolation, right? Like, they don't have any, and we don't have DNA from them yet. I know that that Matt Tachiri is trying to get some DNA from some of the molars, but I mean, the Lingbua cave isn't exactly ideal. It's pretty open. It's not great for preservation. It's not like pulling proteins from a parenthebus tooth hidden away in a cave in the belly of South Africa where it's dark and encapsulating. They're not inbred. There's nothing to make us think that Homo naledi is inbred, or that the Chinese variations, the early Chinese variations of Homo erectus are inbred, or that the Georgian population is inbred. And I see that you've got this this paper up here by Tattersall. I don't know why this is still on the table, guys. Like, there is a complete field of paleopathology where you can look at
actually, Erica, before you go to the paper, But would you not agree if these groups existed in small tribes, in small numbers, and they interbred within that small group or small tribe for many generations, what happens in those circumstances, in those situations? They become inbred. And then
Yes,
a lot
but
of those
there's
inbred
a
related
reason.
conditions could come to the forefront. They could drift to fixation. And then you have an entire group that has those types of anomalous features, the small
Well,
brain size.
sure. Well, sure,
Okay.
but when you look at Neanderthals, right? A lot of their apomorphies, their defining characteristics, right? They appear relatively early in their evolutionary history, and they stick around. They're not an artifact of inbreeding. And not only that, we have pretty dang old Neanderthal genomes, and not all of them are indicative of an inbred population, and yet they still have these robust Neanderthal characteristics. They have the retromolar gap, the occipital bun, swept back zygomatics, right? They've got the whole 9 yards, the large nasal aperture. And it depends on where you're looking in the Pleistocene, right?
Right. I wouldn't argue that those robust features of Neanderthal are due to inbreeding or genetic degeneration. I would argue that those are eco-glacial adaptations.
Yeah,
So-
that's interesting. My old advisor, an old advisor of mine, was actually a big guy who argued against that. He used to say the Neanderthal face is not cold adapted, and I don't know that I believe that. I'm not sure if that I buy that. Him and I argued quite a bit over it, but you know, I guess his best case is that you also have Neanderthals living with those same adaptations in the Iberian Peninsula, right, in Cima de los Huesos, in these areas that are abjectly not freezing cold locations. And that was what his argument was, is that, you know, we see these adaptations everywhere. There's got to be something else for it. But that's neither here nor there, right? I don't think you can use paleopathology to explain the variation in hominins. And the reason why I say that so confidently is because we clock paleopathology in a great many hominins, as you just showed with that paper. We know what to look for. The only reason we know how to clock paleopathology is, the only reason we know when to clock paleopathology is because we know exactly what we're looking for, right? There's abnormalities in the way that bone ridges grow, muscle attachment sites, the formation of certain teeth, right? Like you can see this stuff. There's like a whole field dedicated to not just to paleopathology in general, but hominin paleopathology. So you can't make this argument to write off all of variation. We could clock it.
I would argue that a lot of I'm going to make this point, Erica, feel free to respond, and then someone else jump in. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then when I get back, we'll engage your question. So out of fairness to you, Erica, I know you have a question and you'd like us to engage it for a while. And I think it's a good question, so we should dedicate some time to it. And so I would argue a lot of what we see in terms of the variation in these hominins is just natural variation that exists within the human genome or gene pool. But then other instances are of inbreeding, they're of isolation, genetic degeneration, developmental anomalies. I mean, I think we would both agree that some of the hominin fossil record is associated with an increased amount of anomalies due to the stressors that they existed in, including the environment, including...
Well, sure. They had super rough and tumble
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I totally interrupted you. Please
No, that's okay. Erica, feel free to respond. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. Whoever else wants to jump in while I'm gone, go ahead.
And then
we're going to engage your question.
Donnie. I want you to hear my response. I'll be quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
So in a quick way, right? Like what you're saying is akin to, let's say I have a test that can specifically clock whenever somebody has a common cold, right? They spit on the test and it tells you when you have the common cold. That's like you saying that everybody who is sick must have the common cold because we can tell when some people have the common cold, right? Like the fact that we can tell when hominins have a paleopathological condition means we also know when they don't. That's your problem here. That's why you can't write any of these off, or at least not the ones that are explicitly clocked already as being paleopathologic.
Doesn't that just assume that they all have the same condition, or the condition is affecting them in the same way?
What do you mean?
The example that you made.
Meaning like
can there not be other things within an environment that would cause a somewhat unique change?
I mean, there can be like bone remodeling on like the shins. Like if you have like shin splints, you can get certain remodeling on the tibia. But the point is, we know what causes that. We know what to look for. And not only that, but in a given species, there is an acceptable range that is generally agreed upon that is their species variation, their intraspecific variation. And like, you're also not going to get abnormalities that are bilaterally symmetric, right? Like you're not going to get an abnormality that impacts each zygomatic the same way, both sides of the face, or both humeri the same way, or both femora the same way. Like it's just not going to have, that's not the way disease works. That's how paleopathology works, right?
I think it depends on whether or not it's like a nervous system. I think there are certain, I could be getting this wrong, but I think that's how that they tell that you have like a virus or a nervous system issue, is whether or not it'll affect you symmetrically or one side of the face or another.
Yeah, it's Bell's palsy. Bell's palsy affects the left side of the face.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not really sure that would really work if it's I don't know. It seems kind of mysterious.
You're kind of making my case here, Sam. Like Bell's palsy impacts one side of the face, not both sides of the face. That's how you know someone has Bell's palsy. So if you have some kind of paleopathologic condition, it's not going to impact both zygomatics exactly the same way.
Right, but what I'm saying is there are conditions that would affect both sides.
Bone conditions? I'm not aware of any. Like what?
Well, I'm just giving you an example that there are certain traits that can affect somebody symmetrically or on one side or another. But now, whether or not
I don't know.
You're talking about a bone condition, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that we've examined the genome enough to know that a certain mutation at a certain spot can't affect something to change in a certain way.
I mean, we can tell when some of these guys have cancer, right? Like we've clocked Neanderthals with cancer. We can tell how when they have cancer of the bone, how that actually, like not only how it impacts the bone in a hominin, in a human today, but how it actually impacts the bone after preservation, because cancer is so prolific, right? Like we know what it looks like, is what I'm saying. So, I mean, if you want to say maybe there's an unknown thing that's responsible for the variation, like I can't argue against that. But I mean, that's
I would say on your worldview, Erica, you wouldn't really have grounds to object when you believe that these mutations cause every genetically diverse trait in the world, right? And so I'm not sure how you would be able to say that anything can or can't happen when you believe that all changes are due to mutations. So I mean unless there's like a specific reason why some unknown mutation can't cause something, which is literally what you believe, then I think that you're just kind of appealing to mystery, maybe.
I mean, Sam, what you're arguing here is that we can't know anything because anything can happen, right?
I would argue that. Yeah, I would argue that.
So I can't argue with that. I literally like, and I don't mean this in an offensive way, but I find that conversation to be quite boring. I like science. I like things that I can test. So I'm not the person you really want to have that conversation with.
I got a question for you, Eric, about science then.
I just said that's not what I'm arguing now. I'm not arguing that you can't know anything. That was something that you said. And I said, yeah, I'd be happy to do that, but that's not what I'm saying.
I just want to point out a confusion that I think exists here. It's not necessarily about whether some of these creatures had cancer or a detectable pathology like today, microcephaly, or diseases that you can inherit and are pretty obvious because they're in a subpopulation, right? We're talking about a small tribe that, like, let's just take the Hobbit that exists on the island of Flores. Okay. Whatever species came to the island over time, the environment helped shift that group to the way they looked, basically. I mean, that's why you find dwarfed elephants on the island as well, because of island dwarfism, because of the effects that being stuck and isolated on an island would result in: the small brain size, the small skulls, the small body size, these different anomalous features. And Erica, as you probably know, in Contested Bones, in the Erectus chapter, Chris Roop does document a few paleoanthropologists pointing out Erectus morphologies that have been found in Aboriginals dating back to, according to the conventional literature, like 30,000 years ago. But they attribute those to inbreeding existing in a small population because it's far too recent to be true Erectus. Go ahead.
So here's the problem with that, though. Like, I've heard that argument, and I've talked about this every time Root brings it up. It's not one characteristic that defines any species in the hominin fossil record. They are defined by the suites of characteristics that make them unique. So I would not be surprised if you can find a person with a large brow ridge, or a person with, you know, a ridge on their, you know, around their nuchal region that one would call an occipital bun. I wouldn't be surprised by that. The problem is there's only one place ever where you find all of them: the platycephalic skull, the large nasal aperture, the beveling on the teeth. That's behavioral, right? And it's in Neanderthals. There's only one place where you find the diagnostic characteristics of these given hominins. That's why they're diagnostic, right? So no, that's not a good argument to make, honestly. I mean, again, if you want to say that it's pathology due to, or not pathology, that it's due to inbreeding, that's fine. But as you said, not every Neanderthal is inbred, and all of them have those defining characteristics. So
well, because you have,
that doesn't work.
Well, because you have Neanderthal tribes existing all throughout Eurasia in separate isolated groups. And so depending on the environment they exist in, depending on how early they are they an early Neanderthal, or are they a late Neanderthal when they were near extinct? There's obviously going to be different degrees of pathology.
I'm saying that, yes, you find the Neanderthal suites, these characteristics, in both the isolated end of the reign of Neanderthals populations 40,000 years ago, and in the early Neanderthals, like upwards of 400 to 800,000 years ago, right? Like that's my point, is that you can't assign them to that because they are found universally.
The Neanderthals, I attribute most of their features, like the robust features that we find them in, to the environment that they existed in, to cold adaptation.
It's the same with all of them. It's the same with the Erectus. It's the same with Naledi. It's the same with the Leonua Homo floresiensis, right? Like all of them, their defining characteristics are defining because they are present in all of them, no matter where they're found.
Right.
So
environment can alter morphology, correct?
Yes, that's like, yes, absolutely.
Right. You're right. And so I'm saying in light of these conditions that we see in the Pleistocene, and just the hominin fossil record in general, they existed in conditions that allowed for these types of distinct morphologies to exist,
which ones
as compared to
are
today.
Because that's what you just said. You just said some of them, like you referenced Aboriginals, and you said that due to their isolated nature, this is what Chris Roop is saying, that's why they've got the big brow ridge. And then, you know, you're basically saying that you can attribute some of the morphology of hominins that aren't classified as Homo sapiens to that. Which characteristics?
Yeah, but hold on. So I think what you're I think you're presenting a bifurcation fallacy. You're trying to say that because there are certain environmental traits that would cause some changes, that therefore they all have to be from that same scenario. So for an example, let's say you have two cars come off the production line. One goes to a cold environment, the heater might wear out faster, and one goes to a warm environment, the air conditioning might wear out faster, but they're both going to wear out their brakes and their tires. So your genome can, you know, if there's a mutation in a certain spot, they could be unrelated, but also shared through different people groups all over the place, right? I don't see why that wouldn't be the case. Does that not work?
Sorry, Sam, you cut out for like...
You can have some traits that are directly related to inbreeding, but you can also have certain traits that are shared based on environments or just the way that the human genome is. Like you can have totally unrelated mutations within a certain similar spot on the genome that would affect both people groups the same way. You can have a similar trait that's not relevant to the environment or anything. But that doesn't mean that you can't have environmental mutations.
So you can tell the difference between the two of this. You're talking about what's basically the difference between characteristics for drift that are the result of drift and characteristics that are the result of selection. That's what you're asking there. And what while that's important, and I want to touch on that, I want to first bring this back around because I want to kind of nail Donny down on this, right? Like, what's the difference between a trait that, how would you, Donny, or Roop, how would you tell the difference between a characteristic that is due to degradation, genetic entropy, or something that is morphologic and consistent in the population because it's just how they develop, that is adaptive? Well, how would you tell the difference?
Well, I think an answer to that question, if I could just for now answer a question with a question, your Erectus tribes, your Erectus groups, what do you think they existed in? The different groups, like how many individuals? Do you think it was 100, 200, 500, 1,000?
Which Erectus?
Well, I understand different Erectus, Homo ergaster, Homo antecessor. Would you consider that an Erectus? Just in general, your Erectus group, they obviously all didn't just coexist with each other. They existed in similar ways that we see today with hunter-gatherer groups, right? They existed in groups. And so how large of a population do you think on average those groups were?
I mean, if you want to use Dunbar's number and appeal to what's going, sorry, I got a dog. If you want to use Dunbar's number and appeal to what's going to be a feasible number to maintain for the types of foods that they were consuming, as evident by butchery marks in and around where they lived, then you're going to need a group size of like 30, 50, 100 people. I mean, it could range greatly depending on the group in question.
And that's my problem. And also my point at the same time is when you have populations like that, of hunter-gatherer groups, as Erectus would have existed in, between 30 to 50 to 100. Well, any population that has less than 100 individuals, especially over many generations, will eventually show evidence of inbreeding. And so I think we can I'm almost done. You'll get as much time as you want. And so all we have to do is examine those populations, and in those inbred people groups, what kind of, I would call them non-adaptive genetic features. But what we see with Neanderthal, let's say, a lot of the robust features, I would call those adaptive features. Okay, so small brain size, small body size. There's some Erectus bones, and Chris Roop in the Erectus chapter, he shows a large femur of an Erectus, and he shows how it was associated with pathology. And so I would look at those non-adaptive features, and I would conclude, okay, those are due to degeneration. Those are the kind of anomalies that are non-adaptive versus adaptive. Go ahead, speak to that a little bit.
Okay, so there's two main things here, right? The thing I'm going to start with, just so I don't forget, is that's my question. How do you tell the difference, right? How do you tell the difference between something that you would describe as genetic entropy related and inbred and something that is adaptive? Now, my second thing is there's a bit of a mischaracterization there, right? Like what you were describing, that's not how hunter-gatherer populations work, and it's not how ancient hominin populations worked either. It's not even how current great ape populations work. They have exogamy for the human in the human sense, but male and female dispersal in the primatology sense. So what that means is that one sex disperses from the group uniformly, completely uniformly. In chimpanzees, females leave the group. In gorillas, females leave the group. Once they reach of age, they leave so that inbreeding does not happen. They find another group. And not only, I don't even have to speculate about this with hominins, because we have found specific Neanderthal groups with genetic exchange with Denisovan groups that they were adjacent to, right? And with other Neanderthal groups. They were clearly exchanging individuals. Like that's just written in their genes. And it's also corroborated by great ape behavior and modern day hunter-gatherer behavior. So no, inbreeding would not be the final result. And a group size of 100 is actually quite stable. That would have been on the larger end though. So I turn it back to you, right? What's the difference? How do you tell the difference between a morphology that is the result of genetic entropy and a morphology that is adaptive?
Right. I think I feel like I answered the question, because the groups that I would say are some of their atypical features, the result of reductive evolution, like Naledi was found isolated in a cave.
But what features?
What features? Small brain size, curved fingers like we see with Naledi and Hobbit, small body size, all these kinds of features.
That's mechanical. Like the curvature of the phalanges is due to use, not because of inbreeding, in part.
But over time, these kinds of features can become fixed where they are the norm for the population. So when you're just comparing the population, that feature is that atypical feature has drifted to fixation in the whole population. That's why we see Hobbit as a whole is characterized by the reduced brain size, by the small brain case, by, as you know, I mean, I'm speaking to the choir here. And same with erectus. Generally, whatever
arthritis would cause fingers to curve.
Arthritis does not cause the curved phalanges that you see in chimps and some Australopiths. Like those are clockably different. It's completely different how that bone loads based off of arthritis, which is pathologic, and loading, mechanical loading. It's biomechanics. But no, Donnie, that doesn't though. Like I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but you're saying like, oh, the way that you tell the difference is look at the small brains of Naledi, right? Except the small brains of Naledi, that's not due to inbreeding. Every single one has them. That's
my point. Because it drifted to fixation. That atypical feature drifted to fixation. That's what fixation is.
Yeah, but small brains aren't going to drift to fixation.
Yes, they will. Absolutely.
From a Homo sapien sized brain. So you would say then that Homo naledi is in the human.
No, probably an erectus. I would say Naledi and Hobbit are a more degenerated form of erectus. So
Naledi to you is in the humankind.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that from you, Donnie, and I'm glad to hear that on Floresiensis. Remind next time you see Bergman, please remind him that Homo floresiensis does not actually have a nose ridge for which to set glasses on. And Naledi may or may not. It depends. So, I mean, according to him, that's an ape. But okay, so let's take another step, right? So I'm going to assume, right? I'm going to make an assumption here. Neanderthals, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, whatever we're going to call Heidelbergensis, which that's actually a taxonomic mess, to be perfectly honest. Denisovans, Naledi, and Floresiensis. You're saying all of those guys, humankind. Am I missing anybody?
No, you're absolutely right. And keep talking. I'm going to pull up a visual to make it easier for people to see who I would say are human versus your more ape types.
Okay.
It's an image you're familiar with, but keep going.
Yeah. And right so here. My next question is really simple. Why?
Okay. So I would consider, firstly, I guess, to finish off on the genetic degeneration topic on explaining a lot of these features. These groups existing this way for a prolonged period of time, as long as they're isolated, you will get different degrees. And that's why we do find, as you know, different differences in the morphology of erectus. But generally, we can tell if it belongs to the erectus category.
I would contest that personally. But sure.
Okay. Well, I would argue, especially your populations like Hobbit, which have the most atypical features, Naledi, they are due to severe isolation. Inbreeding, and yes, those features can drift to fixation after many generations. That's what we see in island populations. As a matter of fact, and I think you've seen this. So there's Chris Roop has a new developments section, and we'll get to your question about how we can tell what is a human, but I did want to show you this because it has to do with Homo luzonensis. And basically, so Chris Stringer recognizes the role of founder effects inbreeding in small isolated human populations. He had predicted that additional anomalous looking human bones will be found on remote islands in addition to Floresiensis, right, Erica? And so when
That's
they
a nice
found
little prediction, isn't it?
yeah, but it's consistent with the biblical creation model of explaining these hominins, that when you have these groups,
their dispersal though, because like the reason he's doing this is because of the dispersal of hominins regarding their evolution, how they expand out of Africa. So that's, I would be interested to hear how YEC would deal with that personally. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I got ahead of myself. Continue.
no, that's okay. This is good. So basically, these isolated populations, especially your populations that get isolated on an island, and island dwarfing occurs, and the founder effects would result in, as this says, the reoccurrence of these anomalous traits where they basically become fixed. And that's why we do see similar atypical features in Floresiensis, Luzonensis, and Homo naledi. And so if we go back to this picture, Homo sapiens here, and after migrating to different parts of the globe, you get some humans that basically become isolated on an island, for example, with Hobbit, and isolated in just certain environments. And over time, those anomalous features become fixed, basically, where that is now the norm. And so we wouldn't say that those are primitive or pre-human. We would say they're essentially the result of founder effects and fixation. Does that help, Erica?
It does a little bit, but honestly, I don't understand like how you're making the determination here, right? Because some Neanderthals are isolated, some aren't. Naledi's not isolated. Denisovans isn't isolated, and yet they have these strange characteristics that I'm assuming you would say, at least in the case of Naledi, is degenerative, when clearly what's going on with Naledi is actually highly adaptive, given the landscape that it was living in was incredibly forested compared to other hominins. But I want to put a pin in it. We can put a pin in that for now. Why do you think, what makes you decide that those hominins specifically are human and the, maybe, I don't know, Australopithecus afarensis isn't, or Sediba, or Africanus? Why not them? They're bipedal. They've got decent size. Their brain size overlaps with Homo habilis. Is Homo habilis human? Is Rudolfensis? What about the Dmanisi Homo erectus? What about Ergaster, right? Because what I would tell you, and I tell this to you as sort of a preface to say that I'm getting into the, like, I'm knees deep in this myself right now. There is not one single physical characteristic that modern humans have, not one bone, not one knob on one bone, that cannot be seen emerging through the hominins over time. From a proto-linea aspera becoming a linea aspera and a bona fide attachment site for powerful gluteal muscles, to the minutia of the teeth, the cusps on the molars, there's not one change that is not clocked in the fossil record. And the most fascinating part is it's in order and it's overlapping. So when I'm talking about transitionals, I'm not talking about species to you here, right? I'm talking about transitional bones themselves. And I was actually delighted to learn that Australopithecus sediba is not actually the only hominin with articulated remains that are going to throw something of a monkey wrench into the designation of some of these hominins, as it were. So I want to know why you currently don't think the Australopiths, why aren't they human? Further, why not Ardi? Why not all the Miocene apes?
I have a question for Erica whenever I get a chance here. That's on.
Okay, you know what? Let's do this, because I have a feeling, given how excellent your question is, Erica, we're gonna have a good discussion on this.
Oh, you flatter me, Donny.
We're probably going to go uninterrupted answering this question for a little while. Therefore, evolution requires faith. What should we call you? Because I don't want to be saying that every time. That's a mouthful.
Oh,
And
you can call
second-
me. Oh, sorry, Donnie. Go ahead.
What would you like us to call you, brother?
No, you can call me Ed. That's fine.
Ed. Okay.
Yeah.
Ed, appreciate you being here. Feel free to ask Erica your question. Erica, feel free to answer. And then we will go into answering your question because I know Matt will have some thoughts on it too, for sure.
Well, Erica, you mentioned the fossil record, and then earlier you mentioned millions of years. So can you prove these things without a shadow of a doubt, without any believing or imagining, or are these things you just believe happen and you're using them to your theory?
No, on the basis of accurate predictions that are made each and every day in the fossil fuel industry, I can assert with confidence, as much confidence as I have in anything in my life, that radiometric dating not only works, but it works in the context of paleontology and paleoanthropology specifically. Yes, I have to do no believing with that. That is all experimental.
So that thing that you said was survived 2 million years ago, you can prove without a shadow of a doubt that was 2 million years ago? Without a shadow of a doubt, there's no way you're possibly wrong, no errors, no nothing, for a fact that that's right, correct?
And the only reason why I would say it wouldn't is if you want to propose that physics can change. I do not believe physics changes over time. So yes, I would say that.
Well, then no scientist is able to prove millions of years without believing or imagining whatsoever. You can't use the fossil record and the layers of the dirt and all that together. You can't have one predate the other and the other predate the other. It doesn't work that way. You can't take a fossil and tell me that a fossil was here 2 million years ago, but then you can't tell me when it died, when it was born, if it had kids or anything in that process. All you're doing is trying to tell me that it died 2 million years ago, but you're not giving me any information in between. Why should I believe that 2 million years?
Because radiometric dating works.
Prove that. Prove that it's right.
Go fill up your car. All of that gas was found using basin modeling, which makes assumptions on makes assumptions that radiometric dating works and finds oil consistently. There was a young.
No, that's just a talking point, Erica. That's been addressed so many times. They don't care. They just care how deep the drill goes down into the earth.
Dude, my brother-in-law literally worked in the Permian Basin.
We've had geologists on many times.
But that's fine.
And another thing, when you're talking about the uniformity.
Okay, fine. You want sources? You want me to pull up sources? Is that what we're gonna do?
Not interested.
Guys, you a little bit over talk. Let's go one at a time.
Okay. Well, I'll just say really quick that when you're talking about the uniformity in nature, that's only been recorded, documented for less than 200 years. So, to extrapolate this uniformity that we observe back millions of years.
It's physics.
You have no rational justification for that. This is hold on.
Okay, back to pre-sup.
Erica, let me finish. Erica, nobody's been
you're
interrupted.
Just gonna pre-sup at me.
I don't know why you're.
I'm telling you, Sam. I can talk
deal with all these atheists. You make a point and they just get so triggered.
Erica, that's because they're afraid of God.
Erica,
as long as you can.
Okay, well, okay.
All night. I really
listen.
I've been
sorry that
all night long. I'm not scared of you, Sam. I'll do it all night long. I will.
All right, stop, everybody, stop.
Enough, because
this is a bit too much. Okay,
I'm just going to jump in. We've been going for 4 hours, and I'm still getting over a cold, and I'm getting fatigued. So we're going to move on to Erica's question now. Ed, appreciate you getting your question in there. I think science is less about proving things and more about disproving things, putting forth a hypothesis or a model and doing our best to.
I just want to make one comment that the idea that that sort of physics has worked in a certain way our entire history, and we can sort of make these predictions based upon the physics working, and then to suggest that for some reason in the past it was different.
No,
I don't even know what. I don't know what to do with that. Like,
I know.
That's coming from atheist philosophers of science.
Testable predictions, Sam.
What about all the Christian physicists?
That's called an extrapolation fallacy. And I can just ask you what makes any law of nature real? What makes those real?
Not only do I have published literature to back this up, but I have personal testimony from over 5 geologists who have worked in the oil industry.
Somebody has a belief and they publish about it.
No,
You're not
dude,
talking about something that's been demonstrated.
$247 billion, trillion dollar industry.
You become so rude when you're challenged. I don't know why.
Money is king,
Erica,
dude.
you're just over talking. I've not interrupted you. You're so rude when I challenge you.
Yes, you have.
Okay, I'm talking about atheist philosophers of science.
I don't
they
care
they
about
explain
that
there is no rational. Erica,
Oh,
why are
this
you
don't
talking?
care,
It's like
dude.
you're just so emotional. Listen,
No, well,
atheist
that's because I'm a
philosophers have
woman,
established
Sam.
there
Women
is
are
no
emotional. You know that.
rational justification to suggest that these laws of physics from your position aren't even real. What makes them real? They're not imposed. You're talking about description. And it doesn't fall. Hold on,
Yeah,
guys.
no,
It doesn't follow. It doesn't follow that because we've observed certain consistencies for the last 200 years that therefore they have been consistent over millions and billions of years in the past. That is ridiculous.
Sam,
that is ridiculous.
If you follow this chain of thought down, then you can't prove that anything past last Thursday is actually true.
No, I
because
can.
You can say that nothing exists past that. No, it's precept
I
stuff.
can. You
If
can.
you follow this chain of rationality
Precept
down,
stuff is the laziest
Right.
thing I've
Well,
ever heard of in my life.
if there's nothing, hold on. If there's nothing making these laws real, then when you're talking about non-physical laws, I don't even know what you're talking about in your worldview.
yeah. So
Now
when
on
we're
the other
talking
case,
science,
if there's a God that's imposing these laws on his creation, then I guess you have rational justification, but you don't. So when you're talking about these laws being consistent,
Okay,
and you're
Sam,
talking about
Sam has been
today,
rambling for long
you're
enough.
just
You've talked for long enough.
storytelling.
You've
But if
talked for long
Erica,
enough.
if you don't
But
take them
what?
seriously, then
No,
how
but
can
you
you
know what I want to
continue to
say?
interrupt me?
You know what I'd like
How
to
can
say?
you continue
I'd like
to
say
interrupt
that
me if you don't take it seriously? It's
well, let
it's like
Erica say
it's like
something.
you get
Yeah,
triggered and you don't want to let me get
It
my
is
thought out. Why is
impeccably
that?
telling to me that the
Okay, what makes any law
second I
real?
start
Wait,
talking about
Sam,
the
just allow Erica to respond, and then we'll go back to you. Erica, go ahead.
Thank you, Donnie. It is impeccably telling that the second we start talking about one of the main reasons that young earth creationism is empirically indefensible, that you back off on the precept. You didn't do that the whole time with the hominids. You just do it when you get backed into a corner.
It's an
It's
induction
pathetic, dude.
fallacy.
Sam, you'll get a chance. Sam, I
Extrapolation
promise you'll get a
fallacy.
chance.
But
The
that's fine.
second Erica stops talking, it's your turn to go.
I would like
Go
an
ahead.
uninterrupted opportunity to address them because they're both not letting me talk. It's rude.
Listen, Donnie, I sent you when I sent you an email and I told you that I was coming tonight and that I didn't want to do precept because I think it's frankly a waste of time because Sam makes one more presupposition than I do. I presuppose natural laws are consistent. He presupposes that God made them consistent. I don't care about anything else other than that because there is nothing more to argue. He believes that his book tells him he's right. I believe that it doesn't. Cool. He thinks that God tells him he's right. I think God doesn't. Fine. But outside of that, there's no further direction to take this conversation. So that's why I want to talk about the empirical stuff. If Sam wants to say something else, I don't care. But then, Donnie, I want to get back to the conversation at hand, and I want to know why an Australopithecus isn't into humankind.
Cool.
Sam,
now
go
it's my
ahead,
turn.
and then we'll
Okay,
move back
so
to the human question.
The whole point is that you are the one making presuppositions that you can't defend. And when you say that the whole precept stuff, all I'm doing is I'm calling you out on that. If you want to invoke that there are these non-physical laws as though they are real and imposed, I want an account for that. If you can't, then you're committing an induction fallacy. These are atheist philosopher of science arguments. Okay, this is called an induction fallacy. And then you're extrapolating them over billions of years. That's called an extrapolation fallacy. So I'm calling you out on your presupposition. I'm asking you to give an account for these things that you continue to invoke. And I get why you don't like that or hurt your feelings. You have to overtalk on me. You don't want to deal with it because you can't. Your world, you can't explain reality. It's
very
a joke.
specifically,
Like,
what is her
it's a
presupposition?
Naturalism is a joke. You guys can't explain morality. You can't
Induction.
explain the uniformity in nature. You guys can't
It's just
explain
a fallacy.
anything. But you want
That
to be
you-
dogmatic about evolution. But even that is challenged by atheist philosophers. Your own camp, as I've been citing earlier to Leo.
Oh my
No
God,
response
this is such a
other than
waste
he
of
doesn't
time.
understand. That's fine.
This
Okay.
is an absolute waste of my time. I'm
Yeah, I
genuinely
gotcha.
uninterested in what
Now.
you have to say here, Sam. No, because
Okay,
you're
guys, I
right. You
appreciate
say
that.
the same
I
thing.
appreciate that side debate. We're going to move back to the final topic for tonight, as I do want to wrap this up
Please.
by 4.5 hours. So, okay.
Can I ask one thing after this topic, Donnie? Just one thing.
Sure.
After.
Well, yes, and just for the audience and everyone on the panel, we have another one of these next week in like 5 or 6 days, so no worries. Matt, I know you're itching to answer this question too, so we'll engage this for a bit before we wrap it up. And so basically, Erica, to answer your question, as quickly as I can. And obviously, you know, you're going to press me on it. That's fine. First, I would look for evidence of interbreeding, of course. Neanderthals, a given. I mean, we literally have their genetics. We interbred with them. Peers, we formed communities with them. They're a sophisticated people group, right? And I can just demonstrate that from the conventional literature itself. And so I don't think much of that's contested. I got a lot of evidence there for that. Secondly, we could look to the same kinds of evidence that we see with Neanderthals, the fact that they buried their dad, they had purposeful navigation, they were an intelligent group of individuals. And so if we find that same evidence in, let's say, Erectus, which we do, not to the same extent as Neanderthals, but we do find some of that evidence in Erectus, then that would speak to their humanity due to their intelligence and sophistication. So genetics would be key. So I would predict if we get Erectus genetics, there will be evidence of interbreeding. That I predict, and I wouldn't be shocked to find that. Where we don't have the genetics becomes a little more difficult, but again, we can find these kinds of lines of evidence with their practices and abilities. And lastly, certain defining features, which is probably what you're going to want to focus on, just in their anatomy, in their morphology, like the feet, hands, the hip. You know, I think there's some features that are good to look at in identifying what is human, and other features that are not so good. You know, I wouldn't look to curved fingers to identify what's a non-human ape, as you'd call it, because I would hold to Naledi being a human, and Naledi had curved fingers. So I don't think that's a good feature to look at. Anyways, we'll start with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I notice a lot of those are behaviors, and what you have on the screen right now, most of Homo erectus isn't going to check off most of that. There's no support for quite a few of those on the screen there. So behaviors are going to be tough for you to make the case for many of the kinds of hominins that you would say are within the humankind. Now, if you want to talk about genetics, we can talk about genetics, but you might have an issue there too, because it seems that with Neanderthals, at least the argument that seems to be coming down the pipeline is that there was one-way hybrid sterility. So that's not entirely interfertile, which is, I think, going to be a problem, especially if that holds true for even the older Neanderthals, which would, I would presume, under your worldview, be less degenerate as compared to the more recent Neanderthals under conventional lens being 40,000 or 40,000 years ago. So that leaves us with morphology. And like, there is exactly zero room to argue with the current amount of Australopithecus remains that Australopithecus was not a bipedal hominin. That is simply an indefensible position at this point. I've seen some of this material in person for myself. I've actually managed to come up with a tally of how many Australopith pelvises we have, how many femora we have, the feet of some of them as well. And of course, there's the foramen magnum. And I talk about the foramen magnum every time, but that's because we have like over a dozen complete skulls from Australopiths. As in with the foramen magnum intact. And when I say complete, I mean counting lateral symmetry across the midline. So there isn't going to be an easy swing here. All of what you've listed, except for behaviors, which are absent again, and some of the hominins that you would accept into the humankind, all of those physical characteristics are again clockable. You can see everything transition. You can see the loss of the canine P3 honing complex. You can see the arrival of bipedality with the ilium shrinking first before the ilium. You can see alterations in the pubic symphysis. You can see the, again, arrival of the linea aspera from a proto-linea aspera.
Well, Eric, I think you're bringing up quite a few points. Let's stick with a point, and I appreciate that. Let's stick with the behavioral and then move on to the anatomical reasons that you're pointing to, and then the bipedality, right, in the Australopithecines that you pointed to as well. Erectus, I do believe there's very powerful evidence for their intelligence, and one at least article associated with a peer-reviewed paper going into their navigation abilities, basically that they were open sailors. And I think the title of the article is something like, Erectus, a sailor, ? And so that alone the fact that they could build some kind of device to go from island to island and navigate that way, or apparently they had the controlled use of fire, some evidence for, and there's a whole bunch here that, you know, you can look over. They seem to be a pretty sophisticated people group, just like Neanderthals. But when it comes to the anatomical or morphological features, yeah, I would argue that hands would be a great way to tell what is human and what is not. You know, Naledi's hands look human. It's pretty clear. I think it's easy to tell from the hands what's human and what's not. I think we could look to the feet, because I would argue for you to say that Australopithecines have human-like feet, you're going to have to either look to the footprints, like Laetoli footprints, which I would say are actual human footprints. You'll say they belong to an Australopithecine, or some isolated foot bones that I would argue, yeah, they look human because they belong to humans. So we could start with that. I mean, feet and hands.
Yeah, no. Well, first let's talk about Homo erectus. So the Homo erectus, a sailor, is a late member of Homo erectus. So Homo erectus, if you're taking in a broad sense definition, it's 2 million years. So you're talking 2 million years ago to 100,000 years ago. So what that means is that you've got, gosh, if you're looking at Dmanisi, you've got 600 to 800 cc's, almost a doubling of brain case size in that time span in what is proposed to be a singular species. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that the ones that lived 100,000 years ago were capable of sailing. That's not surprising at all. Their brain case sizes were enormous. The late Homo erectus were on par with the lower end of Homo sapiens as an average. So I don't think that's surprising. Your problem comes from early Homo erectus. Things that look human in the face, in the teeth, easily in the postcrania. They've got teeny tiny little brain case sizes, and they live in areas where isolation is not going to be your explanation. Not only that, but they still retain some incredibly primitive morphologies from Australopiths. Not just Dmanisi, but your Homo ergaster stuff as well is going to cause you problems. Now, with regard to hands and feet, okay, again, you're going to have some really hard times with the literature on that. Hands especially. The modern human grip, we have, let's see, we have an articulated hand that came from Australopithecus sediba from the arm. The arm is ape-like. The shoulder, the scapula is ape-like. It's articulated with the hand, which is described as modern human-like. And you might say, oh, well, you know, mixed bone bed. And I've already told you why that doesn't work. And the answer is because—
With the hand, and I want you to continue, Erica, but for clarification, that which is diagnostic about a human hand has to do with the long thumb relative to the other digits, correct?
It has to do with that and the precision grip, and the relative curvature can help. Although, again, mechanical loading can actually influence the curvature of the phalanges, so it's not an excellent metric.
So Sediba, Naledi, Erectus, Neanderthals, Hobbit, all have the same hand.
And Africanus, Australopithecus africanus, STW573, who Roop doesn't mention, has an articulated hand that's in articulation with the arm and attached to a body that, and creationists, this one's going to be a biggie for you guys once I get this video done, is over 93% complete without lateral symmetry. It is an Australopith. Its brain case is one of the smallest Australopith sizes. Right? There is not a chance that you're going to be able to clock this thing as anything other than Australopithecus. There is no chance for jumbling. It is as night and day as it could possibly be. I can't believe it escaped my notice for this long, because this stuff was published in 2019, fully described, because the whole thing was in concrete breccia, however you pronounce that. And that too is a modern hand. In fact, I can read you a quote from a paper describing that hand using the word modern human-like. So your hand
you're
is
saying
not
that you're saying that hand
Africanus, yes, and I can provide you Africanus, yes, with a smaller brain than any Australopithecus afarensis. This hominin is older than Lucy.
Okay, and you're saying that hand was found articulated with the arm and then the arm with the body?
Yeah, yes, the whole thing. It's all in one big chunk. The head is off to the side, but there's an excellent paper just exclusively showing you in situ pictures as they pull this thing out of the ground. Like explicitly, even better than Australopithecus sediba. So that's going to have to be a problem for you. And you want to know what's worse about STW 573? I know why Roop didn't include it now, because they got the foot of this thing too. They got the first metatarsal. That's the big toe. And that sucker is in line. So
Is the big toe found articulated, or was that an isolated find?
No, it's articulated with the foot, which is in contact with the with the tarsals.
So you're saying it's about 93% complete, and it's
I'm saying
for the most part articulated.
Complete. Yes, and for the most part articulated. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate you answering those questions. Matt did share something on the screen. Let's allow Matt to get in on this a little bit. Matt, go ahead. You've been quiet, so to be fair, go ahead. Floor is yours.
All right. Well, we jumped on this topic a little bit earlier, but it shifted. You were mentioning about bone pathologies that could have affected both sides of the body. One of them was scurvy. They remember that when they first found Neanderthal, they blamed scurvy for their bone shape and how everything was formed. Obviously, they found that wasn't true because they had lots of vitamin C, but their pathology was kind of more based on them living in the northern or colder regions. Another way, if we look at the fossil record, we find that all hominid fossils are a little bit higher, and then we find the primate ones a little bit lower. So that would be a good distinction of why we would find it, because obviously if things were to get off the ark, the animals would diversify and migrate fast, as where humans stayed together, and they didn't disperse until after Babel. So they would be in a different, higher fossil record, because remember, Africa itself would have been devastated from the melt off from the Ice Age. So I tried to do a little bit of a favor for everybody and kind of show like the diversity of what was going on, because in our model, we say that when Noah got off the ark, right, he had the most genetic diversity of all. And then as time went on, these different people groups started dying off, and then they started, migrating around. And now we have humans today, which have still a lot more genetic or a lot more phenotypic diversity than any other primate would. So we don't agree so much in the Australopithecine combination. We say that they're a branch off of humans that never were in the tree to begin with. The first thing I always point to would be a person who did one of the most sophisticated computer analysis ever on these and found that they have nothing to do with the human ancestry at all. So, of course, there's lumpers and splitters, right? We have them on the side. So is it okay that they're going to have some phenotypic similarities? Like bipedalism, that's completely fine, because bipedalism isn't a litmus test for what makes something humans. I mean, if that were the case, then kangaroos that walk on two legs and other things would be more evolving into a human being themselves. So I don't necessarily say that, just one thing. I did want to answer Erica's question. I did find this. This was observed in the dental records of Australian Aborigines who are highly inbred. And as you'll notice, their chin is very similar to Neanderthal. I did a overlap so you guys can see the difference. It is absolutely incredible how their chin is similar. And this is a recent Australian that was alive at the time. And I think the reason we find lots of diversity is because if we're looking at the Africa itself, it contains the most diverse regions on Earth. So when we look at these and we overlay them with where there is the most amount of land diversity, population, temperature and altitude, we get the most diverse skulls too. We can see it when we look right there at these. We find a lot of different diversity, even though it's in the same region. And I think that's why when we go here, we find massive amounts of diversity, even though they're all living together at the same place at the same time, because maybe this region has lots of diverse, regions like that. So some people lived a little farther away, they migrated to this area and they lived together, but they had all that massive diversity because, just like that map shows, the diversity is extreme in those areas. And we know from genetics that when populations are small, selection isn't as strong. So I would say that people adapt much quicker when they are in smaller tribes and populations like that. And we found from a study that only after 10 or 20 generations, admixture of genetics
I'm sorry. I realized I was double muted. I wanted to ask something just a while back, but it wasn't one of these slides. It looked like it was hinting that the Tower of Babel had something to do with separation of people and trying to explain that.
Yes.
I would say, I guess, just to go back on the nose, not to get too super spicy, because I know that, like I said, when it comes to biology, I should actually be giving it to the experts. However, I will point out that I know of no scientific methodology or way that you could knock over a giant tower and it would just mess up anyone's language. It would change people. It would do anything. I don't see any scientific backing behind that type of concept.
And Erica, before you respond to Matt's points, because I'm trying to look up the example you talked about, Africanus. What was the name of it?
Let me share my screen here, Donnie, because I actually have it pulled up. There's a the reason you're not finding it is because remember when I was talking about Australopithecus prometheus earlier?
That Littlefoot, yeah.
Yeah, this is what Clark is claiming belongs to that. So
because I know Littlefoot used to be called Africanus, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's still Africanus. So here's the specimen. This is it on the right. This is over 93% complete. What I want you to appreciate here.
Wait, Erica, I don't see it.
Oh, sorry. Can you guys see it?
I just see our screen.
I just see the call. Like
I think you might have shared the wrong window.
Do I have to share it specifically? Okay, hold on. Stop screen.
You gotta select the right window.
Present, share screen, share screen. Oh, okay, I see the problem. Can I just do my entire screen? Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay. All right. So, right, it should be shared. Okay. So this is a specimen, right? You guys see that guy? So that's the specimen itself. Yeah, that's Littlefoot, right? So Littlefoot's excavation, find the excavation here. Here's the hand. You see that? That's the arm. That's the humerus connected to the radius and the ulna into not just a regular hand, it's a clenched fist. This thing died with its fist clenched. Here is a comparison of Littlefoot's distal femur, right? So the lower end of the femur, it's in the middle, or excuse me, it's far to the right over here, STW 573. Lucy is next on the left, and the one right next to that, you guys, that is Homo erectus. That's Turkana boy. So this thing has a valgus knee. It's a biped. Nothing has a valgus knee to this degree and isn't bipedal. And you know what? I actually really appreciate what Ron-Matt had to say. If you're gonna say that Australopithecus African or Australopithecus in general was bipedal but not human for whatever reason, I think that's a much easier sell than what they're trying to say about how it's not bipedal. I think that arguing it's not bipedal is simply indefensible. And I can provide these as well. Let me see if I have. I don't know how you feel about Sci-Hub. I'm not going to show that because I had to unlock it as a. I
think Littlefoot is the least studied, even in both camps. Now I know Chris Roop hasn't.
So it was, Donnie, until 2019 when or I don't think it was Elsevier. It was the journal, but Clark published about 5 or 6 articles, boom, 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 all at the same time. I got like an entire issue. It was a real Ardipithecus situation. And that is where all of this information comes from, 2019. And the reason that it took everybody so long is because this thing was in concrete breccia down in the bottom of the cave. It's impossible to pull out.
Right.
So let me find a good comparison here for the pelvis, because there's a really nice look at the shape space. So over here, you can see the vertebra, where the vertebra for STW 431, that's Australopithecus africanus, 14 and 288, that's Lucy. So this is actually looking at a different specimen of Australopithecus africanus. Again, this pelvis that you see, the paper that this one is on, including this ulna and humerus up here, ulna, humerus, and radius up here, this is a different specimen. This isn't even Littlefoot, right? Like we have so much from these guys, and all of them too. And let me see if I can share my screen on my PowerPoint down here, because I was working on something to show you this. So this is this right here. This is from Clark and Tobias, 1995. This was when the foot was first published on. It was the first thing that they managed to get out of the concrete. So Over here to the far left, you guys think that's bipedal, OH8? Because that's Homo habilis. In the middle, that's Australopithecus sediba, or excuse me, Australopithecus Prometheus, quote unquote, Africanus, and then a human. So the toe is still kind of off to the side, but it is more divergent than any living great ape, and indeed almost in line with Homo habilis. And I don't think anybody would look at that and say that that's not a biped. Further, you can look at the metatarsal in and of itself. You can see the differences that it has as you move up through time. Australopithecus africanus, this individual is older.
How big is the little foot? How big is the little foot?
I don't know. Not quite big, not very big. I mean, look at it. It's not huge.
Well,
The human foot is
right.
pretty right here.
So I'm thinking when we compare to like the Laetoli footprints, we're looking at somebody, correct me if I'm wrong, that'd be wearing a size 10 or 11. So we're looking at quite a big
For
foot
the male,
mainly an
male.
inline. Okay,
Yeah,
you looked at
so
sexual dimorphism for that.
right, and like the sexual dimorphism is like a given, right? Like here's the see if I can find here from my example of a male and a female for Australopithecus afarensis.
It's more extreme than a gibbon, isn't it? I thought Australopithecus had extreme sexual
it's
dimorphism.
extreme. So this is Australopithecus. To the lower left here, these are two members of Lucy species, Australopithecus afarensis, and the lighter colored one is the male. They are very dimorphic, like gorilla level. At least that's what my advisor proposes, and I study dimorphism. I tend to think he makes a pretty good case.
So my argument on, because we got a lot of points.
Well, let me show you this. Let me show you this last thing, and the reason is because I'm going to send you these papers, Donnie. I'm going to send you all these papers. You can look through them yourself. So there's your lateral and proximal views of the first metatarsal. Here's our view of the cuneiform. So it's the same thing, right? We're looking at one of the tarsals, and you're looking at the change through time. The chimpanzee is obviously modern, but you can see the change through time going from Australopithecus to Homo habilis to Homo sapiens. And what's fascinating about this particular paper is they go through how some of the bones, one portion of the bone will resemble a chimpanzee, and the other portion of the bone will resemble modern sapiens. Like you can see the projection here on STW 573 resembles sapiens, right? But it still has that long, skinny appearance to it of a chimpanzee, right? Not to say that anything evolved from a chimpanzee. This is our stand-in for a Miocene ape. But that's my point, right? And this is why I'll stop sharing and shut up here for a second. But like, I get why Roop didn't go over this thing, because one, he didn't have access to it when Contested Bones first came out. To his credit, when it first came out in 2017, this stuff wasn't out, but it's out now, and I've not seen any creationist.
Well, I can speak to that. So, as you know, I work closely with Chris Roop. We wrote a technical paper on genetic entropy together. So you said what I was going to say. Those articles that you're talking about in 2019, they were not available at the time when Contested Bones was being written. But he has confirmed with me numerous times that he's unimpressed with Littlefoot, and there will be a chapter on Littlefoot in the next edition once he's finished his PhD in geology. So that is coming to the forefront, put it that way, as well as some work on Lucy. But I just want to say this, Eric, because you did say a lot there.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I think a lot of this rises and falls on Littlefoot. So now that it's been years and years, but we do have some solid work, some solid articles to dig into with Littlefoot. And I think a lot of this rises and falls on the validity of Littlefoot, because when it comes to Sediba or Afarensis, there has been a lot of work done on those examples by Chris Roop, for example, who I know you disagree with. But if Littlefoot is legit, like you're saying, where we have the foot where the toes mainly in line, right, closer to human, and the hand as well, that's essentially articulated with the arm, that's articulated with the rest of the body, and what we're looking at is a true ape, or what you would say is a non-human ape, then we may have to rethink some of our answers in terms of what makes a human anatomically. That's aside from the genetics that I was talking about, the behavioral practices, the abilities, but anatomically, since we are so close to your extant apes and obviously your extinct apes there. And so I think there's just a lot of work that needs to be done on Littlefoot, and I'm ecstatic to see that in 2019 there has been a lot done in terms of we have these articles available. But I will confirm with you, yeah, Chris Rube does plan to have a chapter on Littlefoot in the future, hopefully sooner than later.
So I want to say two things, hopefully quickly. It doesn't rest on Littlefoot, and the reason is because Littlefoot, its morphology corroborates the morphology of all of the other Australopiths, Donnie. Right? Like Lucy, her pelvis, because I know you said it's just a human pelvis in the past. First of all, it's tiny. You should see this thing; it's very small. But moreover, and it's an adult, so that's.
Well, I would say it's a pygmy human. So
right. So that thing has an iliac flare to it, right? So an iliac flare is a flare at the proximal portion, superior portion, I guess I should say, of the blade. No non-Australopith has that. Australopithecus sediba has the flare. Australopithecus africanus has the flare, and this specimen, quote unquote, Australopithecus prometheus, also has it. Moreover, they match in their scapulae. They match in their femoral morphology, as I showed you. So, like, Lucy's femur looks like this thing's femur, which looks like what we have for Australopithecus sediba. This is acting as a great confirmation of the other Australopith morphology. True, but we didn't need it because, as I said last time, Australopithecus sediba already did it because, as you said, if you want to take Ella Bin's argument,
right,
you've got
this is the flare you're talking about, the B, right? Example B.
That looks right.
That's Lucy's pelvis?
Yes,
right.
Yes. So it's a flare at the tip. Only Australopiths have it, and the reason is unknown. I've heard people.
No, well, because if you look at this example here, Native Americans have a bit of a flare.
Right, but
Erectus, Neanderthal, Hobbit, and Naledi, who we would say are human, all have a flare as well.
So
this is
that's
just
not
normal variation in the human group.
That's not a flare, Donnie. Like, this stuff has quantitative measurements to go with it. Humans do not. There's not a single human pelvis that falls into the flare range, not one. And all Australopiths have it. Like, this is what I feel like you're missing here, right? Like, I'm going to send you these papers, and what I
wait, are you saying Hobbit doesn't have a flare?
The iliac flare?
Yes.
No, I don't believe so. Although I've heard people argue, I don't think so. I don't think it has the iliac flare. Check. But what I was going to say is that
I thought it did have the flare, which is why some would argue that Hobbit is the result of an Australopithecine.
I always heard Matt Kochiri base it on the trapezium.
Okay.
Of LB1. No, but the last thing is I'm going to send you these papers, and the reason is because, okay, iliac flaring is described as marked, but my understanding here is that it's not on the level of an Australopith. So it's more than a human, but not in the Australopith range. Let me see. Flare, I'll just do marked here. Marked degree. Let me see. I'll try to find more on this. It wouldn't surprise me, but the
what about Naledi though, Eric? I'm sorry to interrupt. Naledi displays a pretty wide flaring iliac blade. No.
Like, look at the difference. You see how perpendicular to what would be the spinal column the Hobbit is as compared to Naledi, which comes in at an angle. Naledi doesn't have the flare. So the problem with this is, so you could say, I mean, if you want to say that the Hobbit is not in humankind, that's fine. But like,
no, I would say Hobbit is human. That's my point. Is we find humans in the fossil record with the iliac flare. One could argue that's normal human variation.
One couldn't though, Donnie, because
I do want to make one point, because I believe there is research to be done here. Okay. I am doing a little bit of it. Chris Rube has active research projects on it. But I would also argue that it's overall agnostic because, as you know, Erica, there are those in the young earth creationist community like Todd Wood, like Matthew McLean, like Marcus Ross, who would look to some of these features that are closely in line with human features as being the result of common design, natural variation within extinct ape groups, basically. And they would look to statistical baraminology, and they would look to morphological and anatomical discontinuities to say that they are separate from humans, although very similar to humans. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily lean that way, but it is a possible position to lean towards. Does that make sense, Erica?
So I'm fine with that. That's what Peter of Paleologos holds to. That's totally fine. And what he and I argue about is what's sort of the proverbial next step here, right? Which is, can you see this morphology change over time? And is it possible to distinguish Australopiths from early genus Homo and then early genus Homo from mid genus Homo, et cetera, et cetera? Can you demarcate it? And Peter would argue yes, and I would argue no. And one of my big questions that I've posed to Peter is that when I looked at his statistical baraminology, and you know, they have these clusters, right? That's how statistical baraminology works. They have the clusters. Is that applied in a standard way to other animals that discriminates in the same way, right? Like, is it going to discriminate, like, let's say, different canids from one another? Because again, I find it suspicious in the same way that I find Tompkins' work suspicious, is that it's applied exclusively to hominins, although I don't think they're doing that on purpose. I don't know.
I think, like you said, if you go the route of some young Earth creationists where they make statistical baraminological analyses paramount, then it is going to come down to how significant or great those discontinuities are. I'd rather look to genetic related discontinuities like the Y chromosome. Erica, I'd love to have a conversation with you on that in the future. But I also wanted to address this real quick, Erica, and then we'll give you some final words, but we're almost at 5 hours and I'm going to have to start wrapping it up. But I do want to give you final words real quick, but I also want to address sea science here. And so, no, I didn't say that I specifically believe that Hobbit should be Australopithecus floresiensis. No, I'm just pointing out that there are some in the paleoanthropological community that would say Hobbit's precursor was not necessarily Erectus, but an Australopithecine. I would look to Hobbit as being a human suffering from island dwarfism. Anyways, Erica, go ahead. Speak to that if you'd like to. Have some final words, and I think we'll start to
Sure. So a couple of things, right? So I want to send you the paper so you can see the layout of STW 573, which portions are directly articulated, which portions are imperative to the argument here. I want to send you the paper for the limb proportions as well. I'll send you a bunch, and hopefully you'll look at it and you'll see, because they've got some great charts in there. It's all linear measurements. Like, something that I feel like people don't appreciate in paleoanthropology is it's all gross anatomy. Like, that's almost all it is, at least where I work, right? It's calipers and linear measurements and statistical analysis to see where things plot in relation to one another. So STW 573 plots with the other Australopiths in the vast majority of cases. That's why it's so important, because it is not exceptional for an Australopith in any of its measurements, which means every other Australopith interpretation, including Lucy and Australopithecus sediba, is correct, right? They're not plotting with humans. They're plotting with STW 573. They're plotting with a basal Australopith. I would actually tend to agree with Donny on the Homo floresiensis thing. I don't think this thing came from an Australopith directly. I think it came from habilis. That's my opinion. And the reason for that is Matt Tachiri's work again. He's got some of the carpals, and the carpals are a dead wrist. Those are the bones of the wrist. They're a dead ringer for Australopith wrist bones. But we don't have any wrist bones like that are clockable, that are matchable from Australopithecus to Homo habilis to the Lingua LB1 specimen, right? Like, carpals are not, like, there's like, you know, a million of them in your wrist, and they don't tend to preserve very well. So I don't think you can make the claim that it comes directly from an Australopith, at least not at present. I don't buy it, at least. I think a better argument is Homo habilis, personally.
Well, I do appreciate that. Please do send me those articles, because Chris Roop's work on it does seem promising. I don't think I'm at liberty to advance anything.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
Right. So, but I'd love to join him on some of the research being done on Littlefoot. Send me those articles. He has confirmed with me that.
I urge you, I'm urging you here, right? Like, the biomechanics are critical here. Roop needs to pay attention not just to the bones themselves, but the portions of the bone that are muscle attachment sites, the portions of the bone that are different relative to other Australopiths. All this stuff has to be taken into consideration when you're talking about not just how bipedal not whether or not it is bipedal, but how efficient of a biped it is. And all of that comes into play. There's not a single paleoanthropologist, not a single person who studies biomechanics, not a single individual in paleoanthropology who thinks, maybe Esteban Sarmiento, I guess, for like Ardipithecus, but who thinks that these early hominins weren't bipedal, right? They just argue about how much time these things are still spending in the trees. And I'll tell you, I think it's still a substantial amount. Honestly, I think that given the arms of when you look at Littlefoot, look at the arms on this thing. It plots almost with a chimp in how long its arms are relative to its legs. And yet it's got modern hands and it's got an inline big toe. I mean, it's insane. This thing is a weird animal. It's very basal Australopith indeed. But yeah, I'll send them all to you.
I appreciate that. Like I said earlier, there are options and multiple working hypotheses, which I believe are important. I'm trying to look at this as objectively as possible, recognizing that there are the existence of artificial species, wastebasket taxons. I understand you wouldn't agree with me to the degree of which, but if we were to, as creationists, take Littlefoot and put Littlefoot into the Australopithecine ape category, then it's going to come down to, are there enough discontinuities in the morphology and anatomy to adequately separate, basically?
That's correct.
Extinct,
yes.
Right. Okay. And that's where the debate would go.
That's where it would go. And the question would then become, as I believe it was Bill Kimball in his article, Australopithecus to Homo, the transition that wasn't, how can you delineate with a sharp line like that actually is capable of discriminating the late Australopiths from early genus Homo? And I would propose that it can be done.
Currently, I'm more confident at the genetic discontinuities than the morphological and anatomical discontinuities in just bones, like extinct bones, right? So that is, I think, where a lot of the research needs to be focused. I think there are some creationists obviously focusing on that in terms of baraminology, Erica. But, I'd like us to, for sure, continue this conversation. Send me those articles, and I'd be happy to look at them, and we'll kind of go from there. And Erica, hopefully you can join future open mics, and maybe, go ahead.
Yeah, check out my Paranthropus video as well. There's not DNA that they've pulled from Paranthropus. It's proteins. So, but I still think it's really interesting. It's ancient proteins. It's informative for phylogeny, and I think that you should take a look at that.
And I just want to cut in, first of all, sending love to the amazing and fabulous Gutsa Gibbon, who you should all be checking out her channel and subscribing. But Donnie, I just want to thank you and Kent and Sam and the entire panel that joined us, and James. It was a fantastic debate, a fantastic after party, and I had a lot of fun.
Well, I appreciate those kind words, Amy. It's been another, I believe, memorable 5-hour open mic. And so I really enjoyed the last several. It's great to have Erica here. Erica, hopefully you can join another one in the future. I'd love to chat some chromosome 2 with you and go over some of the details of your latest video. So maybe that could be a topic for next time, since tonight we entertained hominins. Maybe next time we can entertain some chromosome 2 and genetics. So with that,
as long as I've got nothing going on, I'll be here next week. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No worries. If anyone else has any final words, say them quickly, and we are going to wrap it up. Doc, apologies. I know we didn't get to your final topic. I promise you we will next time.
Okay.
Yeah, my final words is I'm glad everyone came. I know we get a little excited, but I truly just trying to point you guys to Christ. Be reconciled with the God because the non-biblical worldview can't account for anything. But I'm here if someone wants to challenge me on it. So.
And I'm here to say,
Sam, are you saying you're here?
Baseless assertions, Sam. They're still just as worthless.
I'm said that I'm here. Doc will talk after the stream, and you can explain reality from your worldview, and we'll see.
There we go. After credits, Marvel type showdown.
That's
so,
it.
Doc, I would stay longer, but I'm telling you, I'm still recovering and my sinuses are still pretty bad. And so this is probably all I can take looking at a computer screen. It's 5 hours straight. So we're going to wrap it up. But again, lots more open mics to go. Amy and James W. especially, thank you for the good debate with Kent. Thank you to Kent as well. This will be a ton of fun to re-listen to. Erica, make sure to send me those papers. Matt dropped in for a few minutes, so good to see you as well, brother. Godzilla Freak and everybody else. With that, God bless. Standing for Truth is out.